sports station. This is the WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Well, what's going on, everyone? Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie. It is 94 WIP. Just outstanding to be with you on this Thursday morning because yesterday the Eagles got an absolutely major win. We're going to talk about it. Tush push stays. For many of us, a surprise. For some of us, a shock. So, look, we'll get into it today. And certainly get into the Phillies as well. They just keep winning. I know these games are out west, and, you know, people probably aren't watching quite as much this week when it's games that, you know, get over around 11 o'clock or so. But they're playing great baseball, and they deserve a lot of credit. We'll give it to them today. We'll certainly take your phone calls. You know, two other cool things about today's show. You can win tickets to a Phil's game coming up in a couple weeks on our program. You got a call to win. And also, Eagles first-round draft pick Campbell is going to be on the show in an hour and a half. At 7:25, our first chance to talk to the Eagles Rook. So a lot to do. Buckle up and be with us. And certainly join us if you can at 215-592-9494. Rich.
Hello, Joe.
Hello there, Johnny.
It once rained for 1,000,000 years on Earth.
Okay. I mean, what's the word, James?
Rich, you'll run these by me every once in a while.
Yeah.
And I said to you, you know exactly what Joe's going to say.
What am I going to say, John?
How do they know?
How do they know? How do they know?
What did I tell you? I told you exactly what he was going to say.
With the fossil record.
Oh, fossil my ass.
Yeah. It was 232 to 234 million years ago in the late Triassic.
Fossils,
period.
What are they? I don't believe in those.
Well, no, but I wasn't taught to speak that way. I apologize. If any of the priests are listening, my former nuns in Norwood, I apologize.
What about just your teachers who tried to teach you?
I don't apologize on the scientific front. I shouldn't say things like what I just said. A fossil my hiney!
This period of extreme rainfall, it lasted 1 to 2 million years, and it was driven by volcanic eruptions in modern-day Alaska and British Columbia. And this was monsoon conditions.
I think John is absolutely correct about this.
Look, it's a funny thing there. All right, guys, so let's roll. I mean, holy mackerel. Tush push major story, and I think let me frame it this way. I get three reactions to it. I'm going to start with this. I think it's a major win, not a minor. I think it's a major win. I think the Tush push helps the Eagles win 1 or 2 games a year, maybe even 3. Can't prove it. But I think
that's a little...
3 might be a lot. 3 might be more than it, but I think it does.
You're digging in a little deeper.
Here's what I'll say. I think it gets them a win or 2 a year.
It helps them convert a few extra first downs a year that they would not even try to convert.
Correct.
I think that's the key. They would not even be attempting that 4th down conversion or that 3rd down conversion or even calling that 1st down play that way.
I agree, John.
For this play.
So I'm obviously fascinated to know what is your reaction, and I'm curious, are you in the surprised category or the shocked category based on the clamor that it's been out there the last couple months, and certainly the sentiment that was around yesterday from many that thought it would be gone? I was one of them. I am not shocked that it stayed. I am surprised that it stayed. But what your reaction, 215-592-9494. John, I got three main reactions. 1, major victory. Like, just case in point, and I mean this is no disrespect to this guy. I think it's more important than, like, if we found out yesterday Reed Blankenship's out for the year. Reed, if you're listening, buddy, dude,
don't say that.
I honestly mean no offense to that. I think
you're in so much trouble.
No, he's turned into a solid player. But, like, I actually think this is a major win for that's my main reaction. Major win. Not minor, major. Second reaction, I do think the league got it wrong. You guys that have listened to me the last couple of weeks and, frankly, the last couple of years know I think it should have been, in my opinion, legislated out, but it wasn't, and good for the Eagles. Point 3, and this one is a big point also, a tremendous victory elevating the legendary status of Jason Kelce and Jeffrey Lurie.
Without a doubt.
Major victory. And what a great job by these guys. Are you kidding me?
I mean,
they
just bringing Kelce there, just the idea of
correct.
And honestly, as a Philadelphian and as an Eagles fan, I appreciate how hard they fought.
Of course.
It means a lot.
So, we've talked about, and people agree, and I grew up with Ed Snyder as the best owner in sports. There's no question locally. There's no question. And Jeffrey Lurie is right there with Ed Snyder from a historical standpoint of, both have won 2 championships in Philadelphia. Both had for, the bulk of their tenure sustained success for the franchise. You're not going to win the title every year, but you want to be in the hunt much more often than not. Snyder's Flyers were, Lurie's Eagles are. So I just look at this one as another feather in the cap of Jeffrey Lurie, and a really big one, by the way. And then for Kelsey to come in 1 year after retiring and help his organization, that's major, man. So while I do think the league got it wrong, as an Eagles fan, I am pumped up with enthusiasm because I think it was a phenomenal day for the Eagles. John, your thoughts?
We can be a greater version of the Eagles with the push working for us again. It makes us more aggressive in every way. I love that. I find it really interesting to look at only 2 NFC teams who voted. There are only 2 NFC teams who voted to keep this play beside the Eagles, and it's the Saints who have Kellen Moore as their head coach now. So good for them. Good for Kellen Moore, by the way. And the Detroit Lions.
You respect that, don't you,
I
John?
respect that so much.
I know
That's
you do.
tough by Dan Campbell.
Yep.
That's tough by his organization. And they're the only team on our schedule this season who said yes to the Tush push. The Detroit Lions said, we don't care if you run it or not. We're going to try to stop it. And I respect that so much. Dan Campbell is going to use that as Dan Campbell's insane enough. He's probably looking forward to how crazy that's going to be when he gets to use it to prepare his team all week long to get ready for us. They're going to say, hey, we're going to stop it. And that's the game, Joe, where you're going to see all sorts of crazy stuff off of the tush push looks, the personnel groupings, the formations, the down and distance expectations. That's when you'll see the end around or the flip behind the line of scrimmage and the pass downfield. Different stuff. That's why this play can be exciting. And it blows a hole in that nonsense you were saying yesterday. I'm excited to see where it goes because I do think you'll see those permutations this year. But man, good for the other tough team. And really, let's be honest. I lost a lot of respect for the 49ers over the last couple seasons because of just their outlook and the way that they've dealt with adversity and the way that they've dealt with us, I guess.
Sure.
This was very admirable by the Detroit Lions, and they continue to be the other tough team in the NFL.
Well, listen,
a team whose owners backed their coach, because there were a few owners like Jonathan Gannon, Shane Steichen, all these guys come out publicly, and Mike Tomlin, all these guys are like, hey, this shouldn't go, and then their owners did not back them publicly. Dan Campbell's one of the few owners who backed his guy.
Here's what would be fascinating to know. We may find out someday. My guess is we will probably never find out. Did any owners flip their vote yesterday after the 1 hour impassioned plea by Jeffrey Lurie and the additional by Jason Kelsey? Were minds totally made up entering that room, and this is the way the vote would have gone, or did those guys actually, in the final hour, save the tush push? And I got to tell you, I tend to think that in the final hour they saved the tush push. That's my gut feeling. It's my gut feeling. So I just have tremendous respect for Kelsey and Lurie, obviously. What the Eagles have been doing for recent years has been masterful. And this is a big part of it. And, it's a feather in the cap of Stoutland, Kelsey, Juergens, Lane Johnson, or not Lane as much on that side, Mulata, Dickerson, the left side of the line, what those guys do. I'm not trying to take away from Lane on the right side, but you know what I'm saying. I mean, the Eagles run left with it, and Hurts, obviously. And Goddard, everyone that's involved in it in the major ways. What a thing. And John, your point about Dan Campbell, I agree with you. And I want to play some audio of Dan Campbell that I think will get people to respect him even more. Let's listen. After the vote came down yesterday, Dan Campbell commented on it publicly. Mad props to this guy. Here's what he said.
I'm like, hey man, they've like Philly obviously is known for this because, they're the ones who've really kind of perfected it and done it, do it over and over. And I'm like, man, good for them, man. If you got something, we got to stop it. So, to me, leave it in. And, we plan this year, we got to find a way to stop it. And I like that.
That's, You know, John, that is your kind of guy, man.
He's been this way from day one. He's been this way from the get-go, and it's been awesome for the league. It's been awesome.
I agree with that.
To bring back some old school. I know everything's changing and players are different, but
right.
He's retaining some of the stuff that really matters.
So I'm going to tell you, and again, we want to hear from you, 215-592-9494. And please also consider coming to the table on the Phils. I mean, what they're doing these days is awesome. Best record in the National League, 6 in a row. Harper's on fire. Trey is playing great. So all of that on the table. But one more tush-push comment I want to make, and I think it's important. And I actually think it's the one thing Dan Campbell kind of got wrong with the way he presented it when he talked about, we got to stop it. I actually don't think that's really the challenge for the other 31 teams. I don't think the challenge is to stop it. I think the challenge is to do it. That's the one thing I'll say that I disagree with the way a lot of people nationally frame this. I don't think the challenge is to stop it because I'm going to be candid. I don't think teams will stop it. Meaning more than the 5% or so of times that they pull it off. The 2 or 3 times a year where teams actually stop it. That's not stopping it. I think the real challenge for teams is going to be doing it on offense.
I mean, I don't think defensive coaches look at defensive coaches are going to come up with all sorts of new
I don't
ideas.
think so.
Honestly, it's the best way to get rid of it for all these people is if it becomes an unstoppable play across the league, then it takes away drama from the game, like en masse.
I think that look for that over the next 2 to 3 years.
So I am 100% with you.
Because they're not going to stop Hurts and Dickerson, and they're not going to do that. And Mulata, they're not going to stop it.
Not at a consistent enough rate.
They're not going to. 215-592-9494. All right, your thoughts on the tush push. What a development for the Eagles. Really a great one. We'll get into the Phils, a lot more coming up. Your phone calls on all these topics. What a day. Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie. Remember, Jahad Campbell, 7:25 today. He'll be practicing the tush push as the defender in training camp. Well, maybe they won't be clanging into each other as much, but you get the point. We look forward to talking to the Eagles Rock in about an hour. Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie. It's 94 WIP.
Whether you are a weekend warrior or competing at a high level, you're an athlete with goals, and NovaCare Rehabilitation is here for you. NovaCare's Select Sports Center of Excellence. They are specialty locations that are focused on the needs of athletes. If you're injured, NovaCare will help you get back to playing your sport. They'll also help you prevent injuries from happening, and NovaCare will prepare you to compete at your highest level of performance. At all Select Sports Center of Excellence, athletes are treated for their specific injury, training needs, and goals. Most importantly, you're going to get care provided by sports-specific physical therapists using advanced training and technology. For more than 30 years, NovaCare has long been the trusted Delaware Valley and South Jersey leader in physical therapy, hand therapy, and sports medicine. Select Sports Center of Excellence, just one more way NovaCare is meeting your needs. To learn more about Select Sports Center of Excellence, go to NovaCare.com today. Excellence is earned. NovaCare, the power of physical therapy.
The Phillies play here today. Phillies Rockies. Leading off starts at 2. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 3:10. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Towards the pole, and that one is gone. It clears.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA Club World Cup here in Philadelphia. And our more than 70 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Bet the final leg of the Triple Crown with NyraBets, the official betting app of the historic Belmont Stakes in Saratoga. Available nationwide. Sign up at NyraBets.com/Philly25 for a free $25 bet and $200 deposit match.
Caesars Palace Online Casino is now live, and your palace has everything. Hundreds of your favorite slots and table games like blackjack and roulette, plus exclusive titles you'll only find here. And every play earns toward exclusive benefits you can redeem at any Caesars Rewards destination. win. Your Palace awaits. Download and register today using promo code RadioLaunch to redeem your exclusive welcome offer. Must be 21 and physically present in New Jersey or Pennsylvania. In Pennsylvania, affiliated with Harrah's Philadelphia. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The wait is over. The CJ's Tire and Auto semi-annual sale is here. From now until May 31st, enjoy instant savings on thousands of tires, including Falcon tires. The very best prices of the season during the CJ's Tire and Auto semi-annual sale. At CJ's, we're driven to keep you and your car moving. Only at CJ's Tire. Save up to $80 off a set of tires, including Falcon tires. And at CJ's, we're more than just tires. We've got your car covered, from routine maintenance to major repairs under the hood. Now through May 31st, save big on any service needed, including a $49.99 state inspection, and make sure your car is ready for summer. With 18 locations and over 100,000 tires, including Falcon tires at cjtire.com, CJ's makes tire shopping easy and your ride smoother than ever. Instant savings during the CJ's Tire and Auto semi-annual sale. Roll into your local CJ's Tire and Auto today and save. CJ's Tire and Auto. We keep things moving.
Offers end May 31st and penalty combined. Savings section not valid for national, commercial, or government accounts. Emission service required and sticker fee. Additional pass fail. See store for details.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers, plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us, plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Today, continued cool with some rain at times. High 58.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What? All the budget has to be used now? And we can use all the media buy?
Javier's marketing firm just got its dream funding.
Okay, ideas. Bobbleheads. No. T-shirt cannon. I seriously need some help here.
He needs to find marketing managers who are worth every dollar.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Sponsoring a job on Indeed gives it a visibility boost, so you can hire faster. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
The sun is shining. Bats are cracking, and BetMGM, proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies, is here to make sure Phil's fans savor the 2025 baseball season like never before. BetMGM has a state-of-the-art app with tons of betting options and promotions that are available 24/7, like top odds on all your favorite home run bets and much more. That's right. With BetMGM, you can be a part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite Phillies player at the stadium or right at home. And don't forget, BetMGM is the best place to bet the long ball with top odds on your favorite home run bets. Sign up today for BetMGM, proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies, and experience baseball like never before. BetMGM.com for T&Cs. 21 plus to wager. PA only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Dietz and Watson. Phillies keep on rolling 6 in a row with a 9-5 winner of the Rockies in Colorado. Trey Turner, Bryce Harper teeing off in the third.
Here's a swing and a high fly ball. Deep left field. Beck is back at the track, at the wall. He's out of room. And Trey Turner goes deep to left. His 3rd home run of the season. Here's a windup and the pitch to Harper. And he swings and drives one deep center field. Back is Doyle. He's out of room. It's gone. Back to back for Turner and Harper.
Scott Fransky with the call. You might recall the Eagles beat the Packers 22-10 in the wild card last season. Well, the Tush push ban proposed by Green Bay failed 22-10 after Roger Goodell claimed he wasn't opposed to the Tush push, just wanted a healthy discussion. As Rod Burgundy once said, Roger, I don't believe you. Programming note, at 7:25, Eagles top draft pick Jihad Campbell joins the WIP morning show. Dietz and Watson meats, cheeses, condiments, and Dietz Nuts meat snacks are the perfect snack. Online at DietzandWatson.com for local retailers near you. Rain at times, high 58, currently 53. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports update on 94 WIP. After you crack open your eyes, crack open a seltzer. This is the morning show with Joe DeGamera and John Ritchie. Sports Radio 94.
Certainly Dawson. Certainly a bigger deal than Dawson.
I thought there was like an injury or something. You
No.
scared me. I thought maybe he could have been and he was fine or something.
No,
I was like, did I
saying, like,
completely miss something?
This isn't as big a deal if A.J. Brown was out for the year.
Losing Reed Blankenship would be a bigger deal.
I don't think so.
He's your starting safety.
This wins you multiple games.
Nah, that's crazy.
Okay.
I get your point. I think the Tush
James,
push matters.
major-
I'm not
Major or minor win?
Major. It's a major win on many levels.
It
I
is
think
a major
I think it matters,
win.
but I
It
think Reed
doesn't
Blankenship
win you
matters
3
more. You're going a little far with it, but I get your point.
What about last year's Oren Burke? You take this
Well,
over
I mean, the
Oren
guy
Burke?
was a starter in the Super Bowl.
I mean, he got there, but, he was a backup for a
Well,
while.
I can't believe the amount of disrespect Oren Burks got. He played really well in the playoffs.
I loved him, yeah.
God.
All right, let's go.
I just think what a brain to go to what player
I'm
is
trying
this
to
for?
quantify
I know
how
you
big
are.
a deal I think this
I
is for
know.
the Eagles. I mean, I think that's
Well, you said
reasonable.
3 games, and that's a
No,
way
I said maybe 3 games.
overshot
I said maybe 3
estimation.
games. Maybe.
3 wins? You're saying
Yeah.
this equates to
3
3
is-
wins this season?
3 is probably too much, but I think
Way
it's
too
I think it's
ambitious,
1 or
man.
2. I think
I'm saying it's a couple plays that are different in a game.
it's a 1 or 2
because they're
game
more aggressive.
1 or 2 game difference. Major and that can be the difference for home field advantage. That's a major win.
It's a couple plays.
All right,
And
let's-
It
well, those
does
plays
make
turn
a
into
big
games.
difference in the way that we play
Yeah.
the game,
Yeah.
though.
Well,
That's so we'll never know.
Yeah.
But I love the way we play now. I'm glad that we get to continue the ultimate aggressive mindset.
All right, let's rock the calls. 215-592-9494. Dennis and Conshohocken kicks us off. What's going on, Dennis?
Good morning, Joe. How are you and how's the gang?
I mean, I think the gang's pretty good. Everyone's pretty happy. We're in the Phils. Holy smokes.
So, Joe, let me ask you a question. Is the world flat?
Is the world flat?
Should be a pretty quick answer.
Well, in
here, Joe.
certain sections, it is. Like that road.
You know what he's
that
asking.
road you take out to Penn State is a flat, straight road.
The Midwest is pretty flat.
Yeah, I mean, like
but-
Nebraska
but-
is incredibly flat.
But I
Sure.
will give you the answer.
let's
The
say
answer is
Chris-
no.
Okay, good. So how do you know?
Because I
How
can
do you-
see
how do
when
you
I'm at
know?
the shore, I see the curve over the horizon, and I've seen the pictures NASA's put out of the Earth, and I believe it. I'm a believer, Dennis.
Well, here's a reality check. When Fritz knocks you on your ass and you bounce off the earth and not off the edge, that's when you'll know the world is round.
Listen, you can say that, but Dennis, I'm going to take you in another direction. I'm going to give you a how do you know? Because this one I've always wondered about. Now, I might be putting...
Can't wait to see where this goes.
might be foot and mouth, but I'm going to
Good.
give it a shot. So you know how, from like an outer space standpoint, we in the Northern Hemisphere are considered not upside down, and the people at like Antarctica are considered upside down?
No, they're not upside down. I think your thought process is upside down.
Hold on. All your little.
Joe, let me help you. You're entitled to your opinion, but not your own facts. And I will give you 10 minutes.
You think that people in Antarctica aren't hanging upside down right now?
Whoa. My daughter has a master's in geology. I will have you sit down with my daughter for 10 minutes to prove to you the facts about why the Earth is the way it is and how we date things.
Someone's upside down. I mean, they just are.
The process upside down.
Oh, I know, but you're being obstinate. That's okay. You're not being.
I'm always an optimist.
No, I didn't say optimist. I said obstinate.
That was great.
You're being an ass.
No,
Stubborn
I'm being
mule.
optimistic, yes. So I will say, listen.
Yeah, go ahead.
Here's a challenge for you, Joe.
Yes, sir.
10 minutes with my daughter to prove to you how things are measured, so you can understand empirical facts versus your opinion. The world isn't flat.
You know what?
We won't fall off the edge. The tush push had to prevail.
Yes, sir.
The tush push had to prevail because it was good versus bad, and we were the good guys.
There you
That's all there is
go.
to it.
Dennis, good call, buddy. Stay well. Appreciate it. I'm
Take care.
gonna turn down the challenge against your daughter.
What a shock.
But I appreciate the phone
I like
call.
the way he put that, though. You challenge empirical fact.
You do.
With your opinion.
Well, he's not allowing for the person in Antarctica to be upside down. He's being a horse's hind.
But they're not. I think it'd be in the news.
But
if
they are.
were
But they
upside
are.
down.
I mean, with the way it occurs, someone's upside. My point was, how do you know from an outer space standpoint that we're not the ones upside down on the north? Like the whole thing could be flipped.
Because there is no upside down in space.
I don't know. I just know that someone's upside down. Either the guy on the North Pole or the South Pole is hanging upside down. I mean,
not. It's all relative, isn't it?
Well, I know, but if one's up and the other's down, the person who's got their foot on the ground.
You're obsessed with this
Everyone's
concept
up
of
is
up
different.
and down, which is a created concept by
no
humans.
up.
If you
It's
really
what
want
it
to get
is.
into it.
All right, coming up in 1 minute, your chance today on the program to win Phil's tickets. We'll present how you can win them coming up in 1 minute.
You're ready to propose, and yes, it can be a bit intimidating shopping for the diamond. And that's why fellas all around the area will tell you no matter what, you have to visit Benari Jewelers. They have a way of transforming intimidating into informative and confusion into crystal clarity. And here's how. The Benari team starts by putting you at ease, showing you every single thing you need to know about making that important purchase, how to evaluate the cut, the color, and clarity, and no hard sales, just education, putting you in the driver's seat. You'll feel like an expert browsing through the largest selection of diamonds, and not just any diamonds. These are hand-selected with only a few making the grade to become a Benari diamond. The others land at big box jewelers with high-pressure sales to move them along. With Benari diamonds, the value shines through, and you'll walk away with a superior diamond that she'll love for years to come. Benari Jewelers, when ordinary won't do. Everything at Benari is extraordinary. Exton and Newtown Square, online at BenariJewelers.com.
So Ruben Amaro is driving in here right now. He'll be with us at 7 o'clock. And I know rattling through his head, why in the hell did I agree to join up with this guy in this show? You know, he's like, what nonsense am I walking into today? All right, we look forward to having...
Rube, can't wait to see you, buddy.
We look forward to having Ruben in here about a half an hour. Hey, your chance to win a pair of tickets to the Phils Cubs game happening on June the 11th. It's an afternoon game, 1:05 first pitch at CBP. For tickets to this or any Phillies game, get yourself to Phillies.com. Here's how you can win them today. When you call in, give us a great answer to a great plot twist in a movie. Why? Because yesterday was a plot twist.
It really was. I was shocked.
Not only did we get a vote the way we got it, which was not expected, we got Kelsey in the room, and we got a wet dream comment from Jeffrey Lurie.
We went there.
Lurie was really feeling it,
I don't know
man.
if I should or not. Yeah, I saw ESPN.com did. I thought, okay, I guess
Seth Wickersham went there, so.
Is that appropriate or inappropriate for me to say?
I love that Jeffrey got chastised by Troy
Vincent,
That
yeah.
might be one of my favorite
His
parts.
former player.
It was inappropriate comment.
His former player.
Grow up.
Future commish, maybe.
So here's the deal. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, Lurie made a comment yesterday during his speech that Troy Vincent kind of gave him a verbal smackdown on. But obviously, Lurie gave his impassioned plea, and it helped. We ask you today, like the tush push twist yesterday, but go into the world of movies now. What's a great plot twist? I mean, there's many, thousands at the minimum, maybe millions. Richie, a plot twist in a movie. I don't know if you're going haymaker or not. What are you thinking?
Jon Snow and Daenerys.
Oh, yeah. Well, TV show. I'll include TV show. Movies and television shows, and absolutely tremendous plot twist. Seltzer, what do you got?
I will go with the end, which I guess is really the beginning of Memento, a movie we don't shout out enough. Great movie.
All right, Rhea, what do you got?
I'm going to go with Planet of the Apes.
Planet of the Apes.
That's a great
Should we give them or just say what it is?
No,
I mean, I'm
well,
assuming at this point people have seen the original
We
Planet
can
of the Apes.
let that be as
All
it
right.
is. But yeah, you can present it. You can give us the movie.
humanity
And, we're looking out for some people today that haven't seen some of these things. Look, a lot of ways to go. I'm going to go to Total Recall. I don't even quite remember what it was. I think it was a good guy that turned into a bad guy.
Yeah.
And I remember it was like 2/3 of the way.
Total Recall's a great movie.
Great movie.
A great movie.
Great movie.
Yeah.
You remember it well.
Well, yeah. It was 35
This
years
is
ago.
classic. It could have been 2 weeks ago, and this week at the same.
No, I just know it was good guy turned into bad guy. I think it was like the cab driver or something like that, whatever that was. All right, big answer.
I thought you were going to say about Sharon Stone and an extra.
Oh. Sign
I think we've already gotten
me
enough trouble this
up
morning.
for that. All right, how you doing? Hey, 215-592-9494. Give us a great plot twist, movie or show. Best answer, whoever provides it wins the Phil's tickets. Your calls on all these topics. And what is your main reaction to the Tush Push Day? Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie. It's 94 WIP.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently? Or maybe they've been flirting with the potential triple-double? Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. Just go to FanDuel.com/John R, JONR. And once the game starts, that's when things get interesting. You can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So just visit FanDuel.com/John R, JONR to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP. That's FanDuel.com/John R, JONR to get started with $200 in bonus bets today.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. It's Phillies Sunday. Every Sunday home game this season. Join WIP at Citizens Bank Park for extended pregame from the Deborah broadcast booth.
I just love playing baseball, and I love doing it here.
Only on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Get up! It is gone!
Sports Radio 94 WIP. Phillies Sunday from Deborah Heart and Lung Center, the Delaware Valley's only heart hospital.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate. Hey, navigation, take me to the amazing deals and super low lease payments at KiaofCherryHill.com.
It's Memorial Day savings all month long at KiaofCherryHill.com. Choose from over 400 new Kias available, including over 40 Tellurides, over 100 Sportages, over 35 Carnivals, over 75 Celtos, and over 80 Souls. Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or available online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
Who's the man in a white plumbing bag?
Roto-Rooter Man.
Who's the dude who clears your drain of food?
Roto-Rooter Man.
Who's the guy to keep your basement dry?
He's the Roto-Rooter Man.
Who's your friend for a pipe on the man?
Roto-Rooter Man.
If plumbing, drains, or water cleanup are the plan, better call your Roto-Rooter man. Roto-Rooter, we put water where it should be.
Call Roto-Rooter, that's the name, and away go troubles down the drain. Roto-Rooter.
Jack Fritz here. I want to share my experience with Scott Honda, where I bought my first car and continue to shop to this day. Now that we're a family of 4, I purchased the all-electric Honda Prologue SUV. Scott Honda made the process so easy with transparent pricing, exceptional service, and their thoughtful and professional team. They make the whole car buying experience stress-free. Spring is the perfect time to upgrade your vehicle. So visit my friends at Scott Honda in Westchester and Vineland, New Jersey, or at scottautogroup.com. It's always smooth sailing at Scott.
Breaking news coming in from Bet. It's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, cause you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Now is the perfect time to start on your next success. An accredited state university, University of Maryland Global Campus offers online and hybrid courses. Plus, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
It's the Robin from Robin Ford back on the air. Looking for something hot to drive this summer? I'm cooking up some spectacular offers. Marie from Middletown, what's flappening?
Hey, Robin. My car's on its last leg, and I need something that can fit my family comfortably, especially on our summer road trips.
Migrate to Robin Ford. The brand new Ford Explorer is perfect for your needs. Buy now and save big with Ford employee pricing. There's no stopping the Robin. Call me now, 866-THE-ROBIN. Up next, Dan from Clifton Heights. You're on the air.
How exactly does the Ford employee pricing work?
Well, here at Robin, we're all part of the same flock. So you pay what we pay and save 5% under factory invoice on a brand new Ford, including the F-150. No matter where you are, you're closer than you think to a better buying experience at Robin Ford. Online at robinford.com. Robin Ford, where cars and trucks are sold cheap, cheap. Offers valid on select models, exclude taxes, title, license, and dealer fees. Offers end 6/2/25. See dealer for more details.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Lexus of Cherry Hill, family owned and operated. Visit lexusofcherryhill.com. Phillies, winners of 6 in a row, 9-5 at Colorado. Bryce Harper, Trey Turner went back-to-back in the third. JT Realmuto, a triple shy of the cycle.
2-2 pitch. JT blasted. Left field and deep, and that one's going to go. JT Realmuto, his third hit of the night. It's a 2-run home run to left, his 5th home run of the season. And the Phillies now lead it 9-3.
Jeffrey Lurie was having none of the NFL's nonsense in their unsavory attempt to ban the Tush push, which failed to get the necessary votes. ESPN's Seth Wickersham reports Lurie made an impassioned speech lasting nearly an hour, prompting the 49ers owner to snipe at Lurie. How much more bleep do you need to say? After it failed, Jerry Jones said the quiet part out loud. Am I really against it? Or do I just not want the Eagles to have an edge? Programming note 725, Eagles top draft pick Jahad Campbell joins the WIP morning show. Rain at times, high 58, currently 53. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports update on 94 WIP.
Here's the windup and the pitch to Harper. And he swings and drives one deep center field. Back is Doyle. He's out of room. It's gone. Back to back for Turner and Harper here in the third. It's Harper's 8th of the year. An absolute rocket. To dead center field. It's 4-2 Phillies.
Well, big time game by a lot of Phils last night. Bryce obviously being one of them. He is really scorching hot right now.
Since he shaved his head, he's white hot.
I mean, he's
He
taking
and Nick Sirianni.
Yeah,
He
took that batting average from about 220 to about 280.
And that was a laser last night. Like, that ball got out in a hurry.
Great. So they're rocking and rolling, man. 6
My
in a row.
question is why do we always wonder and worry when he's not here
I really
yet?
didn't. if you go back to what
I don't think we were.
So we did
out.
we did a poll about a week or
All
two
right.
ago. No, some people were. So okay, we did a poll about a week or two ago. Are you concerned about Bryce Harper, short term or long term? And my recollection is about 1/3 of people said yes.
Oh, so I was out that day.
Oh,
I
yeah.
didn't see that. So I didn't feel the concern about Harper at all. Like, look, I do think it is fair. Look, he's going to be 33 in October. At some point, things will change. So I think that's probably any time he's going to
He
go.
may not be in his prime anymore.
Of course not.
Well,
yeah.
he may be, but he
No,
may
I'm
not.
saying,
yeah.
of course, he might not be.
Yes,
Like,
yes.
it's certainly possible
Correct.
he might. And just at some point, like that struggle will turn into being old.
Right.
But I wasn't worried this
There was
time.
genuine concern because it wasn't just that the power wasn't there, it was his demeanor. We hadn't seen that before.
He seemed
glum.
He did seem glum.
To use a
yeah,
Juan
no,
Soto
that's a
word.
funny word. Yeah, glum. Rhea, you're going to be in the octagon against Elliott today in
Yes.
in a debate.
Very excited.
And you
It
so
was the
have,
first thing Rhea mentioned to me when I came in this morning. Was her prep.
And Rhea, you so have truth on your side.
It's like taking candy from a baby.
So, for those that don't know what the debate today will be, and we'll do it in the 9 o'clock hour, will be Rhea against Elliott on is Josh Harris a good owner?
See, Elliott should realize at this point.
What is this nonsense?
I've won every debate with him about the Sixers over the years. He finally had to acknowledge me. I was right on Embiid. I mean, so I've, personally and privately, I've won all those debates. I completely expect that it will be a landslide.
He's going to, to win this in the moment today, he is going to have to climb out of a hole because he starts the debate
Harris.
in a hole.
Josh
I
Harris-
actually,
yeah.
I
Josh
can't even
Harris, a
believe.
good owner.
I
That's
can't
the-
believe
that's
this
the
is a
question?
debate that's happening
Let
on
me
our
tell you
station.
something.
Yeah.
If I was here Monday, I don't, because some of this
You
stuff
would
got
shut
The
this
guy
down.
who took
some of this
Joel
got
Embiid
emotional while I was
to
out.
a commies game.
I would not have permitted this.
Yeah,
Is he a good owner?
I
That's
told
the
Elliot
question?
last night he has to win the debate by so much to actually just win the debate.
You know what his wife said yesterday publicly?
Wait,
No, I'm
Elliott's
serious.
wife?
No. Josh Harris's wife.
Oh, no. I thought you meant Elliot's.
No.
I was like, what did Kristen say? No, I didn't
John, did you
know
hear
about
what
it.
Josh Harris's wife said yesterday publicly? That the Washington Commanders are America's team.
Oh, my God.
Do I even have
Seriously.
to do this debate?
Can you believe that?
I mean,
No.
Can you? And I'm not making this up.
wow.
Let's go to the phones too. But by the way, back to the Phils real quick, because certainly we want to encourage you to call on the Phils as well. They're just rocking and rolling, man. I mean, you know,
It helps the Colorado.
It does.
It's hard to
But-
watch.
but I
them.
wanna-
They're the worst team we've ever seen right now.
they're really bad. But I want
It's
to,
almost unrecognizable.
yeah. But I want to
as
go to something.
baseball.
I want to go to something yesterday that was a big part of helping the Phillies win the game, and more talent than the other team was the main thing. But it was the double steal in the first inning. So I want to just give Rob Thompson some kudos for a second. Phil's get two guys on early. And what does he do? He says, let's do this double steal thing. And, John, we've talked about this in the first 2 months. They weren't doing this much last year. I don't know the number. I feel like we're up to like 8 to 10 at this point. And what was the impact of last night's double steal? Now, if you missed it, think about this for a second. You got first and second. You have a double steal. The catcher throws to third, but overthrows the third baseman, so Trey comes right on in and scores. So that's one run. Then the next batter.
Why did he make that throw?
Right. And he's
There
going
was
for
no reason to throw it. It was dumb.
Okay, so third
This is dumb.
shorter, but Trey's faster, that whole thing. But then consider this. The at-bat ends with a sac fly to left
Yeah, Casty.
that scores Harper from third. Neither run would have scored. Like the inning, if you play, you never quite know how the
'cause they might
sequence
have
could have
batted
gone
differently and whatnot.
But the sequence essentially led to 2 runs when in most likelihood it would have been 0 runs.
Right.
That's a credit to Rod Thompson. And there were people, like 100% of people, millions of us, in the offseason calling for more small ball. That, ladies and gentlemen, is an example of small ball. A manager authorizes a double steal. 2 guys do their job. You get 2 runs. Really, 3 guys do their job because of the Castellanos sac fly. So I applaud that. I just want people to recognize stuff like that's in motion that wasn't last year. I would love for someone to look up how many times last year did they double steal, how many times this year. They may have done it more this year already in 2 months than last year in 6 months. Yeah, I mean that.
Yeah, no, it's possible. I love the activity. I wanted to recognize something else. I saw Jack Fritz last night.
Yes, Boban.
You were Boban.
The oaf himself.
You decided to call him yesterday.
It is what it is, man. I mean,
wow.
I saw the life-size cutouts of the 2 of you that we were featuring last night.
That was great.
Man. Jack, I just wanted to bring to your attention, because I think you kind of feel like you've got everything like handled. You've got everything in the bag here. You feel like you've got, I don't know, like a special advantage. You feel like you're taking advantage of the situation, getting in shape.
Well, I just think I'm naturally a better athlete, and I think getting in shape.
You realize that Jack is also getting in shape.
He's been in that for like a year or more.
But the longer you delay, he continues to get in better shape.
That's true.
Like I see him, and he looks different.
Yeah, but he does look different. But I'm coming from nothing, so I need it. I'm coming from. I'm in Elliott territory.
I understand what you're saying. You're saying you're coming at such a disadvantage that you need to work out.
From an in-shape standpoint, but I'm a more naturally better athlete. I just am. It's like Roy Hobbs when he got out of the hospital. It took 17
why
years.
do you say that? So
because I'm certain of it.
If you were you're certain of it, then why would you have not done athletics?
I stopped playing baseball in 6th grade. I said
This
I'm
guy
done.
played
Then
college. Why do you
if
think
you
you're
are
better?
naturally a better athlete than Jack, who went on to play college
I was more
sports.
interested in watching Juan Samuel play. I was like, I don't need to play. I'll watch
I'm
Sammy.
saying if you're naturally really good at something, you tend to want to do that.
You do.
And you do so much more of it that it makes you get better, and then you
just
that
quit.
encourages
I
you
think
even more.
You're forgetting the toughness and grit that comes with winning at sports. At battling through pain. I'm tired, but you know what? I'm going to keep pushing. Like, you have never shown that before.
Look, I'll be ready. I mean, I know no one believes in me, but I do. I believe in me. All right, let's get to the Twitter poll questions of the day. They are both brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Proud to again be Pennsylvania's #1 Chevrolet EV dealer. Now in stock, the Equinox Blazer and Silverado EVs. Together, let's drive. ArminChevy.com. First poll question: do you consider the tush push vote and victory yesterday by the Eagles a major or minor offseason win for the Eagles? Look, you can make the case either way, because the reality is if they had lost the vote, they probably would have successfully quarterback sneaked quite a bit. I think it's a major win because it gives them the liberty to go for the 4th and 1 on their own 35. Whereas I just don't think they would be inclined to do that if it was a traditional Jalen quarterback sneak. So I think it's a major win. But we'll see. I know some people are going to say they think it's a minor win. You can make that choice.
Oh, my gosh, it's not minor.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Every down of play calling.
And second poll question, would you refer to yourself more as surprised or shocked that the tush push stays? A, surprised, B, shocked. Get voting at Sports Radio WIP on Twitter, and certainly weigh in on the phone lines. By the way,
there were those who thought that it would be hard for them to get the votes yesterday. I mean, it's not a complete shock.
I'm not shocked. I'm not shocked. I'm not shocked. I'm surprised. I'm not shocked. Something Ray Didinger said about Jahad Campbell. We'll get to that shortly. Jahad Campbell joins us in a half hour, and some of what Ray has said since he's been drafted. We'll get to that in the meantime. Let's go to the phones. Jeff in Phoenixville right now. What's going on, Jeff?
Good morning, everybody. This is a wonderful, beautiful tush push a save day, and sorry you were wrong about that, Joe. But real quick before I get into the tush push, two quick things. Number one, if Tyrese Halliburton wins the MVP and the NBA Finals and the Pacers go, Daryl Morey needs to be fired yesterday.
If that deal was on the table, yep.
I believe it was. I believe it. We could have sent Ben Simmons for him. I honestly believe that. And number two, if you haven't watched the Brett Favre documentary, all I can say is massive scumbag.
Wow.
I can't wait to see it. It looks amazing.
Rhea, I felt so bad for Jen because she's interviewed, and it's awful. I mean,
What he did to her was disgraceful.
Jeff, am I a bad guy to say I think I'm still going to be a Favre fan?
Yes. I honestly think yes, dude. I think Brett
because
Favre.
I like Favre.
You shouldn't anymore. He's a bad guy.
I'll check it out.
Check it out. He's not a good guy.
Let me tell you something. Honestly, the Jets gave him her number. That's an HR violation. How she didn't sue and make gazillions of dollars is beyond me. But yeah, watch it and then come back and tell us how much you hate the guy.
Yeah.
But I hope that the Eagles don't need to tush push against the Packers. I hope they kick their ass so bad that it's not even necessary. You know, and for them to be like the scapegoat on it, it's ridiculous. It's they should have done it some other way. You know?
Elliot and I were saying the funniest thing the Eagles could do is just not run the tush push this year. Come on, just run A.J. Dillon and run Saquon.
Jeff, I will say this. At least when it was finally proposed the last time, meaning the one that was voted on yesterday, at least it was finally proposed in a way that was the right write-up. Like, it wasn't the stuff about injuries. It wasn't the stuff about pace of play, because that stuff was nonsense. At least they got to the heart of the matter, whether you like it or not, which essentially was, should an offensive player be allowed to push another offensive player? And
Rhea, you nailed it on the head with Troy Vincent. He needs to grow up. I'm honestly glad that Jeffrey Lurie said what he said, and upset Troy.
I disagree with you on that. I think Vincent has a right and an obligation as a league exec to say, listen, if there's women in that room in that moment, we're just talking about HR. It's a little pushing it.
I'm with you, Joe. I'm actually with you. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. So,
I think as many women laughed
is
at
probably
it
a word.
It's inappropriate.
As men.
I don't think it's a men-women thing. I think it's just a room of 32 owners of NFL teams. There's a certain level of decorum in that room.
But the fact that some women are there, it does heighten the situation.
But if he had just chastised, but to say there's,
look, we don't know the extent to what he said and how he said it. But
I will say this: it was a weird analogy.
It is a weird analogy. And I'll tell you what's also weird. It's probably the first time in the history of Philly sports that a former star player chastised in an owner's meeting an owner that he used to play for. I mean, what are the chances that ever happening? He was John's teammate. He was John's teammate on the Eagles. Anyway, Jeff, I need an answer from you, my man.
He's an upstanding teammate, though.
Oh, he was a great player, man.
And he's an upstanding guy.
Great player.
Yeah.
Give me a big-time plot twist, Jeff.
6 cents.
That's a big one. We're going to get biggies, and that's a big one right out of the gate. All right, so one plot twist about a month ago was the Eagles getting Jihad Campbell. Unexpected. Obviously, with the injury situation, that's part of what, it's a large part of what helped him drop to the Eagles. Let's listen to the ditty because Jihad Campbell is going to be with us at 7:25 today. And Ray commented recently on Seth Joyner's podcast after Jihad Campbell had been drafted. Ray commented on the Eagles getting Jihad Campbell.
Everything about him was positive. The only thing that I think was a concern was the injury, was the torn labrum. And the fact that he had surgery in March. I think that some teams might have been scared off about that. Not that you can't recover from that injury, but it's a late surgery. When's he going to be ready to work? When's he going to be ready to play? When can we get him on the field? I think some teams sort of backed away for that reason. Now, certainly the Eagles did their homework, and at the combine, their medicals went over him. When they talked to him later, I'm sure they tested him again, and they felt comfortable with it. And I think it was a great pick. When it came up and I saw the Eagles make the move to trade with the Chiefs to jump up one spot, I began to think it's probably for him.
Looking forward to talking to him. I mean, more than anything, his personality and his sense of the first month in Philly and how it's going. But obviously, one of the main things is, hey, man, how do you feel? And when do you think you'll be ready for a full go? As we sit here now, maybe we'll get an answer in 30 minutes that tells us he'll be a full go well before the start of the season. But as we sit here right now, I don't know if he'll be ready for the start of the season. So I would think he probably will be, but we don't know. There's a reason the guy dropped about 15 picks. So we'll see. We'll see what he says, and we look forward to talking to Jihad Campbell. And obviously the interviews he was doing, right after being drafted in those, in the press conference, seems like a really affable, outgoing guy. So it should be quite interesting to talk to him coming up in about a half hour. Let's get to Justin right now. Justin, good morning.
Good morning. How we doing, guys?
Doing great, Justin.
I got a plot twist for you.
Oh, a plot twist in a movie or show. What do you got?
In a movie. I'm going with Fight Club.
Oh, yeah.
Great
Absolutely.
answer.
You got it, pal. Justin, I like how people are just naming.
It's good, though.
This is the one time.
Honestly, I think it's
where
really good.
We don't need you to say every nth degree.
I wasn't
of the
sure
plot
how we were
twist.
going to do it. I'm
Yeah.
like, that's why I picked such an older movie.
Yeah.
I thought somebody had to have seen it by now.
I think this is the right way to present it. There are always some people that haven't seen things. All right, 215-592-9494. By the way, one correction from something I said about a half hour ago. The Dan Campbell audio we played earlier was not from yesterday after the vote. It was from earlier in the offseason when he was projecting forward to a vote of whether the Tush push should stay or go. So that was earlier in the offseason. But admirable for Dan Campbell to think, and publicly state and his team to vote for, hey, let's just stop him. But again, I'll take your reaction on this. I'll say what I said earlier. I really think moving forward, it's going to be less about other teams trying to stop the Eagles because they don't think they will. It's going to be about other teams trying to do what the Eagles do on offense because I think they will try, and I think some will succeed. Phone calls and all of it. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie, 215-592-9494. More from the Diddy as he talks more about Jahad Campbell up ahead. And also Ruben Amaro joining us in studio. A lot going on here today on 94 WIP.
As we head into the summer, the last thing you want is a faulty HVAC system that can't keep you and your family comfortable all summer long. But don't worry. Call Horizon Services right now, and you can get up to $1,300 off a new HVAC system replacement plus a free home comfort upgrade. Horizon Services here to keep you comfortable inside, even when it's super hot outside, because you should always be relaxed and stress-free in your home. Plus, Horizon offers same-day emergency repairs, money-saving warranties, and flexible payment options. They'll always work with you. They'll make sure the work gets done on your schedule while helping you save money. And with Horizon Services, expert technicians, you just know job's always going to get done right the first time. So contact Horizon. Keep your home comfortable and worry-free no matter the season, especially with summer coming up. Horizon Services, they are available 24/7, so do not wait for an emergency to happen. Schedule a visit today at horizonservices.com. That's horizonservices.com. With Horizon Services, help is on the way.
Another road game takeover with fans of Philly. Fly with fans of Philly to watch the Birds buck Tampa. Enjoy airfare, hotel accommodations, an exclusive tailgate party, and game tickets seated with those that bleed green. Fly with 94 WIP's official travel partner, Fans of Philly. Reserve your spot now before they sell out at fansofphilly.com.
You've been called the president of three-card poker, the baron of baccarat. No matter who you are, there's always another way to win on the Bet Parks app. Score up to $1,000 bonus back in their first 24 hours. Gambling problem? 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus. Located in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Michigan. New users only. TC Supply. See site for details. Casino bonus must be waived.
Stars and Stripes Harley's dedicated team of finance experts are ready to get you approved. Credit so bad your mama won't lend you money?
I love you, dear, but hell to the no.
Let the credit rebuilders of Pennsylvania get you approved at Stars and Stripes Harley. 100% of all credit applications considered. See starsandstripesharley.com.
On approved credit.
And Doug.
Here we have the Limu Emu in its natural habitat, helping people customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Fascinating. It's accompanied by his natural ally, Doug.
Limu? Is that guy with the binoculars watching us?
Cut the camera. They see us.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Hackers suck. So does juggling multiple apps to run your business. When your IT stack is cluttered, productivity drops and security risks rise. Meet Trust UC from Telesystem, the app that cleans up your digital dumpster fire. Integrated video, voice, chat, and AI-powered messaging, plus built-in cybersecurity awareness training and 24/7 dark web monitoring. Boost your productivity, cut your costs, and help strengthen your security posture. Visit hackersuck.com for more. IT is about trust.
Kick off summer at Conacelli Autoplex on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken. Conacelli has over 2,000 new and certified Toyotas, Hondas, Hyundais, Genesis, Nissans, and quality pre-owned vehicles of many makes and models, and they are unaffected by tariffs. Gas, hybrid, plug-in, or electric, Conacelli has it all, and at the right price. Low financing, incredible lease offers, top dollar for your trade, and so much more. Search Conacelli.com or visit our family-owned and operated dealerships on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken to see why Conacelli is a nice place to do business.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Forget the pool, forget the beach, forget the barbecue. Get to Colonial Hyundai this Memorial Day weekend to save up to 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. Hi, it's John Asher, the Cars Are from Colonial Hyundai. This Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Memorial Day Monday, take advantage of not one, but 2 of our most popular offers. Save up to 20% off a brand new Hyundai in stock. That's a savings of up to $10,000. Or I'll give you $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed, no matter the condition, only at Colonial Hyundai. Hyundai has shipped us a special selection of additional vehicles, and for a limited time, you can save up to 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Memorial Day Monday, save up to 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. Or I'll give you $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed, no matter the condition, only at Colonial Hyundai. Plus, we want to make your new vehicle even more affordable. Don't miss out on the best financing in the business with rates as low as 0%. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
In stock vehicles only. Tax and tags additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires May 31st, 2019.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is?
Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
It's Clean Car Month. Right now, get the Pro X1 Car Care Collection Wash Kit for just $19.99. Exclusively at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Sponsored by AutoZone. Get the zone, AutoZone. Choke is one of the ugliest words in the sports vocabulary. Tyrese Halliburton was classless last night when he mimicked Reggie Miller's infamous choke gesture after he thought he had hit a game-winning buzzer-beating triple. The Knicks squandered a late 17-point lead. Stunning? Yes. Disappointing? Definitely. A choke job? I'm not going to buy that. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. The Broad Street Bombers play on the home of the Phillies.
Grand slam!
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Oh, yeah. You got to watch our show on YouTube, because then you see Richie strumming out like Michael J. Fox.
Oh, wouldn't that be awesome? That is such a cool scene.
That's a great scene.
Where you got the agent on the phone by the side of the stage. Hey, you got to listen to this.
Well,
And
it's his cousin or whatever, right? It's
His
like
cousin is Chuck Berry.
Marvin Berry. He's like,
Cousin
Chuck,
Marvin.
I
Yeah.
found that sound you've been looking for.
So
good.
Cousin Marvin Barry. All right, let's welcome, as we do, we love having Mr. Ruben Amaro on the program with us.
Ruben Amaro Jr. In studio is brought to you by CJ's Tire and Auto, 18 convenient locations. We keep things moving. CJTire.com.
Rube, the world is the oyster of Philadelphia sports right now. Consider this. The Flyers and Sixers can't lose because they aren't playing. So they can't lose.
Right.
The Phillies don't lose. And the Eagles got what I believe was a major victory yesterday. What do you think? What do you think, man?
It's a thing of beauty.
Yeah.
It's a great week in Philly sports, and I love being a Philadelphian. This is the kind of stuff that we live for as Philadelphia sports fans.
So
right?
as someone who reported to an owner, I mean, you were just about as high up in as an organization as you can, but you had a boss, you had an owner, and it's an ownership group. You got to manage down, you got to manage up.
Right.
You got to have mad respect for what Jeffrey Lurie did.
I love it.
I mean, stepping into that room
Love
as
it.
the guy, bring in a legend in Kelsey.
Yeah.
Speaking for an hour. I mean, that's a major feather in the cap for Jeffrey Lurie.
It's a big one, and you always want to be supported. And I know that, Jeffrey Lurie is always supportive of his front office. There's no question about that. But, for him to be able to do that and to take the steps, and, I mean, it was calculated. It was a calculated, important thing.
Yep.
And he got the votes he needed.
Do you think
Great
the
stuff.
league got it right? Because I don't. I think it should have gone. Obviously, I'm in the minority around here, and I got the guts to say it. Do you think it should have?
Well, that's you. You are, that's what I
Thanks for
should
that
have.
little commentary there.
Guts or stupidity?
Thanks for a little commentary.
Courageous. Presidential Medal of Freedom for this guy right here, for this courage.
I think
It'll
they
be
got.
made of cheese.
I think they got it right. There's nothing that makes this play an issue as far as health. Other teams can do it if they want.
It's just about how it looks. It's just about whether you should be allowed to push a player. That's all it comes down to. And you think you should?
I think it's okay.
Okay. Hey, I want to get to some audio, more of Ray talking about Jahad Campbell because he joins us at 7:25 today. So Ray was on Seth Joyner's podcast after Jahad Campbell was drafted, and Ray clearly very impressed from the college standpoint of what Jahad Campbell did out there.
It's obvious when you watch him, his very high football IQ, his instincts, his ability to recognize a situation, read the play, and find the football, all of those things. You take a player like that and you hand him to a guy like Vic Fangio with his ideas of how to utilize his personnel. And as the coaches say, put him in a position to succeed. I think he's going to come here, and I think he's going to do really well.
Love it. Absolutely love it. All right, so we'll talk to Jahad Campbell in 20 minutes and get his impression of his first month in Philadelphia and obviously how he physically feels. Let's go to the phones, 215-592-9494. Let's get to Dan in Philadelphia. Good morning, Daniel.
Good morning. How are we today?
Doing great, Dan.
Listen, Joe, I don't have much to say today,
Good.
but let's just say that the Eagles are in the Super Bowl, right?
Yep.
And it comes down to the tush push to win.
Yep.
Actually, we'll just go all season. You are not allowed to watch. It's unpleasant to your eyes. You do not think it's a football play, which means they shouldn't win with it. So any tush push play moving forward, until it's banned, hopefully it's not. You are not allowed to.
So
watch
let me tell you, let me give you a little
outcome.
irony of your call, because I was going to say this later, but I'll say it now. So Dan, last night we had a tremendous event here at the radio station, and so many of us as hosts were here because so many of the clients, the great advertisers for WIP, were here, and they were here because the Lombardi trophies.
I like that you said that. Trophies.
Plural.
Trophies. They weren't here to see us. They were here to see the trophies. They got their photographs taken with the trophies. It was a beautiful thing. It really was. It was a great event. Shout out to all the wonderful advertisers we either met or saw again. Many of them we obviously personally know. What's my point? Dan, my point is with both trophies there, the Hammer sauntered over said trophies and said, I'm going to take a picture. And what I thought in the moment of those pictures, and there was multiple pictures, different angles, was I deserve this. I deserve this, Dan. Like, if you think about it, Doug won one, Nick won one, but the Hammer as a fan has won two.
Yeah, you.
So,
yes.
I'm just telling you, Dan, and the trophies were smiling back at me. I saw the like Jalen, I saw the reflection.
Did you put like an asterisk on the second trophy because of all the push plays that helped us get it?
No, I'll tell you what happened. The security guy said, "Sir, step back a couple feet." All right. No, I hear you, Dan. Look, I do think the tush push should have gone, and I tend to think it'll stay now for the foreseeable future because sometimes when something gets this close and doesn't get over the threshold, sometimes it's like a balloon popping, and it takes some time to fill that balloon back up. Or a different balloon, if you will.
Then it would look like a personal vendetta against the Eagles if you keep trying to take.
But I'll tell you this: the biggest threat, in my opinion, in the tush push, is not the continued success of the Eagles with it. It's if other teams succeed with it and it becomes rampant, particularly if teams are using non-quarterbacks to get it done. I think that would actually cause the league to say, "All right, let's get it out," and we'll see if other teams can get that done.
That's possible.
Yeah. Hey, Dan, give me a big answer, bud, for a great plot twist in a movie or a show.
And there's three that I have, but this has to be the ultimate one. When Darth Vader tells Luke he's his father.
Oh, that is another one.
That's a haymaker.
No, that's a huge.
So this is building to a pole tomorrow. I don't know that it's an ultimate.
I mean, for my young life, I'd never experienced anything like that.
Yeah, that's a whopper.
That was transformative for me.
So
Holy cow. I mean, I think that's 1980.
Yeah.
That's the first movie I'd ever seen twice in the theater. I actually lied. I'm sorry, Uncle John. I lied to my uncle to be taken.
Wonderful.
I was asked, Johnny, did you see Empire Strikes Back? Because I was visiting Aunt San and Uncle John, and I had seen it.
Yeah,
and you said no.
I said
Smart
no.
man. So I saw an interview one time. I applaud you there, John. I saw an interview with Luke Skywalker one
Mark
time,
Hamill?
otherwise known as Mark Hamill.
You don't often lie to your uncles.
You try
I mean,
not
you
to.
lie to your
I
parents
don't.
from time to time.
You know
gotta
what? When
save your
I
ass.
swore as a little kid, I washed my mouth out with soap. I washed
his
my
own.
own
Yeah.
mouth
No, you
out
did
with
not.
soap.
Rude.
And it
That's
wasn't even
very-
that bad a swear word.
Very noble.
It was a swear word I think I could say on the air.
What does it begin with?
P.
Okay.
And it means pee.
Oh, that's not a swear word.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And I was singing it, the wonderful blank, anyway, of Oz. I was singing the Wizard of Oz song with that word inserted in it. And my parents got upset with me. And they said that was swearing and sent me to my room, and I was grounded, and I doubled down on the punishment.
Rube, this is why we say he was a coach's dream. I mean, anyone that watches the
But that was a little excessive.
The coach says run through the wall.
That's some accountability.
He'll just run through the wall.
That was too much
accountability.
Too much, a little too much.
All right, so I saw a Mark Hamill interview one time, back to the Luke Vader thing, and he was told by George Lucas. He was approached by Lucas prior to the second one being made.
Remind me to tell you about my meeting with George.
You got it. And he said, Lucas approached him and said, "Look, here's the deal. There's like, I forget if the number was 2 or 3. He's like, there's 2 or 3 of us that know in this upcoming movie that you're going to be revealed as Vader's son. If it gets out, we're going to know it was from you because we're not telling anyone else for a long time.
Wow.
So like, don't say anything to anybody." I mean, it really was an amazing plot twist.
That's oppressive right there. Like, I don't know if I'd be able to handle
How long
that.
did he have to keep
It's
it?
pressure. I think it was way, way before the filming.
Wow.
Luckily,
Like
it was
just-
1980. A lot harder to keep it now.
That's
in
leading
the
by
world we live
fear.
in.
Yeah. All right, coming up, John's George Lucas story. We'll get to that. More from Ray Didinger on Jihad Campbell. Also, Jeremy Fowler from ESPN and Jerry Jones weighing in after the vote yesterday. The Phils, will give them more props for what they've been doing lately. Jihad Campbell at 7:25. That soon. Look, all of it on the table. Your calls as well. On a great day. Joe DeCamera, John Ritchie. It's 94 WIP. All right, let me tell you about FanDuel Sportsbook. As always, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, the best place to find all of your favorite player props. And right now, you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. If you want to see if that guy is hitting the over consistently or maybe approaching that triple-double, well, find all the stats you could need and all the stats you could want right inside the app, the FanDuel app. See who is heating up. Once the game starts, and obviously there'll be a whole boatload of games again tonight, especially from a Major League Baseball standpoint. Well, that's when things get really interesting. You can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for your chance to win really big. So find the better bets that works for you and lock it in at FanDuel.com/hammer. That's FanDuel.com/hammer. Remember, as always, if you get started with FanDuel, new customers start with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So many great opportunities. You got the NBA playoffs, NHL playoffs, Major League Baseball day by day. It's all there at FanDuel.com/hammer.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Last year, WIP unveiled Debate Day.
Winner! Right here!
Now, Sports Radio 94, WIP presents Debate Days. Listen as WIP hosts and special guests debate the most important Philly sports topics and each other.
Hated it.
Can the Birds repeat? Do the Phillies extend Schwarbs? Daryl Morey?
Hey, John. Hey, Mark. How you doing?
WIP goes head to head.
Oh, hell no.
Debate Days. All this week, only on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Cool. We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we could be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get a Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI. Plus, your plan price is guaranteed for 5 years. Save today, guaranteed for tomorrow. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Guarantees monthly price of talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See exclusions and details at T-Mobile.com. Receive Netflix and with ads on us with qualifying plans.
When there's a crack in your basement wall, your house is trying to tell you something. Will it get worse? That's when you call the friendly, local experts at 58 Foundations and Waterproofing. Since 1958, they've seen it all in foundation issues. They offer free estimates and back their work up with the industry's only money-back guarantee. That guarantee gives you the confidence that they know how to fix foundation issues, waterproofing, and even that nasty crawl space. Give 58 a call at 888-698-1958 or visit 58foundations.com.
Others came and went. But Jack Della's stayed in it. And he and the team at Del Toyota have the stamina to keep going another 50 years. From cassette players to CarPlay, window cranks to climate control, stick shift to adaptive cruise control. A lot may have changed, but one thing has remained the same. Jack Dell and the team at Del Toyota continue to sell them for less. It's the 50th anniversary sales of that at Del Toyota. We're rolling back to 1970s pricing all month long. Drive home a new 2025 Toyota Camry LE for only $149 per month, only at Del Toyota. Plus at Del Toyota, you can buy with no money down and 0% financing every day at Del Toyota. Del Toyota is close. Only 8 minutes west of Exton on Route 30 in Thorndale. Online at DelToyota.com. If you're afraid you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Stay habla español.
Jack, sell them for less.
Summer adventure awaits at Dick's House of Sport. Visit us all season to score the hottest outdoor essentials. Join our summer camps, climb the rock wall, host a birthday party, and more. Plus, test your skills or schedule a fitting in our golf simulators and multi-sport cage while fine-tuning your equipment with repairs, re-gripping, customization, and more expert services. And while you're here, shop trending styles from top brands you love, like Chubbies, Kalia, New Balance, Birkenstock, and FP Movement. Sport happens here at Dick's House of Sport.
Bet the final leg of the Triple Crown with NyraBets, the official betting app of the historic Belmont Stakes in Saratoga. Available nationwide. Sign up at NyraBets.com/Philly25 for a free $25 bet and $200 deposit match.
Upgrade to a Carrier Infinity heat pump and enjoy reliable comfort, lower energy costs, and up to 38% reduced CO2 emissions over 15 years. Now through June 27th, save up to $2,000 in cool cash rebates and special financing on qualifying systems. Don't wait. Save energy and money today. Visit nopaycarrier.com to learn more and find a trusted contractor. Carrier. Turn to the experts.
Rain, make it, rain, girl, make it. Hey, Prime members, Grubhub and Amazon have just the thing to help you save. You can get $0 delivery fees on eligible Grubhub orders. Visit Amazon.com/Grubhub to start saving. Terms and additional fees apply.
The coolest summer starts at Target with up to 50% off select Sun Squad pool and outdoor toys and 20% off select favorite day treats with Target Circle. Discover inflatable pools and outdoor toys that'll surely make a big splash this season, while you keep it cool and sweet with the most shareable cookies and frozen snacks under the sun. Hurry! Now through Memorial Day, save up to 50% on select Sun Squad toys and 20% on select Favorite Day treats with Target Circle, only at Target. Restrictions apply.
The peace lily is so last year. Hey, has anyone worked with fiddlenecks?
Shelby's popular flower shop is in full bloom.
We just got a request for an arrangement that evokes air. Who's up for that challenge? No?
She needs to hire a floral designer to nip foliage faux pas in the bud.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our advanced matching helps find talented candidates so you can connect with them fast. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Dominate your fantasy baseball league with Fantasy Baseball Today, part of the CBS Sports Podcast Network. Join Scott White, Chris Towers, and me, Frank Stamfel, every weekday as we recap every player from every game. We'll get you the latest news, waiver wire adds and drops, trades to make, prospect promotions, and everything else you need to take down your league. Follow and listen to Fantasy Baseball Today on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
The sun is shining, bats are cracking, and BetMGM, proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies, is here to make sure Phil's fans savor the 2025 baseball season like never before. BetMGM has a state-of-the-art app with tons of betting options and promotions that are available 24/7, like top odds on all your favorite home run bets and much more. That's right. With BetMGM, you can be a part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite Phillies player at the stadium or right at home. And don't forget, BetMGM is the best place to bet the long ball with top odds on your favorite home run bets. Sign up today for BetMGM, proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies, and experience baseball like never before. BetMGM.com for T&Cs. 21 plus to wager. PA only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. Programming notes. Up next on the WIP Morning Show, be Eagles top draft pick Jahad Campbell. Phillies on a 6-game win streak. 9-5 over the Rockies as JT Realmuto finished a triple shy of the cycle. Bryce Harper, Trey Turner went back-to-back. Stunning turn of events as the Tush push survived, not getting the necessary votes to ban a play Roger Goodell reportedly finds ugly. What's ugly is the underhanded manner in which the league tried to paint the play. ESPN's Adam Schefter on how the Eagles were able to sway votes.
And in that room with Jeffrey Lurie, with Jason Kelsey, they were able to clarify how the play is coached and how it's taught. They made a compelling case on safety and taking away the downfield push that turned people off.
Lurie spoke for nearly an hour, annoying the 49ers owner at one point. He wanted to know how much longer Lurie planned to speak. Visit BorgataSports.com for boosted odds specials, daily promotions, in-game betting, and much more. Must be 21 or older, must be in New Jersey. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Rain at times, high 58, currently 53. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Back to the WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
He was playing here all those times, he'd have a bunch more hits. Right. Here's a swing and a high fly ball, deep left field. Beck is back at the track, at the wall. He's out of room. And Trey Turner goes deep to left, his third home run of the season. And just like that, the Phillies are back in front. It's 3-2.
Well, I gotta credit multiple people on the Trey thing. Good morning to you, by the way.
Are people still hating on Trey in this room?
Well, so I'm coming your way, Ruben. Hang on. So
who's still hating on him?
I'm not totally.
Rhea?
Yeah, you can come right to me,
Rhea,
Ruben. You know it.
Here I come.
All right, so credit to Trey Turner. Credit also to that Amaro, Ruben guy, because he was calling this. And, Rube, I thought it was poppycock. I thought you were talking out your hiney.
The man can hit, okay? And he started hitting the ball the other way. He got his groove on, and now he's driving the ball the whole program, stealing, running his games coming on. And he's playing a little bit better defense. Not going to be perfect. Not going to be Jimmy Rollins ever. But he's an offensive force when he's going. And he's going.
He's going. He is. So hopefully Jahad Campbell gets it going for many years with the Eagles. He's going to join us in about 5 minutes. Ray Diddy was on Seth Joyner's show recently, talked a lot about Jahad Campbell. And one of the things, of course, and we'll get into this with Jahad in a few minutes, what position he expects to play. Here's Ray on the position. Because remember, the night he was drafted, a lot of us thought he's inside linebacker guy. And we're like, oh, wow, Eagles broke trend. And then it's like, well, wait a minute. Actually, they might use him as an edge rusher, or maybe they use him as both. Here's something Ray said recently.
Where will the Eagles use him? I think their biggest need coming into the draft was probably edge rusher, because you lose Sweat, you lose Graham. I think you needed to fortify the edges, and I think he can be that. I think he can put his hand on the ground and be an edge rusher. But I also see him in the hands of a creative coach being a multi-dimensional kind of guy that you can move all around the defense. Much in the way, almost like a Micah Parsons kind of player. I think if you look at the way, for what the Cowboys drafted him to be and for how they utilize him now, it's very, very, very different. I think they drafted him with the idea he was going to be one thing, and then they saw all the things that he could do, and now he's all over the field making plays. Campbell, to me, is a similar kind of player.
Looking forward to talking to him, John, and obviously great versatility there. And Vic Fangio's. It'll be fascinating to see in the coming months, and then ultimately the coming years, how they utilize him, because they got a lot of possibilities what they can do right there.
You've seen with Micah Parsons, he's lined up really everywhere on that defense. Not at corner back, but everywhere except corner.
Yeah, it's mostly go get the quarterback. With Micah Parsons, it's mostly.
Either edge, he'll be either D tackle, he'll be any of the linebacker spots on or off the ball, and he'll certainly be in the slot. He'll be, safety positions. So yeah, we have lots of options, and it's exciting. I can't wait to talk to him about what he likes to do the most.
Absolutely. Well, look, big double wins yesterday in Philly. One was big, one was small. So big win by the Eagles, obviously, with the tush push. That's a big win by the Birds. And then obviously the Phillies get another win. It's 6 in a row. They're playing great. You survive a Taiwan game, and I don't mean that disrespectfully, because obviously Taiwan is the least of the Phillies starting pitchers, but you win a Taiwan game, which is always a good thing. Bats have been slugging like crazy lately. So just an outstanding job by the Phillies lately, and an absolutely phenomenal day by the Eagles yesterday. Jeffrey Lurie and Jason Kelce going into that room and winning that vote with the owners. I think a really big-time win by the Birds, which really could, in my opinion, net them an extra win or two. The way I've looked at the Eagles the last couple of years, I think the tush push, I really mean this. I think the tush push, because the Eagles going for fourth downs in the second quarter, in the third quarter, I think it really helps the Eagles get an extra win or two, which we know can be the difference, not only to make the playoffs, but have home field advantage. I think it was a great job by the Birds yesterday. All right, 215-592-9494. Your chance to react to all of this. Jahad Campbell, Eagles Rook, is going to join us coming up in 1 minute. You'll hear from Jahad Campbell in 1 minute. Hey, let me tell you about let me tell you about PI Dental Center. It was great seeing Dr. Wolfinger yesterday. He was here at the WIP studios getting his photograph taken with the Lombardi trophies, as we had a great celebration, obviously, with what the squad accomplished, and a lot of our advertisers in here with not one but two Lombardi trophies on display. Look, PI Dental Center, they're awesome. With their decades of experience in complex dental treatment, and I've been a patient at PI Dental now for 2 decades. My mom, a patient for 3 decades with Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, both board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and the replacement of teeth. PI Dental Center are also the originators of the Teeth in a Day. That's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic big-time transformation in a mere 1 day. If you are struggling with your teeth, perhaps major pain, or maybe you just don't like the way you look and it becomes a self-esteem issue, well, know that help is there for you, and that help is called PI Dental Center. Get yourself there. They're located in Fort Washington. Start with their website, pidentalcenter.com. Visit pidentalcenter.com to request your new patient evaluation. Well, John, you and I have been doing this show for a long time, obviously in the mornings, prior to that midday, and it's always fun to talk to an Eagles rookie, first-round pick in particular, and of course, a player as talented as Jahad Campbell, who just a couple weeks ago went in the first round of the draft.
We're the 31st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft. the Philadelphia Eagles select Jihad Campbell, linebacker, Alabama.
Love it. And we welcome Jihad for the first time to our program. Jihad, good morning and congratulations, man.
Good morning. Appreciate you. Thank you for having me.
Oh, it's our pleasure. You know, Jihad, I can't if we did this the day after the draft, I'd say to you, welcome to Philly. But I can't really say that because you've been here for a month. So let's talk about that month, man. What has the first month for you as a pro? You haven't played in a game yet, but you've been in the facility. You've been around some of the guys, the coaches. What has the first month as a Philadelphia resident and Philadelphia athlete, what's it been like for you to be a pro?
It's just been amazing. Just being around all the other rookies and, all the other vets, just understanding, what they do in their day, to keep them going, to, maximize every opportunity that I have. And, the bottom line is, just keep the main thing and always stay focused. So.
Mm-hmm. What aspect of playing defense do you enjoy the most?
The aspect, I like this question. Hey, it's a different type of question. I would say like just knowing that you just got a third down stop and now they got to punt the ball. And now I can celebrate with my team. I think that's that's like one of like the biggest and best moments being a defensive player.
What are you best at as a defender?
What am I best at?
Yes.
I think I can, do it all. I feel really confident in, my play style, and, I'm just really appreciative of the Eagles selecting me, so I can be a part of their organization and, fit right into this defense.
Jihad Campbell, of course, an Eagle now, and is going to be out there in this season for the Birds. So, Jihad, you're joining a heck of a squad, man. A couple months ago, when you're still at Bama, and the Eagles play in that Super Bowl, what were you thinking watching that game? You didn't know you were going to be a Bird. And you probably thought,
shoot, I was already thinking W. I was a fan.
Oh, that's true.
Well, how does that feel?
Yeah, how does that feel?
Just to add a little caveat, the team that drafted me, Jihad, they won 4 games, and so you get to kind of skip that line. How does that feel?
I think, I think it was really just all guys playing, just trusting in his process, trusting in his play, with my whole journey and my whole career. It's really a surreal moment, but I'm here now, so I just got to be on my feet and just take the right steps into my rookie year. So.
Jihad Campbell with us here. Jihad, by the way, your phone's breaking up a little bit, so if you can move 5 feet to the left or 5 feet to the right, maybe that'll get it better. I don't know if that's possible. Yeah, we got you a little better right there. Absolutely. So how are you feeling physically? Obviously, you would not have gone with the 31st pick if the league viewed you as fully healthy. How's your body feel these days?
Yeah, I'm feeling, I'm feeling pretty good. Just making sure that, I take the right recovery steps. I'm just taking care of my body and, talking to, different vets to see, like what they do in their plan and also, with the training staff and, just helping me out, understanding how to recover my body the best.
Do you think you'll be a full go for training camp? Do you think you'll be a full go for the start of the season? Do you project to be ready to go when those two things happen?
Right now I'm just staying with my feet at, just taking it day by day. I don't, like me personally, I don't like to look too far ahead, because I can get, I can just pass by these days. So I think, the biggest thing for me right now is just staying with my feet at and, just trying to maximize today, honestly.
How much have you had a chance to interact with the veterans?
Quite a bit. You know what I'm saying? Just a lot of good group of guys. They're very interesting and funny too. So it's definitely it's an honor being here.
Which teammate has come in with the craziest stories?
Which teammate has come with the craziest stories?
Yeah. Is there anyone that sticks out?
I think time is going to serve itself with that more. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
More, quality time with each other.
Speaking of teammates, just make sure in training camp, if Nick puts the pads on, no smacking Saquon there. I know you got to make an impression, but, ease up on that guy. So, all right, so let's talk some defense here, Jihad. Obviously, you got versatility. Do you have a sense yet from Vic Fangio where he's most likely to play you? Do you think it's going to be an off-ball, more inside linebacker type, or more of a go hunt the quarterback edge rusher?
So the whole reason why I came here was to, be an absolute defensive player, you know what I'm saying? Meaning, like wherever strategically wise, wherever I can fit it on the defense and, potentially, get to play, and, what I'm saying, and just, move from there and, play with the other guys on the team and just learn from them, and, just keep getting better at it, so.
John, I wondered, I played fullback, it was hard. Like, if I worked on one aspect of my game, other aspects would sort of fall by the wayside. If I was working on my pass protection, sometimes, the pass catching would get worse. How do you balance? There's a lot of skills that you are good at defensively. Yeah. How do you balance learning pass rush moves with the off the ball linebacker, like the drops and all that stuff? There's so much that goes into your game. Yeah. How do you balance all that?
I think the biggest thing for me, though, like, personally was, just like when I was younger, like I was always playing receiver. So having that, like, elusive skill set and, like just being able to, what I'm saying, like just have like those basketball movements on the field, I think that helped me tremendously a lot in my career. And
you played basketball also?
Yeah, I played basketball when I was younger. So,
you good?
Now, then moving to defense, yeah, of course.
Exactly right.
That's
awesome.
I'm a walking
What question is that?
My bad.
All right, Jihad, your favorite basketball player growing up, who was it?
Favorite basketball player? Oh, man. Sheesh. See, at one point it was Russell Westbrook, and that was when he was at OKC.
He was amazing.
I thought the same thing.
That was Joe's favorite player.
He was
for a little bit of time.
Until I realized he's always out of control, but I loved him.
He's still thugging in the league right now. But
he still thinks he's that player.
He does.
But he contributes. He contributes off the bench, man. He's good.
But he contributes bricks and turnovers also.
A lot of them.
All right, Jihad, how about your favorite football player growing up? So you grew up an Eagles fan. Who was like your main guy?
My main guy growing up?
Yeah.
Eagles had a lot of great group of guys. I would say probably offensively, I would say I love watching LaShawn McCoy highlights, Deshaun Jackson play.
Yep.
And I would say on defense, probably B-Dog, honestly.
Yeah.
Like,
it's the correct answer.
He's keeping it thematic, all Eagles.
He's not even a human. I don't know.
That's so
He's
true.
not human. He's my teammate.
So, Jihad, one more for you here, bud, and we appreciate some time with Eagles rookie Jihad Campbell. So the being an Eagles fan thing growing up, we touched on it earlier, but your phone was breaking up a little bit in that range. What is it like to be drafted by the team that you loved growing up? That 3 months ago, as a Bama guy, you see the Eagles win the Super Bowl, you join all of that. What's that like?
It was an honor, really. Just to come to a team that's a winning program, and I just came from that, which was Alabama. So, my mindset just fits right in with my whole style of play and, my whole just journey of life. So I'm really excited. And, I just, keep going to get to work.
Good stuff, man. Well, Jihad, the city of Philadelphia and Eagles fans are very excited as well and wishing you obviously the best of luck with a great career, long career, healthy career, and a lot of sacks. So good luck, bud. And again, thank you for joining the program today. Good luck with the off-season program, and we look forward to seeing you in a few months.
Have you had a chance to get cheesesteaks in you yet?
Yeah.
Okay, good ones?
Yeah, definitely. You got a lot of good places. Angelo's is good.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You got to hammer those. All right.
There's a couple of decent things I've been had.
All right.
For sure.
Good
Hit
deal.
him hard.
Jihad, stay well, bud. Thanks, man.
Thank you, Jihad.
All right, y'all have a good one.
You got it, pal. All right, there he is. Eagles rookie.
He was super personable.
Oh, well, you could tell that on draft night.
You could. Yeah, but he's a good talker, man. That was funny.
You could say it. All right, 215-592.
The basketball thing was great.
Well, dude, so I thought...
of course.
Why not?
So good.
What football player didn't play basketball? Maybe a quarterback, maybe.
A lot of them.
Oh, come on, man. If you're an edge rusher...
There are a lot of football players who wrestle.
You're like a small forward in basketball in high school, man.
Okay.
Come on. Rube, did you play hoops growing up?
I was not very good. Short Mexican guys, we're not the best basketball players.
Has there ever been a Mexican in the NBA?
I can play D. Oh, yeah, there's a few.
Who's a Mexican that played in the NBA?
They had a couple of guys at Stanford, like two brothers, I think, or two. I wanted to
Really?
say like they were twins. And I think that one of them ended up playing professionally. I can't remember.
I don't remember that. All right, Rube, let's do a quick Phil check-in and then right back to the phones because we got all these topics on the table. And the Tush push
The
is
Collins brothers?
No, that wasn't the Collins brothers, I don't think.
Jason and Jaron Collins?
They were twins, but there was another.
Yeah, but they weren't
set.
Mexican.
There have not been that many, just Googling it quickly.
Not Mexican.
Juan
Very, very
Toscano
few.
Anderson might be the most
No.
famous.
All right, Rube, the Phils. They're playing great. I mean, they're like, so I said at the beginning of the year, great team. Then I'm like, all right, I got to back off this. But now it's like, no, they're actually what I thought they were. It's the first time I'm declaring it in a month. They're a great baseball team. They might not win the World Series. There's normally 5 or 6 great baseball teams in a year, and 4 or 5 of them or 6 of them don't win the World Series. But, Ruben, we have a great baseball team.
We have great pitching staff as far as their starters are concerned.
Clearly.
Really, really good starting pitching, and that gives you a chance to win every night. I'm a broken record when it comes to that. But I think what you're seeing now is sort of like the development of what they were trying to do from the beginning of the season as far as making good swing decisions and putting the ball in play. And now it's sort of developing into now we're driving the ball. Now we're getting our extra base hits. Now we're coming up with big base hits when we need them. And all of that development is a really positive thing. The folks that believe that these guys can't make adjustments and be better when it comes to making those swing decisions and strikeouts and that kind of thing, I think that they're seeing that these guys are a lot better at being able to adjust, and they're showing how to get it done.
Yeah. All right, one more and then right to the phones. Ruben, are you as confident in Aaron Nola coming through his struggles as you were entering the season that Trey Turner would come through his, that you were 3 weeks ago that Bryce Harper would come through his, or on the Nola thing is a little shaky?
I think Nola's going to end up being like a solid number 3 or 4, and that's who he is. And that's all they need.
Which is a lesser pitcher than he used to be.
A little bit lesser, but I mean, you can, after all the mileage he's got on that, I mean,
it happens.
His durability has been amazing, and the fact that he had this ankle issue, I think that's important because I saw some of the velocity jump up a little bit before he got the ankle issue, and hopefully that's one of the reasons.
Good. All right, let's get a lot of calls in here. Everything going on. The Tush push, the main thing. The Phil success, another. Something Jerry Jones said yesterday after the Tush push vote. We'll get to that. Let's go to Derek in Paoli. Derek, good morning.
What's going on, gang?
Man,
Hi, Derek.
An awful lot.
Listen, I'm calling to talk to you specifically, though, Joe. You got to get it together because you were scared of Ike yesterday, man.
I'm scared of
You
Ike.
embarrassed. You embarrassed the morning show with that debate,
Oh,
bro.
no.
You were so, bro. You want soft, man, and you my guy. You want soft.
Man.
Wait,
Derek, this is disappointing news to hear. The whole show.
What do I got to scream?
You embarrassed the
Joe's
show.
performance.
So let me just say this, Derek.
Bro.
Before you keep going, for those that missed this, the assignment was to address whether I think Saquon Barkley had the best season in Philadelphia sports history. Now, when our program director approached me, my first thought was, I don't want to do that. Because first off, I had to think about, do I think he had the best season ever or not? That's number one. Wasn't sure. I had to think about it. Number two, who wants to take on the grenade of like saying Saquon was not number one? But when I thought about it, I realized Wilt Chamberlain, number one, and I can say that, and I'm not ashamed to say that. And I said it, I thought, well, and Ike just has a tendency to talk long and loud. That's not my fault.
You could have came a little bit.
Derek, all I had to say, and I did, and everyone told me I lost the debate, and that's fine. That's people's choice. All I had to say was this. Was this: Wilt Chamberlain in a season averaged 50 points and 25 rebounds per game. I don't know what more I need to say.
Yeah, they changed rules for
So like if I lose a debate because I go 50 and 25, that's on the dumb idiots that voted on the debate. That's not on me.
You screaming?
Yeah, no, I'm screaming. I'm showing you how when you scream, you can.
You should have been screaming at Ike yesterday when he wasn't saying nothing.
You're saying Joe was afraid, Derek? Is that where you started?
That's the takeaway. In the room, got scared of Ike.
Oh,
yeah.
So why did you think
moment,
Joe was
maybe,
afraid?
Hey, I think he needed some backup in there with him, man. I think Rhea would have took Ike down. You know what I'm saying? Joe was in that joint backpedaling a little bit.
Was I wrong though, Derek?
you just could have came a little bit,
Okay.
a little bit more, man.
A little harder.
That's all I'm
Okay.
saying,
Yeah,
man.
Joe, you know what the problem was?
Okay.
Jolly was so unhinged
Yeah, I
in his
know.
debate about a half hour before or
I
whatever
know.
that anything after that, there is anybody who hasn't heard it,
I know.
it was awful.
So I want to play some of that audio. Derek, give me what your thoughts are on the tush push, man.
The tush push, man, there's a lot of hype about it. I think the Eagles were going to be good with it or without it, but, you know.
That is true.
It is.
But we are much better with it.
I mean?
Better.
I don't
Yeah,
think
it's a good play.
multiple games better. I think it's multiple plays.
I think it's
better.
at least 1 or 2 victories. I believe that. They
it's a
convert
good ball.
instead of punt.
I see you've gone down from 2
No,
to 3 to 1 to 2.
No,
Did you
1
notice that?
to, 1
You
to
said
2
2 to 3 to start the show.
No, I said maybe 3. I said maybe 3.
Yeah. Definitely said 2 to 3 though.
He's
And now
mis-
you're down
I
to
think
1
he's
to 2.
misremembering.
3 is well. That's what 2
No, my
to
point
3
is,
is.
you started at 2 to 3 wins, and now you're down to 1 to 2 wins. That's my point.
It's going to be
Well,
about
I think
5
I
in
said
another
1,
week.
2, or 3. I think you're misquoting me here. Derek, give me
Next
an
week
answer.
it's 5.
What? Derek,
Real quick,
what?
Ruben, you was thinking about the Lopez brothers, but I don't know if they Mexican or not.
That's That's right.
Yes.
They may not be Mexican.
Robin-
They are
Yeah.
not Mexican.
They may not
Robin
be
and
Mexican.
Brooke
They're definitely
Lopez is
not.
who you was thinking of. You know what
I'm
I'm saying?
sorry. Yeah,
But
that's
my answer for the plot twist is you ever see the movie Get Out?
Oh, that was said
Yes.
yesterday also. All right. 2 days in a row, Get Out gets
a
said.
good one.
All right.
I don't know if that's as big a plot, but because you know something weird's happening, you know,
You're
what I mean?
waiting
But,
for it to
yeah,
be
you're
revealed
You're
more
like
than it's
expecting
Yeah.
it more.
Yeah,
Exactly.
exactly.
So I want to play this audio, Jolly. Now, we're not going to play the whole thing because it's too long, the whole
It
thing.
was so
But
entertaining.
Jolly squashed Spike. And he had all reason to squash Spike because obviously, I mean, John, the thing was, is Daryl Morey a good GM?
I mean, come on.
Like, what are we doing here? I'm not going to play anything Spike said.
Thank you.
Because anything in support of Daryl Morey as a good GM is nonsensical. What I will play is the opening salvo from
Was
Paul
Spike
Jones.
aware that it was like nonsensical
he
that he
believes
was
it.
saying
Spike
some of
truly
this?
believes it.
He
Spike
believes
is
it.
a big Daryl Morey believer.
It's such garbage.
Well,
it's
no,
such
he
garbage.
is. He's a big Daryl
Yeah, he
Morey
does.
believer.
He does believe it,
Honestly.
John. He does.
I wouldn't say believe. I'd say deranger.
But what I want to play is I was proud of Jolly. As a Sixers fan, as a Philadelphia resident, I was proud of our own Paul Jolovich crushing Spike yesterday and speaking truth to non-power. Let's listen to Jolly yesterday just lambasting Daryl Morey.
Daryl Morey was hired in 2020 after doing nothing with the Houston Rockets except coddling James Harden for 14 years. Nothing is worse than winning in the regular season without being to translate that to winning in the playoffs. Daryl did that very well. When he was hired, he decided to trade Ben Simmons, not for Tyrese Halliburton, who he could have had by many sources, including mine, but James Harden, the most useless athlete in the history of professional sports. Total loser, was a loser then, is a loser now. That started his record. Didn't create anything around Joel Embiid. Yeah, he drafted Tyrese Maxey and Jared McCain. Nobody bats zero. He's hitting about 0.87. Smug to the fans. AI, who cares? Loses. Never took a team anywhere. Re-signs Joel Embiid 2 years early for absolutely no reason. Goes after Paul George for absolutely no reason, which I said before then. You want an old guy that does nothing, never won, to come here, declining in every way? Sure, let's sign him to a $200 million a year contract. He screwed the fans of this team. He talks about squinting. Squinting is why I would think anybody would look to see why he should keep his job. He's a loser. He's always been a loser. He'll always be a loser. He may not be a dummy. He's not a dummy IQ-wise. No common sense. Has taken the Sixers nowhere. Doesn't win.
I was so proud of him. I was so proud.
He got Spike so angry.
I was so
It
proud.
was outstanding.
It's great work by Jolly.
I love the little drop into where he's like, according to all sources, including mine. I love him just dropping that in there. It was so hilarious.
All right, let's get a lot of calls in here. 215-592-9494. Up ahead shortly, we'll get to some of the highlights from the Phils game last night. There were a lot. Phils clobbering the Rockies in this series. And something really interesting that Jerry Jones said after the vote yesterday on the Tush Push. That up ahead soon as well. Corey in Pottstown right now. Corey, good morning.
Hey, guys. Real quick, the hard knocks that they have with the Buffalo Bills, I think they should do a hard knocks on their owners meeting.
Wow,
Considering how our owner went off on those guys.
They ain't going to let that happen.
No, they're not.
They ain't going to let that happen.
Yeah.
No, I know they're not. Real quick, I am a proponent of all four of our sports teams. I love all four of our sports teams. But I will say this. I watched that Pacers game last night and the Dallas Stars game. Our teams are nowhere near that level.
Correct. Correct.
Nowhere near that level.
Yeah.
Those two playoff games were exciting as they can be.
You mean your basketball team, not all teams are not at that level.
The Sixers and the Flyers are nowhere near where those teams showed last night.
There's no question. I mean, there's nowhere near where the Eagles show, and they're nowhere near what the Phillies show. I mean, the bottom line, Corey, is right now, as Charles Dickens that famously wrote A Tale of Two Cities. Right now, we have a city with a tale of two different types of teams. We have two great teams, and we have two lousy teams.
Could not be more opposite sides of the spectrum.
It's what it is. Now, listen, if the Sixers get a healthy Embiid or somewhat healthy Embiid, they could climb back to 500 or better. They could. I mean, we should acknowledge the Sixers made the playoffs 7 straight years until this past year. So it wasn't like, it wasn't like the Dan and Barris years when they're missing the playoffs every year. But with that, and I'm not blasting Dan and Barris. He was the best player on that team. But you get my point. I mean, right now, it's a debacle. It's a total freaking debacle.
As far as the tush push goes, I have to say, Joe, you actually said something, and for you to bring this up and other teams in the NFL not to know it, I mean, I don't know what they're thinking. It's true. I thought about it. The Eagles always do go to the left on the tush push. I mean, if they're going to do anything different and knowing that teams are going to try to stop it, they need to mix that up and start going right a couple of times. And I
disagree with that, Corey. Here's the deal. I said this earlier. Let me say it again. I think it is the key to the whole tush push thing moving forward for the league. There's a lot of people saying it's about trying to stop the Eagles. It's not, because they won't. It's about the other 31 teams' offense trying to do what the Eagles do. They're not going to stop the Eagles. They're not.
I watched the tape yesterday of how Jacksonville stopped them, and Jacksonville stopped them because they put their bigger guys on that left side. And that's where the Eagles were going.
Well, that's one technique you should do. But you know what I'm saying. If the other teams stop it 5% of the time, and that's about what it's been, that's not stopping it. That's just the 1 in 20 play where you actually win it. But that's so freaking rare. I really think it's about whether other teams can perfect it offensively the way the Eagles have. Now, if other teams do, then it will get zapped out of the league, because the league's not going to want all those tush pushes. But look, it was a tremendous win by the Eagles yesterday. It really helps them for this upcoming season and maybe beyond. Corey, 4 Phillies tickets, which are on the line today, in honor of the tush push being a plot twist yesterday that was at least a surprise, if not a shock for most. From movies or TV shows, what was a great plot twist?
One of my 3 favorite movies of all time, The Usual Suspects.
Big time answer. Knew it was going to be coming from someone, and it was only a matter of time.
Kaiser Sose.
Yeah, phenomenal answer. So speaking of answers, you can weigh in on the Twitter poll questions of the day. We got 2 different polls, both brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. We will, as always, remind you, do more and get more in a 2025 Armin Chevrolet Trailblazer, starting at only $23,995. Together, let's drive. See Armin's inventory at arminchevy.com. First poll question today. Were you more surprised or shocked that the tush push stayed legal? Ruben, what would be your answer on that? More surprised or shocked?
Neither. I wasn't surprised.
Okay, you expected it?
I expected them to
win the vote?
To win the vote. Yes.
I did not.
John,
did. You did not. You and I thought they might win it.
I said they had a chance to keep the tush push.
Yeah, saying they have a chance, yeah.
I didn't expect that it was a done deal.
I thought it was definitely gone.
I didn't think that, but I didn't think. I mean, to me,
I'm shocked.
I'm surprised.
Yeah, I'm shocked.
Ray, are surprised or shocked?
Shocked. I was shocked when I saw it.
All right, so look, we'll see where that vote goes. You can vote at Sports Radio WIP on Twitter. The other poll question today: do you consider the tush push vote a major or minor offseason win for the Eagles? I consider it a major victory. I think it will lead to a win or 2, maybe 3, maybe. Like I said earlier, and I feel bad dragging this guy in because it's shrapnel he doesn't deserve. I said earlier, I think it's a bigger deal than if we found out Reed Blankenship was out for the year and you didn't have a service.
You didn't have to drag him in. You drag him into that,
All right, I'll give you a Philly.
And again, it's not a bigger deal. Losing Reed Blankenship is way worse.
No.
Tush push staying is a bigger deal than
a big-time player getting hurt.
It's a bigger deal than Jose Ruiz.
I think you're honestly. I think
Kepler.
No, that's crazy. He's just starting.
I'd rather have the tush push than Kepler.
I would not give up any starting player for the
I'd
tush
give
push.
you up.
Ruben, does that make me a bad guy? I'd rather have the tush push than Max. I'm trying to quantify it.
Doesn't
make you a bad guy. Isn't that given?
Isn't that a given? Like this across sports, we're quantifying.
I mean, I didn't say Bryce Harper or
Why?
Saquon Barkley. I'm trying to give you context of what level of win. I think it was a major win. I really believe that.
It was a major win. It doesn't garner 2 or 3 extra wins every year, but it's a major change in the way we approach playing football.
Absolutely.
Because we are going to look like we're going to look at every series like we got 4 downs every time. It's not 3 and punt.
It's
it's 4 downs. And that is a huge advantage.
It is.
We actually use that advantage.
They do.
And that revolutionizes the way offensive football works.
And by the way, just tremendous job by Lurie and Kelsey. I mean, I mean, I don't even know how to quantify that other than, I guess, saying this. Lurie, who was already on a level with Ed Snyder, best owners the last 50 years in Philly sports, like, just lock it in, okay? Like, to me, Lurie's almost become a legend. And then you get to Kelsey, who became a legend during the parade speech in 2017. That's when he became a legend. He was already a great player. He established that in 2017. You could see it. He helped him win a Super Bowl. He became a legend February, whatever it was, 6th, 7th, 8th, whatever the parade day was, 2018. That was when he became a legend. But for Jason to join his owner in retirement,
as well respected as Kelsey is.
And busy. I mean, Kelsey's a busy guy, and he hopped on a flight to Minnesota.
Cares.
Yeah, that's the point.
And here's the other thing, and we may never know, but I think it is entirely likely that the passionate speech from Lurie, which reportedly lasted an hour, and the Kelsey shorter speech when he got right to the heart of the matter regarding the injury situation
and the lies about
his
why
retirement.
He retired.
Like, I think when you win a vote by 2 votes, I think it is really possible votes were swayed in that room in that hour.
Sure.
And that might have been the difference. I really mean that, man. That's great job by both
Well,
of
you
them.
know, it's because of what Jerry Jones said. I was shocked because Jerry normally does it when he said, listen, are we doing it for this? Or
Let's play it. We got the audio. So Jerry Jones probably should not have said this. As a sports fan, I appreciate that there was honesty. But after the vote, this was after the vote, right?
Yeah, and after he had voted against it.
Yeah, he voted against it.
So like he has already voted against it.
Right. All right, listen to Jerry. Here's Jerry Jones yesterday with his thinking about the vote.
And here we are, the world champion is the main focus of the tush push. And here we are debating it and having to decide, am I really against the tush push or just don't want Philadelphia to have an edge? And I sit there and fight that too and smile when they're making a presentation.
Which one is it for you?
I don't know. I flip-flop.
I mean,
I appreciate the honesty.
It's real honesty right there. He is putting himself out there.
See, the difference between he and a guy like David Montgomery, who's involved in a lot of this stuff when we were talking labor, is that David didn't really necessarily push hard for something that would directly help the Phillies. He did things that were directly help the game of baseball. He was all about that.
The Braves entering the division killed the Phillies in the late 90s. And he was part of signing off on that.
It was the right thing to do for baseball.
No, I'm supporting your point. I mean, it drove me nuts.
And you know, we had discussions about it, but we had a lot of discussion about a lot of different things in the game. But David felt, you know, for the greater good, and that's why I respected him so much.
So here's one thing I'll say: if this comes back around next year as another vote, and it may, we'll say, if I'm Lurie, I'm walking into the room next year with that audio of Jerry Jones. And I'm looking at the other 30
That's
owners.
a great point, Joe.
I'm looking at the other 30 owners and the commissioner saying, you're going to allow this play to go for that reason?
Like, you shouldn't be allowed to vote. Jerry Jones shouldn't be allowed to vote next time.
For Jerry's
honestly.
sake.
No, for real.
Yeah, for real. Yeah.
Like, you can't say that and think that and then have
I doubt
high
the rest
moral
of his
high ground.
organization is pleased with a lot of the things that Jerry does of late.
I agree with that, John.
It feels like the entire organization really is succumbing to the whims of this man who should not be making decisions any longer.
That was wild.
Creating a lot of messes, I think, for the people in that organization.
Wild.
Helps us
Got
a
no
lot.
issue with it at all.
All right, let's get to Nick in Bucks County. Nick, good morning.
Hey, good morning, morning team. How are you guys today?
Doing great, Nick.
All right. So I want to talk about perseverance. That's one of my favorite human characteristics or traits. And the Eagles have shown so much perseverance. I myself was a medic in the Army in 2006, came home from Iraq and really struggled mightily. Didn't
God
look like I
bless
was
you.
going to make it at different times. And then got through PTSD and found out I had cancer from my burn pit exposure. Made it through that, and then met my wife, and now have a beautiful family, and I'm a chiropractor. Everything's good, but perseverance is it, man. And the Eagles have shown, and Nick Sirianni has shown so much perseverance that just makes me connect with the team so much more.
Listen, I agree with you 1,000,000%, Nick. First off, obviously, we say thank you for your service. And God bless you for what you've been through, and it sounds like you've come through on the other end, and that's fantastic. You know, I was talking to Merrill Reese last night. He was here at this great event we had with so many of our clients and so many of the WIP talk show hosts and personalities, and Merrill said that he had recently given a commencement address. I believe it was at Temple. And what you just touched on was the central theme of his address, because I forget if you said persistence or perseverance. They're very similar concepts. It was one of those two words, and he talked about how he wanted the kids to know, basically, like, you're going to get knocked down, and it is, he didn't use that word, but you get the, it's about how you move through the struggles, because it is. I mean, and you're right, Nick, to point out Nick Sirianni, Jalen Hurts, Howie Roseman. I mean, go back to when that guy was fired without being fired, 10 years ago. I mean, he was sent to Siberia, I mean, he
got better.
I mean, Ruben, they took away the man's office.
And then he got better.
Way better.
He worked at it, and he dedicated himself to being better.
You know what it is?
Look where he is now.
It's Rocky IV, man. It's Rocky IV Siberia.
It's incredible.
Rocky, that closet or whatever it was that he was sent to.
It's so interesting that Lurie just sort of parked him aside. He knew that he had value. He knew that he was an intelligent guy. So that was a smart thing for Lurie to do, to not jettison him, because, one, I mean, Howie could have gone to another organization and been doing this.
Probably would
for
have.
the Giants or the Jets or whomever.
100%.
Right?
And Ruben, I'll tell you something about his mindset when he came back, because I'm buddies with someone that knows Howie and told me this sentence that Howie said to my buddy when he reemerged. When you come back from the dead, you have no fear. And
Makes a lot of sense.
It just felt like he was driven by this aggressive, go to the nth degree. I mean, it all started with the trade, if you remember, with the Carson trade in 2016 to go from, what was it, James, 15 to...
It was 13 to 8 to 1. Or to 2, excuse me.
Yeah.
13 to 8 to 2.
Like, that was crazy, because that's rare.
You never see the hopscotch, the multiple jumps.
And look, he had
rare.
He had his 2020, and 2020, part of it was 2019 and 2018. He had some bad picks in there.
And look, the pandemic did happen. All of a
Carson
sudden,
killed him.
Carson killed him, and the cap for the first time ever didn't go up.
And it went down.
It went down.
20
so
million,
it's like,
I think.
and look, that's part of the strategy, and you got caught. But like, it's also hard to plan for a pandemic.
Right. But Nick, your point about perseverance or persistence, whichever you said, it's so true, man. It's so true.
It's near and dear to me, and something that I can now speak to or attest to in my life. And my next point is a Phillies point. I have a question for Rube. Ruben, thank you for giving me my first World Series experience. I appreciate you putting all that together. That was an incredible journey that we were on back in the day. But now
that was Pat Gillick. That was Pat Gillick, but I was helping him.
Yes, you were there. You were making moves. So I want to know, moving forward, with the Phillies having the success that they are, but losing Alvarado, what are you willing to give up for somebody like Mason Miller and Oakland?
Great question.
What kind of package would you put together?
Well, I think they've sort of built a little bit more depth when you see guys like Mick Abel come to the big leagues and really help them. I don't. I'd have to look at all of the factors here, how much time they have with a guy like Miller. Is it a 1 year, 2 year? I think he's 2 years of...
He's controlled through 2028.
2028.
So that's four postseasons.
You're gonna have to give up a lot for a guy like that. You're gonna have to give up a Mick Abel or an Aiden Miller or something like
Miller,
that,
Aiden Miller,
or a combination of that. And I think that they may very well have the depth to be able to do something like that, but I'm not sure if the A's are going to want to do that. They think that they've got a pretty good team, and if they've got 4, years of control over the guy, I mean, they're starting to come on too. They have to play in Vegas sometime soon. So it will be an interesting process here because there's so many teams that need bullpen help. So many that will make a difference. And so we'll see what happens.
Nick, tremendous phone call, man. Give me a great answer for the Phillies tickets. A great plot twist in a movie or show.
Yes, sir. Perseverance is everything. I had Usual Suspects, but then that was just taken. So the movie that stopped me from ever becoming an altar boy when I was in high school, Primal Fear. Thank God for that movie.
It's a great plot twist. Good answer.
It's a really great answer. It is. Edward Norton, the whole deal. Richard Gere. Primal
Really,
Fear.
really good.
Outstanding.
Good movie.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia as we broadcast on this Thursday morning from the Tasty Cake Studio. Wonderful to have you with us. Let's listen to Jeremy Fowler. He commented yesterday on ESPN after, I say the Eagles won the vote because the Eagles won the vote. I mean, we could say like it got shot down or Eagles won the vote. How they won the vote, Jeremy Fowler sheds some light on some of how it came together. Let's listen to what he said.
There was an element of surprise walking out of this building. In fact, some Eagles people were surprised. They walked out thinking that they didn't know what was going to happen. It could go either way, truly, and it was that close. But, talking to some owners here in the building, the Eagles did a good job of potentially swaying some teams that could have been on the fence. I talked to Steelers president Art Rooney II, who said that Jason Kelce and his presence, him explaining the tush-push play, why it's effective, why it's not really an injury risk at all, could have swayed some teams. And so the Eagles came full frontal with a plan. Owner Jeffrey Lurie gave an impassioned speech to the crowd, basically saying, look, to be proficient at something only for it to be taken away would be unfortunate.
So, Ruben, you've been part of these types of experiences. Yep. Gut feeling from your experience in baseball. In a situation like that, do you think all 32 owners walked into the room yesterday knowing for sure how they would vote? Or do you think there were some, 2, 5, 10 teams that actually didn't know, wanted to hear what was said, and would make their determination based on what was said in the room?
I think everybody was locked in.
32 for 32.
I really do think so. I mean, I do believe that Lurie and Kelce, what they did was important, but I'm pretty sure that 32 of them were already decided as to what they were going to do.
Look,
they had a lot to talk. They had a lot to think about for a long time.
You would know more than me, perspective, but I will just tell you my gut feeling is that some guys got moved off their vote.
I hope they did, and more kudos to Lurie and to Kelce on that.
I mean, if they did,
it's hard to think that they were swayed because these are, I'm sure, very prideful, very intelligent folks who have been through a lot of things in their other businesses, and I got to believe they walked in there with pretty much an idea exactly where they wanted to go.
All right, so let's also give the Phils some love. Eagles with a big win yesterday. Phils win not as big, but excellent that they're playing so well. 6 in a row. I mean, after that 6-week shaky stretch, they're on fire. They've got the best record in the National League. They've had the best record in the National League now for a couple days. Let's go through some of the game last night. Obviously, it was one of those later games some people don't watch as much when it's an at Colorado game. It started early for the Phils, as has been happening a lot in this series. Phil scoring early. So 2 on right away, Trey and Bryce. And then credit to Rob Thompson. He dials up that double steal thing again. They keep doing this, and very successfully this year. And ultimately, it led to 2 runs, including 1 in the moment.
Here's Castellanos. The runners are going. The pitch is down and in. The throw by the catcher goes into left field. Turner gets up. He's headed for the plate. Harper heads to third. It's 1-0 Phillies.
Ruben, I made the comment earlier because of the nature of how the inning played out, and it may have been different. But because Castellanos follows that up with a sac fly to left, it is possible, and I'd say even likely, that without the double steal, they walk away with 0 runs. But because you double steal, get 1 run that play, Harper goes all the way first to third on the double steal. You get the sac fly, you get 2 runs.
Pretty exciting that this team can do a lot of different things to score runs. They can run at the top of the lineup, Bryson Stott, Trey Turner. You even get some stolen bases from the bottom of the lineup with a guy like Johan Rojas from time to time. I love that they have power, they have speed, they have so many ways to get it done. They are now, not striking out as much. Right. They have better situational at bats. They're doing the right things. They're not playing a great team. I get it. They haven't been playing great teams, but you got to beat them anyway. They're on the schedule. They're major league teams, and you have to beat them, and they're getting it done.
Is this the worst team that you've seen in recent memory, though? This Rockies
I thought the
team.
White Sox team was the worst team I saw last year. That was the worst.
The White Sox are worse than the Rockies.
This team might be worse.
They're worse. It's crazy.
I find it
incredible
sad
to
because
watch.
it is a franchise that should be better. Those fans they're not a ton of fans, but there's fans that still come to that ballpark. It's a great spot, great venue, and my goodness, it's
8-41. They're 8.
It's a really
41. Think about that. They're on pace for like 20-something wins.
Can we just for a moment just remember?
They're 22 and a half games behind.
For those that forget this, just remember there was a season in the last 10 to 12 years in which the Sixers started 1-30.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure people.
Who was the owner for that?
She's starting early. She's already buttering up the judges.
They were 1-30.
That is an embarrassment.
And that's when they then traded for that guard. I forget who it was that previously had been here. They gave up 2 second-round picks. Because
was it Ish Smith?
Ish Smith. What I was told was when they were 1-30. And I think they might have traded for him at 1-26 or something like that. But when it got to around that range, they realized, like, we knew we were tanking. We knew we were going to be horrendous. We didn't know it was going to actually be this bad. Like, we better add somebody.
Just strong leadership.
You almost
from the
have
top
to
on
try to be. You almost have to try to be that.
They did try.
Can you believe that? All right, let me get to more from the Phils. So you got a 2-0 lead. Taiwan gives up 2. Yeah, so here we go, 2-2. Top of the third. Trey Turner's been playing great lately. Did more last night.
If he was playing here all those times, he'd have a bunch more hits. Right. Here's a swing at a high fly ball, deep left field. Beck is back at the track, at the wall. He's out of room. And Trey Turner goes deep to left, his third home run of the season. And just like that, the Phillies are back in front. It's 3-2.
Well, it's just an excellent job. And again, to Ruben's point and James's point, the other team stinks. But Phillies are taking care of business. I mean, things that followed. A Bryce homer followed, a JT double. That's kind of when you knew the game was over. JT double, you're up 6-2. Boom, 7-2. Another JT hit. This one a homer later, 9-3 or whatever the hell it was. Great job by the Phillies in recent weeks. Best record in the National League. Let's go to the phones. Let's talk to Ken in Cinnaminson right now. Ken, good morning.
Good morning, friends. How are you today?
Doing great, Ken.
So, not on the topic of really anything other than, so I was shocked to the point of jaw-dropping by 2 things yesterday. One was the outcome of the vote on the Tush push. The other was I don't even know what I was watching last night, and I saw a television commercial for Skechers basketball with Joel Embiid.
Wow.
And to me, it was like a kick in the teeth to watch Joel Embiid out there advertising for Skechers basketball sneakers, and he's dunking and all that stuff. And might be the last time we see Joel Embiid play basketball. I was stunned. I didn't even know that commercial existed. I would be really intrigued to kind of know what kind of went on behind the scenes and what kind of, elbow nudge, wink and a nod, when you've got something coming before the committee next year that Jeffrey Lurie did yesterday to because I don't think there's any question that he swayed at least a couple of people.
Well, I don't know. It's hard. It's impossible to know. I tend to think you're right. But look, Ruben's been in these situations and he thinks otherwise. So not sure.
I have a hard time believing that it was locked in at 22-10. Especially when you consider that the commissioner did everything he could possibly do, short of just publicly coming out and saying, "I hate this play," which he kind of did, to make it happen. I mean, even after, I guess the reports were that after Mr. Lurie and Jason Kelsey spoke, they went into like a private, super secret double probation session with just the owners in the room, where I guess Roger Goodell was going to try and make his last impassioned plea to please ban this thing. So it's going to be interesting. I still think that this just puts a chip on the Eagles' shoulder next year, that they know now that there are 22 teams out there which basically think that they're cheating basically think that they have found an unfair advantage.
I don't know about that because, Ken, I'm not one of them. Like, I would have voted for it to go. I'm very excited it stayed because I hope you can hear in my voice. I truly believe it helps the Eagles, and I am genuinely, truly excited because I think it helps them big time. But I would have voted to strike it down, and not because of cheating, because I don't think it looks like a football play, and all the reasons I've said yesterday, and all the reasons I've said for a couple of years now, frankly. But look, it fell the way it fell, and it's great for the Eagles.
Well, I read something this morning which hadn't really occurred to me, but when they changed that rule, because the proposal as it was rewritten was really just kind of going back to the pre-2005 rule.
Right.
The reason they changed that rule is because the officials had such a hard time adjudicating that rule down the field. Like it was hard to tell, are they pushing the runner? Are they pushing each other? Like it was just hard to tell who's pushing who. And obviously when the rule was written the way, when the proposal was written the way it was first written, it was clearly targeting the tush push and only the tush push, which looked like it was targeting the Eagles. So that's why they rewrote the proposal, I think, to go back to the...
Well, also, I think they realized it was nonsensical to be talking about injuries and pace of play. That wasn't the heart of the matter. And it wasn't even the non-heart of the matter. The only thing that it was about was, should the offensive player be allowed to push another offensive player? That's it. That's all it was. And they determined, yes, the player's still allowed to. All right, Ken, I got to move. Give me an answer for a big-time plot twist in a movie or show.
Well, I mean, one of the ultimate originals, The Wizard of Oz.
Yeah, I think so.
Give me the plot twist. I just want to...
The Wizard.
The Wizard.
Being... Hold on, Ken.
The whole thing is a dream, right?
Yeah.
I mean, like...
Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out which one you're saying.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what I'm giving you. So the dream thing. Okay.
I thought the Wizard would be a better answer.
Okay, but I figured it could be either, and that's why.
No, good call by you. I think that's the wrong choice.
Okay. All right, 215-592-9494. All right, we got a lot happening here. More tush push related audio, things that were said after the vote yesterday, including something Louis Riddick said, something Ray Dittinger said. Phone calls on.
Louis was my former teammate.
I'm aware of that. I'm aware.
He's a smart guy.
Very smart guy. Might be a GM someday. Jetta Cameron, John Ritchie. Ruben with us as well. More in the Phils up ahead, too, on 94 WIP.
The Phillies play here today. Phillies Rockies. Leading off starts at 2. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 3:10. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Towards the pole, and that one is gone. It clears.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently? Or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double. Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And once the game starts, that's when things get interesting. You can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So just visit FanDuel.com/Ike to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Here at Robin, we're all part of the same flock. So you pay what we pay and save 5% under factory invoice on a brand new Ford. Online at robinford.com.
Don't miss your chance to witness history as the iconic Wanamaker Trophy makes its way to the city of brotherly love for the 2026 PGA Championship at Arana Mink Golf Club. Ticket registration is happening now. Be there for every moment as the best golfers in the world go head-to-head. To register for tickets, go to PGAchampionship.com/register. That's PGAchampionship.com/register. The earlier you register, the better chance you have at securing the most popular tickets.
Oh, this is the big one. The Memorial Day sale at Ashley, South Jersey, and Philadelphia. Save $100 off every $1,000 you spend. Plus amazing savings on beautiful outdoor furniture. Plus Plus, 60-month special financing. Have all your furniture delivered locally, free of charge. Plus, with your qualifying purchase, get a free gift. Save on top brand mattresses and get free local delivery, setup, and removal at Ashley, South Jersey, and Philadelphia. Financing with approved credit, minimum purchase required. Some exclusions may apply. See store for details.
The CJ's Tire and Auto semi-annual sale is here. The very best prices of the season from now until May 31st. Enjoy instant savings on thousands of tires. CJTire.com.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable. Never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. Available in app only.
Don't miss this year's 50th anniversary sales event at Dell Toyota. You can buy with no money down and 0% financing every day.
Jack, sell them for less.
Another checkup? Why are so many people getting new puppies?
Dr. Kim's veterinary office is littered with cuteness.
We are booked solid for weeks, but who can say no to a puppy, right? Oh, who's your good boy? Oh, who's your? Oh,
She needs to find extra vet techs to get those pups some extra love.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, candidates can find it easier, so you can hire easier. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Kick off summer with Memorial Day savings at Lowe's. Right now, get 5 Scott's Naturescapes 1.5 cubic foot mulch bags for just $10. Plus, get up to 40% off select major appliances and save an extra $50 on every $500 you spend on select major appliances $396 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 5/28. Mulch offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See Lowe's.com for more details.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Bundle Deal Days at AutoZone.
Well, I do need a bundle of things.
When you bundle, you save.
Do I save if I bundle oil with an oil filter?
Save up to $12 on that bundle.
What about brake pads and rotors?
Bundle those and the brake pads are free.
Can't save more than free.
You can save on hundreds of deals during Bundle Deal Days. Ends June 2nd at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. Duralast brake pads only.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Wrangler. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles to kickstart your day. Wrangler for the ride of life. Today's birthday shout-out goes to Mike Breen. The 64-year-old Fordham graduate is the lead play-by-play announcer for the NBA on ABC and ESPN. And locally, he is the voice of the Knicks on MSG Network. Have a bang up birthday there, Breeny. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Lesson Fund. Phillies go for a 4-game sweep of the Rockies in Colorado after a 9-5 victory. Ranger Suarez will be on the mound. First pitch, 3:10 p.m. live here on 94 WIP. Well, the Eagles have now beaten the Packers on 2 continents, Brazil and here, and now in Minnesota. Site of the Eagles' first Super Bowl victory. Packers, Tush push ban proposal failing. Vote 22-10. ESPN's Seth Wickersham, some detail on what happened during the meeting, says Jeff Lurie spoke passionately for nearly an hour. Annoying the 49ers owner, reports say Lurie chastised Roger Goodell and Troy Vincent for the injury nonsense. By the way, the NFL chief medical officer not at the meeting. Jason Kelsey, though, was. Spoke about the misinformation. He retired because of the Tush push. The Laborers District Council of Philadelphia and vicinity are committed to providing the safest, most well-trained workforce for the construction industry. Laborers building a better future today. Rain at time, high of 58. It's currently 53. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie.
Vinny, Vici, I'm out of order. What do I do?
This is the WIP Morning Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Wow, a banger. Big day. Got another debate later today. Going to be Ray and Elliott on this ridiculous topic. Is Josh Harris a good owner? I mean, Ray, you're going to clobber him.
I don't even know what, like, I've said to him many times this week, I don't know. He goes, I have facts. And I'm going, you think I don't?
Yeah.
14 years of this, dude?
Right.
It's been a disaster.
Yeah, so that'll be during the 9 o'clock
Good
hour.
tease.
We'll have some fun with that. All right, so I want to ask a question to our group here. James is about to leave to go to his daughter's play. And James, I'm happy for you to be able to see Zoe in what is she now, about 5 years old, something like that?
She is 6 now.
That's great. All right, so
First ever school play.
James will be out of here in a moment to go see his daughter's play. Lewis is going to be jumping in. All right, so for Rhea, James, Ruben, and John. Now, if you know who retired yesterday, I don't want you to say it. Do you guys know what former Philadelphia athlete retired?
I do.
Okay, John, you don't.
We got one.
John, we got one.
John should know.
Here we go. Let's see if John, if you can get this. A former Philadelphia athlete who played here as recently as 3 years ago in one of the 4 teams, and it is not the Flyers. It is a Sixer, an Eagle, or a Philly that retired yesterday. Do you have any guess?
No. He had a big playoff moment here. How about that?
Huge.
He really did.
Not big.
It was
huge.
And I'll say
also
this.
had a very bumpy start here.
Well, you know what? He's someone by getting that final year here.
Totally, you're right.
Turned himself from guy that otherwise would have been scorned forever.
You're right.
To like, hey, congratulations to Gene Segura who retired
We love you, Gene. Gene.
I mean, 2022, because I remember in like 21 or 20, whichever year, there was a game he threw his ball, whether it was the McCutcheon thing. But the one to me that was the worst, he's playing a game on the road. Guy hits a ground ball near second base. He can't quite get it. He's kind of lunging for it, can't get it, throws his glove at the ball.
Oh, yeah.
Which, by the way, isn't even legal, right, Ruben?
That is correct. It's just like a 2-base.
Like if he had hit the ball, it would have been a 2-base error, but he missed the ball. Ball goes into right field. But like I remember, like I think Girardi went out and like, what are we doing here? Like, what are we 6-year-olds? We're throwing our glove at the ball.
He was a little frustrated.
I actually felt like it was ingenuitive at first. Like, that's a great idea. And then I learned that it was illegal.
But I'll tell you, it wasn't just, and obviously the big moment for him was the single in St. Louis in Game 1 of 22. But you know, he did a lot. He was a pretty solid defender. And more than most.
He's a really good defender.
Yeah. And here's what he was way more than most that I've ever seen with the Phillies. bat on the ball.
Yeah.
The guy did not swing and miss much.
I
man.
love them for that reason. You can depend on him to get on and move.
Yeah.
That base hit that he got was exactly that. I mean, he basically threw his bat at the ball and put it in play and had one of the biggest RBIs in the history of the sport.
Absolutely.
Joe could not get over the fact that Gene Segura would be conversational.
Oh, I hated
with
that.
The opposition.
Oh, I hated that.
Gene would just have just say something.
That was too friendly.
In a friendly fashion.
Too friendly with Braves.
To the guy on second base.
Didn't like it.
Or, the guy on first base.
Too much fraternization for him.
But, Ruben, isn't that part of what people do
I don't
in
like
baseball?
it. I didn't like it. I'm not a
You didn't like Gene's fraternization?
I didn't like fraternization at all.
Wow.
Good man.
You're trying to beat the other team.
All communication with the opponent when you're playing against them.
I'd say hello if some guy said, that would. I wouldn't be like Chase Utley, where he basically ignore everybody. but I would say hello.
Everybody?
But I remember my very first time, my very first base hit. I mean, I remember who was the first baseman for the White Sox for
Frank Thomas.
Frank Thomas. Yeah. I had just stolen a line drive base hit off him in left field. I made a sliding catch on him, and I was like, "Hey, Frank," and he didn't say a word to me. I was like, "Oh,
really?
Crap, man, I'm out." And I was like half his size, right?
I was going to say, I'd be afraid.
He was still pissed off that I made that play against him because he was trying to be a batting champion.
Yeah, I think.
Oh yeah, he was mad.
So you're just
and
trying to
my first
talk.
hit. I'm like, I got my first hit. I was like, "Hey,
That's
Frank, how you doing?"
exciting. Of course, you're in a great mood.
I go, "Hi, Frank," and he's like, "Nothing."
That is great, man. Yeah. I love it. All right. Let's get a lot of calls in here. I also want to get to something debate related. We've had some fun this week with the debate thing. We'll keep that going. Also, let's remind you, Twitter poll questions of the day, both brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Proud to again be Pennsylvania's #1 Chevrolet EV dealer. Now in stock, the Equinox Blazer and Silverado EVs. Together, let's drive. ArminChevy.com. First poll question, would you consider yourself, or did you consider yourself yesterday, more surprised or shocked that the Tush push stayed legal? Second poll question, do you consider the win by the Eagles yesterday a major or minor offseason win? You can vote on both at Sports Radio WIP on Twitter and certainly weigh in on the phone lines. Go to Jim right now in Morgantown. Jim, good morning.
Good morning, team. Thanks for taking my call.
You bet, Jim.
Hey, couple of baseball points and then to the Tush push. Rube, correct me if I'm wrong. Is there any other team in the National League or in our division that has 4 pitchers with 1 or less losses and 4 players with over 20 RBIs?
Wow.
I don't know those numbers, but I wouldn't be surprised that they're the only team.
Yeah, and to your point earlier, Joe, and I'm sure you realized it even before, but they're a great team. We have a great team.
Look, today's the first day I've declared it in like a month and a half. And I want to be clear. It doesn't guarantee you win the World Series or get there, but they are a great baseball team. And the primary reason is at least, I'll use the term at least 4 out of 5 times through the rotation, you expect to get a really outstanding start by the starting pitcher. And it could turn into 5 out of 5 if Nola gets his act together or if Painter gets up here. I mean, that is such an advantage. I mean, I just hope, especially when you consider how little they had for so many different eras. I mean, I remember when, like, Kevin Gross was their best pitcher. I mean, no offense, but I mean, my God. That guy be trying to be the 5th starter right now. He wouldn't even be it.
No, Kevin Gross is pretty good pitcher.
Yeah, but he's not better than Aaron Nola, who right now is their 5.
Yeah.
It's nice.
Yeah.
Is Aaron Nola the 5?
They don't need to state it, but he is.
Ruben.
That doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
Does it matter? They're all good.
They don't have to
Well, it does matter when we get to the postseason, and that means he doesn't pitch.
Yeah, well, right now,
Then it matters.
Right now, Luzardo's the second pitcher.
Yeah,
Dude, Luzardo could win the Cy Young.
Luzardo's too.
But if the postseason started right now,
Nola doesn't
do you
start.
hold Nola out?
Yeah, Nola does not. Nola does not start.
Playing right
he
now.
does not start. I'd probably have Sanchez 3. And if Suarez keeps pitching well, it might be Suarez because he's been so good in the postseason.
Look, Nola's got to prove it, man. Got to prove it.
It's a great problem to have.
Yeah.
Let's have it. Let's have the problem.
Painter.
No,
Mix in.
It's amazing, Jim.
What about Mick Abel? Did you guys see
Yes.
what I mean, talk about perseverance.
That was
You
rough
start
weather,
think about what this kid's gone through. He was a first-round pick. He thought he was going to be, he had the stuff to be a really high-level prospect. he struggled his rear end off for about 2 or 3 years.
Why?
Last year couldn't throw strikes consistently. He was too much of a thinker. And he made some sort of paradigm shift in his whole makeup and his and the way he went about it. And he said, screw it, I'm going to start pitching. And he's pitching. And he dealt the other day.
Yes, he did.
So it's one of the more
worry?
spectacular games I've seen in a long, long time, just as a baseball game.
Well,
he versus Skeens, that might have been one of the best baseball games I've ever seen.
Ruben, it was less than 2 hours.
It was one of the best games I've ever seen.
It was great.
But is
I'm
there a
serious about
worry?
that.
You say there was a paradigm shift in just the way he looked at baseball and everything sort of fell into place. Is there a worry when something like that happens and things just suddenly work, that it can also work the other way, that things can just sort of, the wheels can fall off and he can leave you in the lurch?
I think it goes the other way because I think he transforms himself forward. I think about guys like Roy Halladay who had that same sort of thing. I mean, these are guys that had to sort of regroup and revamp and reset.
Kurt Schilling.
And they get better and better and better, and they don't stop getting better.
How about Zach Wheeler, Ruben?
Zach Wheeler's a great example. I mean, there's a lot of examples, and they typically, once they have that shift, and once they realize how good they are and how different the mindset is, it's fun to watch, man.
Hey, Jim.
Tim Worrell is one of those guys. Tim Worrell is one of those guys, Todd Worrell's brother. And he was like, man, I was just so worried about getting hit and this, and all of a sudden I said, screw it. I'm just going to pitch. And he became a pretty darn good back-end reliever for a while.
All right, Jim, I need an answer from you. For Phillies tickets, a movie with a great plot twist or a show.
I have the Stone Cold Mortal Lock, whether you're into pro wrestling or sports wrestling entertainment, under the direction of Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, John Cena turning heel on Cody Rhodes.
All right, so we need a rolling Richie. The world of what I'll always call WWF. I don't care if they call themselves WWE. I mean, so on the table or not on the table? TV show.
Yes, I think so. It's a plot twist. John Cena goes rogue.
That's a twist with that kind of stuff on the table. All right, let's go to Dave right now in Wilmington. Oh, Davey. How are you, pal?
Good morning.
Good morning, Dave. Tell the kids to pipe down. You're live on the air.
Hey, the radio says keep it down. They can hear you on the air.
They don't care. They don't care. They want to hear themselves.
Yeah.
What do you got, Dave?
Well, based on your perspective of being upside down, Joe, if you draw a circle on the page and a stick figure on the top of the circle and the bottom, somebody's always upside down.
Yeah, I couldn't hear much, but people in Antarctica are upside down. There's no doubt, unless the whole thing is upside down, at which point then people at the North Pole would be upside down. So one or the other's upside down. I mean, you just are.
And congratulations to Rhea on winning that debate by Elliott Shore Park.
You're the best, Dave.
Good call. All right, Dave, give me an answer for a plot twist.
Well, there's 3 plot twists in this movie. Psycho.
Fight Club's already been said. Give me a different answer.
6'10".
You got it. That's already been said, but it's too noisy.
Yeah.
I can't.
Is he driving that bus?
It's really not.
Is that dangerous?
I don't think he's driving when he calls us. I think he's sitting there.
I don't know.
Let's hope that's the same. Let's hope that's
Trying
the
to cover
case.
for him, Joe.
No, I'm kind of trying to look out for the kids. I feel very uncomfortable. John, I do. I feel uncomfortable when we take those calls.
That's a little scary.
I don't think we should take them. I really don't. I'm not trying to be the hall monitor, but like, I can't imagine.
A little dangerous,
right?
I mean, we know that
it's squeamish.
The problem is that it's more than driving. Like you got so many lives in the vehicle.
That's the point.
And then there's also other activities like the stopping and starting and letting on and letting off. Yeah. Like I feel like there is a lot more you need to be aware for.
I think
there's distractions, man, and there's distractions back there. You don't know kids are.
And kids could be bullying each other.
Grab ass going on back there.
Well, that's a whole different matter. But sometimes you got to be, the cop of the bus, and if someone's getting bullied, you got to step in and
right.
I think I'm done with that. I'm not trying to be,
Well, Dave should get off the bus
protector
and
guy,
call when he drops him off.
All right.
Right?
Yes.
Get him in so much.
It's probably better. And we have talked to Dave before.
He's a good guy.
When the kids weren't on the bus.
Yeah, he's a good dude.
So
All right.
that's preferable.
So we got another debate coming up in about 45 minutes. Rhea and Elliot on Josh Harris. I want to go back to yesterday. Was I wrong to say the best season in Philadelphia sports history is Wilt Chamberlain? So here's the deal. Let me give you quick facts. I won't get too bogged down. I'm just going to give you quick facts. Wilt Chamberlain, 1962. This has to be my number one. 50 points, 25 rebounds per game. Ruben, you'll appreciate this. I got Grover Cleveland Alexander, number 2. Now consider these bonker facts. This is 1915. Team gets to the World Series.
Right.
Offense let him down in the World Series. Right? Not his fault. It didn't have enough around him. But they get to the World Series. Guy wins 31 games. He pitches 376 innings and has a 1.22 ERA. I mean, all due respect to Saquon, I got to give my guy Alexander, number 2. I go Wilt, 67, number 3. They win the title. He's MVP, the whole deal. 24 points, 24 rebounds, 7 assists per game. Now, more modern times, because let's get to what obviously our audience is more familiar with. I'm kind of joking, but I'm not really. I do think those are probably above Saquon. In the modern times, Moses, number 1, 1983. Regular season MVP, playoff MVP, per game, 24 points, 15 rebounds, 2 blocks. And
Delivered the championship.
And he out-rebounds Kareem in the finals 18-7 per game. He out-rebounds Kareem by over 10 rebounds per game. Carlton, 72. That's second.
Okay, I was waiting on Carlton.
Yep, I got Carlton, 72 second. I got Bernie in 74 when he wins Vezina and Conn Smythe same year. 1.89 goals against average, 932 save percentage, and obviously the Stanley Cup, including the shutout in Game 6. I got him 3. And then here's where I got Saquon. I didn't list them all by number, but in a grouping that includes Saquon, Reggie White, 1987, Roy Halladay, 2010, Ryan Howard, 2006, Mike Schmidt, 1980, Bobby Clark, 75, and probably T.O. back end of that, 04. Does that sound reasonable?
No, very reasonable.
So, Rhea, how did I lose this debate, apparently? Because I just talked longer and louder?
Because you didn't scream.
What was his call?
He said Saquon, number 1. I'm like, how are you going to go above a guy that had 50 points and 25 rebounds? The guy scored 100 points in a game.
They had to change the rules because of Wilt Chamberlain.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think
to me,
Saquon would agree. Wilt Chamberlain, number 1. Just saying. That's you know who says that? The Hammer. And he also says,
wait a minute. By the way, the Hammer lost last week, right?
Ruben.
Wait, am I missing
Miserably.
something? Am I misremembering that or no?
But then he, I don't know, he's still
Why are
complaining
you
about it, and
you know what happened?
challenging the loss.
He
still says he didn't lose.
All right, Ruben, I'm going to play.
Accountability is important.
That's what he lacks
And
most.
that's what I think James is lacking. Ruben, I'm going to play you a question that was honestly asked. This is not doctored audio. You be the now, mind you, I lost 3-2, ran out of time. Okay, so like it wasn't like I answered all the questions. I was processing through nonsense from Seltzer. Ruben, I want to play for you one question that Seltzer asked. I want you, John. I'm going to say this. I will relent on challenging this quote loss if Ruben says that I should relent. If Ruben says I don't have grounds to stand on, I will stand no longer.
Okay.
If Ruben says I have real grounds to challenge, because Dave Skopinich, by the way,
just made it
I like making this decision. I love it. I love the heat.
Because Ruben, I trust you, and you and me and James are both friends with you, like equal friendships. I think you're an honest guy. Dave Skopinich, our head of sales around here, vice president, Odyssey vice president, head of sales in the local market here, told me last night he thinks it should be a redo, not a loss, a redo. Ruben, I'm going to
wrong.
Okay.
Don't try to sway me, Joe.
Okay, Ruben,
okay? I don't care what some other people did.
I will go with what you say should happen.
All right.
I'm going to play you the audio of one of James's question. Imagine the confusion this question causes.
Zach Wheeler is one of 2 current Eagles who played for the Mets prior to joining the Phillies. Name the other.
First of all, you know Zach Wheeler doesn't play for the Eagles.
I do know that.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think you got to relent, man. I'm
That's
sorry.
a shame.
Thank you.
I mean,
That's wisdom.
I'll just say, Ruben, one or two extra. One
you
or two.
didn't even.
Hold on. Before you give your official ruling, 1 or 2 extra seconds, I could have fired out an answer to tie it. And you don't think that creates 1 or 2 seconds of confusion, let alone 3 to 5 seconds?
So the second I hear Zach Wheeler, I'm automatically in baseball mode. I'm automatically in baseball mode, man. I'm sorry. It's confusing, and I can understand why you got confused, but
no, I can't.
Zach Wheeler.
Hold on. Did you at any point think that Zach Wheeler played for the Eagles?
I was just all around.
Did you
confused.
at any point think that Zach Wheeler played for the Eagles?
No, but I didn't know what we were.
So then, what's the problem?
I don't know which thing he's getting wrong.
So can I say this?
Is he getting wrong the first part of the question or the second
because
part of the question?
he finished up with the
But
with
again, guys, when you're in the moment and you have a finite number of times,
Zach Wheeler.
I'm not a quick thinker, honestly, Joe. And I do respect your knowledge is ridiculous. Your knowledge is ridiculous, and I respect the fact that you can think quickly. I can't think quickly, and I still locked in on Zach Wheeler.
Okay. Listen, Ruben, I told you what you say goes.
Hold on.
Okay,
that means you're actually.
I take the L. I take it begrudgingly. I will put it on the list. I do have a list.
That is actually
I was being honest,
wise
though.
move. Yeah,
I wasn't trying to.
That's an honest evaluation. You have nothing at stake here.
I have zero at stake.
Evaluating the situation fairly. I truly believe that's the fair way to go.
Well, listen, I said I would do it, and I'll abide by what I said.
Good
I will
job.
add this to the list.
Did you see his face?
I'm not happy.
He's not happy at all.
Pleased with this.
He's not I may not come on the show for about 3 or 4 weeks.
Amaro, you're lucky you're over there, because if you were next to me right now,
what would you do?
Did you expect
Batman,
him to say
"Pow, bam,
see,
smack"?
Here's what I don't understand. It's not like Joe to put himself in position to lose like that. Like, did you actually expect that Ruben would say, "Oh, absolutely"?
I didn't know which way it would go. I tended. Is that a word? I thought that Ruben would probably vote against me.
Really?
But I also thought.
So you're not surprised?
I am not surprised.
Okay.
I thought there was a chance I could win it. I will say I also knew for the good of the show, at some point you just got to have resolution. I mean, you can't have this linger forever.
Yeah.
So,
So you're willing to take the decision as it lays.
There's 6 or 7 times where I have felt unjust results, and I'll add this to the list. No, seriously, but it is what it is. I mean,
how many losses do you have?
Well, now
you don't have very many of them.
Now official record is 283 and 45. Okay.
Well, that's a nice round
look how
loss number,
upset he
isn't
is.
it?
I feel bad right
That is
now.
a beautiful
Look at that
round
look at his
loss.
face.
That's a robust loss number.
Absolutely.
45.
Garbage.
Whoa.
Garbage.
That's almost 100.
All right, let's get to Chuck in Cherry Hill. Excuse me, Chuck in Mount Airy. Chuck, good morning.
Hey, don't mess my name up again, Joe.
I'm sorry.
That's right, Chuck.
He's feeling a little. He's upset, Chuck. Leave him alone.
Yeah, he's thrown off.
I am thrown off.
Yeah, he's upset with me.
What's up, Chuck?
What's up, morning? Hey, Rube, listen, Rube. You know, my guy. You my guy, Rube. You know what I mean? The GM of the year. You know what I'm saying to you? The GM of the year. Because, it's a GM in this city that I can't stand. And, now that I look back at your career, I kind of appreciate you more. Daryl Morey.
That's thoughtful. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I'm serious. Daryl Morey is the biggest joke I've ever seen in my life. Nobody's talking about him. He's just going under the radar.
Look, we talk about him, but if he was the Eagles GM, it'd be a bigger deal because they do get more attention. It's an absolute travesty, Chuck.
Joe, it's a disaster.
It is.
Joe, this guy, and he's talking about trading out the 3rd pick. Well, I tell you, he better be right. He had better be right if he trade out the 3rd pick because Ace Bailey imagine he go and be, anything like a Kevin Durant or something. Just saying.
Chuck, it's as simple as this. You can't trust Embiid to chase this title with. Let's trade the 3rd pick who can be here for 12 years for a guy who can be here for 2 years. You can't do it.
That's what I'm
saying.
Do it. You cannot do that.
Correct.
You already paid the guy, and you didn't have to. You know what I mean? You put us in this box. It's just a disaster, man.
Yep.
I don't want to talk about it. It's a disaster. I called to say about the Phillies real quick, though, right? I didn't think they would have a good year, but they are warming up to me, and I'm happy they're doing good. They're beating up with tomato cans right now, but it's baseball.
Yep.
But listen, this is what Aaron Nola needs to do, right? He probably won't play in the playoffs with these pitchers the way they pitch. And then you saw my bringing up Andrew Painter. Focus on doing what you can to contribute to the team, and that's being in the bullpen. Maybe you get some bullpen innings from him. You know what I mean? In the playoffs. We always need bullpen arms. Focus on being the best bullpen guy you can be. You pick your comment, Aaron. Sometimes change is inevitable, and you have to accept it in life. So just accept this change and just, contribute the best way you can winning a championship here and being the best bullpen arm you can be.
There are better options. He's not an
he
option
do
for the
that?
bullpen. No, he's never done it in his life. Literally in his life, he's never come out of a bullpen.
And it's just like it doesn't even seem like his stuff can be bullpen stuff.
I mean, he may get a tick on his fastball, whatever. He just needs to get back to where he was about 3 starts ago when he was spinning the baseball properly. He was moving the baseball, keeping it down in the zone, mixing it up. That's who he is. Eat up innings, be durable, and just be that guy. And that's enough.
Listen, Chuck, here's where I'm at, man. Nola to the bullpen, maybe in October, but absolutely not when he comes back from the injury. Like, absolutely not. Give him every opportunity. Because remember this, man. The 5th starter, whoever the hell it is, that can be a 6-inning guy. Like, that's more valuable to me than 1 inning in a bullpen 3 times a week. Get him right, start him, figure out as you approach the trade deadline and ultimately October who's in the bullpen in the playoffs and who's not. You don't need to figure that out yet. I'm certainly not starting freaking Taijuan Walker instead of Aaron Nola.
Most rotations can't even get their 2nd or 3rd guy to throw 5 or 6 innings.
Not doing it. Chuck, I need an answer from you.
Joe, let me.
What?
Listen, Bryce Harper never played first base, and he's the first baseman. So you can't say that, all in all, he's not going to be a good ball. The guy has pitched some big innings in the playoffs. I'm sure he can pitch 1 or 2 innings.
Listen, in the playoffs,
maybe.
yes, but I'm not doing it in freaking June. I'm not doing that.
I'm not talking about June. I'm talking about in the playoffs.
Well, no, I'm open-minded to it. I've told you that. Chuck, I need an answer, a plot twist.
Yeah, Orphan.
You got it, pal. All right, pal. Chuck, good call as always. All right, so coming up in a minute here, I want to get to something that Diddy said about the tush push yesterday and the vote going the Eagles' way. Some interesting stuff from Ray coming up shortly here. Hey, let me tell you about United Tire. Obviously, they're amazing. It was great. It was great last night at the client party we had with the Lombardi trophies here at WIP. Trophies, that's right, 2. Seeing Greg and the squad from United Tire. Wonderful people, man. Wonderful people. United Tire, they do great work. And they got 10 different locations throughout the Delaware Valley, whether it's for service, general service, or specifically tires. They cover it all. They also do great work for the community. Put another way, for you. So United Tire has partnered with the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia to help fund life-saving care, comfort, and brighter days. Whether you need service or not, this May, and obviously there's about a week to go in May, this May, stop into your locally owned United Tire and donate, if you can, please, to support Children's Hospital, support the kids in the hospital. And United Tire will match dollar for dollar. That's right, every single dollar. They will match dollar for dollar your donation and give you a voucher for $50 off a set of 4 new tires. It's a great way to get your car serviced the right way and obviously help some kids in need at the same time. Please find the location nearest you at UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone, and drive United. All right, a couple tush push related pieces of audio I want to get to. I want to do an audible at the line of scrimmage. I want to play the Louis Riddick audio first. So, one of the things we're asking today, major win for the Eagles, minor win for the Eagles, how do you kind of assess it? You can tell from Louis Riddick's standpoint, he thinks this is a big deal for the Eagles. I agree with him. Here's what he said.
I think here, for Philadelphia, hey, look, it's a huge win for them. Other teams need to look at exactly, what kind of countermeasures can they put into place in order to slow it down, which quite honestly, I don't really think you can. Their offensive line is just too good. Jalen Hurts is just too strong. And whether or not, unless you have about 3 or 4 Vita Veas from the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, you're cooked. You're cooked when they decide to do this. It's just over. It's a wrap.
I said earlier, I'll say again, and I don't know if Louis Riddick would agree with this, but it sounds like the kind of thing I'm talking about. I don't think other teams will stop the Eagles. I think this whole thing moving forward is about whether tell me if you agree with this, Ruben. It's about whether other offenses can get proficient at it, not whether their defenses can stop the Eagles.
I totally agree with that. And other teams should be working to try to be good at it. I mean, it's as simple as that. I mean, it's there. It's there for their
for
use.
instance, Mekhi Becton.
I mean, all I got to do is watch some film, bro.
Well, watch film, but also Mekhi Becton now plays for a different team. He was obviously in the meetings with Jeff Statler.
Right.
If I'm his offensive line coach, hey, Mekhi.
What are they doing?
What works?
What's
Why? The technique?
Yeah.
Now, listen, not every team's going to have Dickerson and Mulatto on the left side. Not every team's going to have Jalen Hurts. Very few. Maybe 2 or 3 teams in football. Josh Allen being an example. Big, burly guy that can barrel in there. But for the most part, not that. But the technique is such a big part of it. So
It really is. And I can't understand why other teams have not deployed this. I just don't get it.
They clearly haven't worked on it as much.
Every sport is a copycat sport. I mean, when something works, why would you not utilize that piece?
All right. So the Diddy commented after the vote yesterday. Ray Didinger was on with John Clark on John's podcast. Here's Ray's perspective on yesterday's development.
I think there were a couple of kind of hard-nosed, old-school football guys, coaches now, that just didn't like the idea of litigating stuff out of the game. And I'm talking about Dan Campbell and Mike Vrabel. Were two coaches who, when the trend was all seeming to move towards getting rid of the tush push, Vrabel and Dan Campbell both said, no, that's the way you settle things in football is you settle them on the field. You don't settle them in a boardroom. And you don't settle them with politicking and lobbying and all that kind of stuff. This is football. This isn't passing a bill on Capitol Hill.
I love that line. I mean, it's a pretty good way to sum it up.
So great.
Perfect.
I mean, thank goodness that we had those guys in that room.
Yeah,
guys who could keep things, I don't know, the way they should be, old school, a little more level-headed. Like, let's settle things on the field, fellas.
They may have made the difference.
There. That really.
Yeah.
I didn't think about Vrabel being attached to the Patriots initially. When I was looking at the list of teams, but of course, it makes sense that Mike Vrabel would be on this side of it.
Being on the other side of it, with McDermott.
Yep.
I believe it's every AFC's team voted, in favor of not, banning it, which I thought was interesting.
Yeah. Well, I think the most interesting thing about the way teams voted was that only one other NFC team supported keeping it because the Eagles are a bigger threat, conference thing and all that. All right, so let's.
Only one team who we play supports this play.
Well, let's listen to
the Detroit Lions.
Let's listen to the coach of the Lions. So the audio we have here of Dan Campbell was not from yesterday. It was from earlier in the offseason, but it was when he was talking about the tush push and kind of where it could go and his opinion on it. Here's what Dan Campbell had said.
I'm like, hey, man, they've like Philly obviously is known for this because, they're the ones who've really kind of perfected it and done it and do it over and over. And I'm like, man, good for them, man. If you got something, we got to stop it. So, to me, leave it in. And, we play them this year. We got to find a way to stop it. And I like that.
Props to that guy. I mean, look,
He's so awesome.
Yeah,
he says he likes that.
Yeah.
He likes that.
It's a challenge. He likes to be challenged.
This is noble. This is what you do. This is when you go out there and you settle it like men. I appreciate that.
Great coach.
It could hurt them. Ruben, you never should have let the Braves in the NL East in the 1990s.
My fault.
No, 100% your fault.
Definitely my fault.
I mean, they had freaking
a lot of things are my fault. That was one of them.
Hey, Maddox, Glavin, and Smoltz, and the organization's like, hey,
14 years later, we didn't win. We didn't win one division.
I'm well aware. I remember in the moment being so out of my mind. Anyway, let's go to the phones. Brian in Abington. Brian, how you doing, bud?
Good. How you doing, Joe?
I can always find a way, I got to bring Ruben's pass into this somehow. And,
yeah, because I zipped you.
What's up, dude?
You 100% won that debate yesterday.
Thank you.
100%. Ike had to prove that Barkley had the best season. All you had to do was put a shadow of doubt in the debate. You did that right away.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So why does everyone think I lost that debate?
Was there a poll taken about whether why isn't there a poll taken?
I wonder why Brian, why are you doing this? What makes you such a Joe
He's getting paid
debate
off.
fan?
When I heard,
because you're the only person who thinks that.
You are. I was like, there's no way Joe is going to win this. I was like, he 100% is going to lose, and then he put a shadow of doubt. That's all he had to do.
Well, it sounds like the way that you're judging this is a little kinder than the way everyone else judges it.
All Joe had to do was prove that Saquon wasn't the best. He didn't have to prove who had the best season.
Well, no, it wasn't that the question. Like,
well, yeah, I mean,
to prove that he was the best or not.
And the other thing, Brian, and I think I needed bonus points for this. Who wanted that assignment that I got? I mean, Saquon's an active player that is universally beloved and respected, and I'm the guy that has to come in here and argue against
You took the contra.
I mean,
that is rough. Yeah.
Give me some extra
I'll give
points.
you a lot of credit.
You should get a little love for that. Yeah.
That's true.
When Rod Lakin, our program director, approached me with it, I'm like, "Are you kidding me?
Why do I have to take that side?
Yeah, I mean, what is this nonsense?" Anyway, it's all good. Brian, give me an answer, pal. You can win the Phillies tickets. What was the plot twist?
Lost.
Did you say Walt?
Lost.
Oh,
Lost.
Lost.
Yeah.
Yes, Lost. You know,
Yeah.
I might watch that someday.
I never watched any of it.
I never watched it.
Oh, really?
Not a second.
I watched a little bit of it.
So Lost and
I should've
24
watched all of it.
overlapped, right? They were the two shows that were sort of same time. I think
Lost
so.
was first.
I didn't watch either.
Lost was before 24. 24 is solid.
24 is outstanding.
Kiefer
Ruben,
Sutherland, right?
Yeah, I think they were same time.
Really?
And I think people were a Lost person or a 24 person. I think.
So
Interesting.
what else was at that time that I was neither?
Yeah, me either.
I mean, it's
There
like
must have been something else.
Dude, that's like the Ally McBeal.
What year are we talking?
Well, I remember your Eagles would be playing, and you'd be seeing these promos for like Ally McBeal, the Jessica Alba. What was her
was
show?
John playing then?
Alias.
Maybe that's
no,
why.
that's why.
No, not Jessica Garner. Jessica Alba.
I don't remember.
She was in that show. Oh,
Was it a
she looked.
vampire or
Oh,
something?
yeah.
I remember.
No, not vampires.
Oh, it was like I'd be watching Eagles games and I'd see the Jessica Alba commercials. Like, oh my God.
Yeah.
More
What
of
was
that and then
Yeah.
less of less of the
Solid.
Eagles.
Yep. Agreed.
All right.
She's getting a divorce, you know.
I tell you, there's hope for the men in the world.
Hope for
not-
folks.
but not for you.
No, I'm not looking for Jessica Alba, but I mean, I'm just saying if I was, then
Dark Angel, is that
Dark
the show?
Angel is what it was.
That's exactly. Yeah. Well, maybe it was a vampire. Was it vampire?
Dark Angel.
Ish.
Yeah.
Thought it was.
I think.
I
I
was
don't
just
think I
like,
ever saw it.
whoa.
Wasn't friend of the show David Boreanaz
He's been
somehow affiliated with that show?
Been on the program multiple times. Was he
Yeah.
in that show?
With Dark
I
Angel?
don't know.
I'm not sure.
Not sure.
He was part of Buffy.
Yes.
Yes.
Was he
He was in
somehow part of
Bones.
Dark Angel as well? Maybe
I don't
I'm
know.
way off base there.
And he was part of the Immaculata movie. Immaculata winning the first 3 championship in women's college basketball. Shout out to Kathy Rush,
Oh, wow.
Basketball Hall of Famer.
Wow.
All right, 215-592-9494. Rhea Hughes against Elliott Shore Parks.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be about whether Josh Harris is a good owner. I encourage you to listen for the hilarity of how Elliott will try to sell this nonsense. That and more up ahead on a great day on 94 WIP.
Let me talk about my good friends at Lexus of Cherry Hill. I've been working with them, leasing with Lexus of Cherry Hill for over a decade. There are a lot of great reasons why. They're an elite Lexus dealer for 2024. They've got great people. They've got great service you'll receive when you enter the dealership. They've got 2025 Lexus models in. They are moving fast. And Lexus of Cherry Hill is now a 7-time certified J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence winner for the customer sales experience. You'll see that Lexus of Cherry Hill difference when you stop in and see Tony Labello and his team. They'll help guide you to the perfect Lexus, the one of your dreams, because they've got over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles in stock. Another thing to really love about Lexus at Cherry Hill, they are veteran-owned and operated. So face it, you deserve a Lexus, and you deserve award-winning customer service. Start your journey today at Lexus of Cherry Hill in Mount Laurel or online at lexusofcherryhill.com. Lexus of Cherry Hill, family-owned and operated.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Go Birds Radio. Listen Saturdays 1 to 3 only on Sports Radio 94 WIP. Sponsored by BetParks online sportsbook and casino app. You love to play. You play to win. You bet. BetParks.
When you're ready to propose, shopping for the diamond can be intimidating. Trust me, but the Benari Jewelers team puts you at ease, showing you everything you need to know for that important purchase. You'll feel like an expert browsing through the largest selection of hand-picked diamonds. At Benari, the value shines through. You'll walk away with a superior diamond that she will love. Benari Jewelers, when ordinary won't do. Everything at Benari is extraordinary. Hexton and Newtown Square, online at BenariJewelers.com.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40, period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
Bet the final leg of the Triple Crown with NyraBets, the official betting app of the historic Belmont Stakes in Saratoga. Available nationwide. Sign up at nyrabets.com/Philly25 for a free $25 bet and $200 deposit match.
You've been called the president of three-card poker, the baron of baccarat. No matter who you are, there's always another way to win on the Bet Parks app. Score up to $1,000 bonus back in the first 24 hours. Gambling problem, 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus, located in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Michigan. New users only. TC Supply. See site for details. Casino bonus must be worth.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The coolest summer starts at Target with up to 50% off select Sun Squad pool and outdoor toys and 20% off select favorite day treats with Target Circle. Discover inflatable pools and outdoor toys that'll surely make a big splash this season, while you keep it cool and sweet with the most shareable cookies and frozen snacks under the sun. Hurry! Now through Memorial Day, save up to 50% on select Sun Squad toys and 20% on select favorite day treats with Target Circle, only at Target. Restrictions apply.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Forget the pool, forget the beach, forget the barbecue. Get to Colonial Hyundai this Memorial Day weekend to save up to 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. Hi, it's John Asher, the Car Czar from Colonial Hyundai. This Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Memorial Day Monday, take advantage of not one, but two of our most popular offers. Save up to 20% off a brand new Hyundai in stock. That's a savings of up to $10,000. Or I'll give you $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed, no matter the condition, only at Colonial Hyundai. Hyundai has shipped us a special selection of additional vehicles, and for a limited time, you can save up to 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Memorial Day Monday, save up to 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. Or I'll give you $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed, no matter the condition, only at Colonial Hyundai. Plus, we want to make your new vehicle even more affordable. Don't miss out on the best financing in the business with rates as low as 0%. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
In stock vehicles only. Tax and tags additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires May 31st, 2000.
When I wake up, the best mornings in the morning light start with Wrangler. I pull on my jeans and I feel alright. Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay, things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Summer's here, and you can now get almost anything you need delivered with Uber Eats. What do we mean by almost? You can't get a well-groomed lawn delivered, but you can get chicken parmesan delivered. Sunshine? No. Some wine? Yes. Get almost anything delivered with Uber Eats. Order now. Alcohol in select markets. See app for details.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get the Zone, AutoZone. After 2 of his cars failed inspection for illegally modified parts, Roger Penske yesterday fired his entire senior leadership team. Nothing is more important than the integrity of our sport and our race teams, he said. I apologize to our fans, our partners, and our organization for letting them down. This is what I call accountability. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Glad Hair. Ranger Suarez on the mound. The Phillies go for a 4-game sweep of the Rockies in Colorado. 3:10 p.m. live here on 94 WIP. Eagles 1, Roger Goodell 0. As the Tush push survives, despite what many thought was Goodell's influence to have the Packers propose the ban, keeping the league's hands clean. Afterwards, Jerry Jones spoke the quiet part out loud about what was really going on.
And here we are, the world champion is the main focus of the Tush push. And here we are debating it and having to decide, well, am I really against the Tush push or just don't want Philadelphia to have an edge? And I sit there and fight that too. And smile when they're making a presentation.
Which one is it for you?
I don't know. I flip-flop.
Well, at least Jerry Jones is honest about it. The area's foremost authority on hair restoration, now a part of Morgenstern Medical. Visit the area's #1 team for hair restoration at gladhairctr.com. Weather brought to you by NovaCare Rehabilitation. Rain at times, high 58. It's currently 54. NovaCare Rehabilitation, your trusted physical therapy partner throughout the Delaware Valley. Schedule your appointment today at novacare.com to get back to what you love. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station.
All right, well, good morning to you. Man, there's a lot happening today. You know, the Eagles won a vote yesterday. Big vote. It's really going to help them. I think it's a major victory for the Eagles. And obviously, we're having some fun with, debate week around here these days. We may or may not do more tomorrow. We'll get to that. And the Phils are just playing fantastic ball. Let's go to the phones. We're going to have Rhea versus Elliott coming up shortly on the Tush push. By the way, Ruben and Rhea, if I can move the two of you, because we got to get Rhea on that camera that's right here. So if you two can switch seats, we'll be good to go. All right, let's go to the phones. OG Wade is with us. Wade, what's up, buddy?
What's up, man? Listen, man, I'm very upset with you guys.
Oh no!
What?
What's going on, Wade?
Yesterday, y'all allowed Spike Weasel Eskin to cheat on John Ritchie. And I didn't appreciate that because he's been walking around for about maybe a year now with this cheat card in his back pocket that Jalen Hurts led the league in turnovers in 23, in which he did not. Josh Allen led the league. Josh Allen had 17 fumbles and 18 interceptions. Jalen Hurts had 9 fumbles and 15 interceptions. But that was one of the things that he used to win, to debate John Ritchie of is Jalen Hurts an elite quarterback. Now, Spike Eskin says that his favorite quarterback is Josh Allen, who he says is elite. Well, Josh Allen can't throw the ball outside the numbers better than Jalen Hurts. Josh Allen hasn't got a AFC championship game. Josh Allen hasn't been to 2 Super Bowls. So if you say Josh Allen is elite, then you also should be saying that Jalen Hurts is elite. And then it's just a bunch of stuff that he said yesterday that was untrue. So he says if you take Jalen Hurts off of the Eagles, would he be still be elite? And I would say yes, because why? Jalen Hurts is the reason why Saquon Barkley has the room to run.
He's part of the reason, but he's not like the singular reason. But he's part of it.
Well, I would say he's the singular reason why Saquon Barkley had the year that he had.
I would say the offensive line was a bigger factor.
I think he's a huge reason that way. We've seen what it looks like without him. We've seen that it does take a hit, the running game.
I mean, OG, let's remember this, man. Like a guy Derrick Henry had Lamar, bad example. But there are players that have gotten 2,000 yards or 1,800 yards or 1,600 yards that didn't have scrambling-oriented quarterbacks. Like I think it's a little, I'll use the word disrespectful to Saquon and to the offensive line to put as much of it in the basket of Hurts as you are. No, I'm with John. I'm with John. Hurts is a significant part.
Isn't Saquon the reason?
Saquon is.
I think Saquon's the reason.
Well, but I think what he's saying, Ruben, is the jump. Hold on. I think what he's saying, Ruben, is the jump from Saquon Giant, who I think got over 1,000 yards, maybe twice, to Saquon the Eagle, who got to 2,000. I mean, something else around him's different, and it's a whole bunch of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I think the O-line is the biggest difference. So,
Let me say this here.
Go ahead.
Let me say this here.
Yes.
Before Jalen Hurts became the quarterback for the Philadelphia Eagles, our O-line was never ranked as the number one O-line. If you look at the Super Bowl, just hear me out, because I know it's true. It's a fact. But anyway, if you look at the Super Bowl, on multiple plays in that Super Bowl, Jalen Hurts would have gotten sacked. He ran the ball because he had the pressure. Okay, he also led us rushing in the Super Bowl. And what I'm saying to you is that defenses have to allocate 3 players to Jalen Hurts.
Well, it's not 3. It's not 3.
Yes, that is true. You got 3 defensive.
You got 3 spots. You got 3 spots. So they're playing 11 on 8 out there. Wait. You bring some good points, but you get a little ridiculous. When you 3 spots.
All you got to do is know football, Joe. You got to look at the DN. When the DN is reading Jalen Hurts, he cannot go into no rush, pass rush, or anything until Jalen Hurts has declared what he's going to do with the ball.
Look, he's a factor. All right, wait. I got to move. I can't do this 37 minutes straight. Give me an answer.
Sure.
Give me a plot twist.
The plot twist is for y'all to stop babying Spike Eskin and kick his ass like I do.
Baby him.
All right, so James isn't here, but Lewis, we need you to get that to Seltzer for drop of the week. That was a pretty good end by OG with the call. All right, let's welcome in a minute. In 1 minute, we're going to have another debate, and we're going to welcome Elliot coming up for Elliot versus Rhea on the Sixers.
Kick off summer this Memorial Day with Wild Fork Foods. Whether you're hosting a massive barbecue or just planning your weekday dinners, Wild Fork is your #1 spot to shop premium meats and seafood at unmatched prices. Like their USDA Choice Tomahawk, only $13.98 a pound, or USDA Prime New York strip steak, $18.98 a pound, or grill up some North Atlantic lobster tails. 2 tails, only $15.96. And don't forget to pick up their 100% beef hamburger 10-pack, only $1 per patty. You can't beat that deal. And Wild Fork honors our military with military discounts every day. All active, reserves, and retired military. Just show your military ID at checkout in their retail stores. So visit one of their Greater Philadelphia retail locations today. And if you're headed to the shore, skip the trip to the grocery store and shop Wild Fork online for same-day delivery to your door at the shore. Visit wildforkfoods.com.
All right, Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie. We got Rhea, Ruben, and Elliot with us here today, and wonderful to have you. So, been a busy week. Debate week has been part of it. Now, we're not doing Life Advice with the Hammer today because we're just prioritizing this other stuff to do when we do Life Advice, and we would expect to do it next week. It'll be brought to us by MHS Lift. If you're looking for forklifts, a warehouse efficiency assessment, any type of material handling equipment, or if your equipment needs repairs, get yourself to MHS Lift. .com. All right, so another debate on WIP and on our show, and as we venture into this one, let's ring the bell.
Oh wow, we're just getting right into it.
All right,
I like that.
So we welcome Elliot Shore-Parks. Good morning, bud. How are you, pal?
I feel like I don't know what I'm walking into right now. This is the vibe I get from Rhea coming from here to there. She has lots of paper. It's gonna be fun.
Well, you got your phone. I like you. I do my homework.
Yeah, and I have the facts too.
Yeah.
Which helps. Yeah.
I've got the facts of 14 years of what a bad owner does.
We'll find out, I guess. Yeah, we'll find out.
Talking smack early.
So we'll run this similar to how we did yesterday. There will be opening statements. And after the opening statement, I will, as the moderator, encourage some crossfire and perhaps some questions and comments. So we'll let it flow. So probably last about 10 minutes or so. The topic is whether Josh Harris is a good owner. I want to make sure I got that right. Not great. Good is our standard?
Good owner.
Good owner. Yeah.
Good owner.
Is Josh Harris a good owner? Now, we have to figure out who's going to go first. John, I have in front of me one of... 2 numbers. I either have 3.
This seems unfair.
I either have 3 or I have 4. Elliot, you get to pick. If you pick it right, then you will get the choice
it's either
of whether
3 or 4. You
either
said
3 or 4.
I guess I'll pick 3.
You are correct.
Yeah,
So
to be fair, it was very obvious what it was, but that's okay.
Would you like to go first?
Yeah,
or would
I'll
you
go
like
first.
to go second?
Okay. Unless you want to go first, but I'm happy to go first.
No, you can
I'll
go
go
first.
All right, so Elliot, here we go. You're going to have 1 minute for an opening statement. The question is Josh Harris a good owner? One more time, let's ring the bell. Elliot Sherpark, sir, you have 1 minute. Is Josh Harris a good owner?
October 18th, 2011, a great day in Philadelphia sports history. That's the day Josh Harris officially became owner of the Sixers, and things changed for one of our favorite teams in the city. Prior to Josh Harris taking control of the Sixers, the 10 years prior, 0 50-win seasons, 0 division titles, 2 playoff series wins, and they were a top 4 seed 0 times. Since Josh Harris took over, 4 50-plus season wins, 7 seasons over 500, a division title, 5 playoff series wins, and they've been a top 4 seed 5 times. The difference in the product we get to watch as Sixers fans with Josh Harris as owner versus not owner is drastically different. In addition, he also took the team from the practice courts of PCOM, where they had to rent space to practice, to one of the best practice facilities in the league. And soon they'll get a new arena. So he's taken them from an irrelevant team that never won, that embarrassingly had to practice at a local college, was splitting an arena, and now they're going to get a new arena, new practice facility. He's changed the team completely.
Mr. Sherparks, we thank you for your opening statement. Ms. Hughes, you have 1 minute. Is Josh Harris a good owner?
All right, let's start with Josh Harris employing Sam Hinkie to start the process. An abject failure, despite what the sons of Sam Hinkie or rights to Ricky Sanchez to Rangers will tell you. Harris then got bullied by the commissioner to hire Jerry Colangelo. Jerry Colangelo convinced him to hire his kid, big collar Brian Colangelo, who drafted Markelle Fultz, and then got caught with a burner account that he blamed on his wife for ripping Embiid. How about during COVID, when the billionaire tried to slash the salaries of employees and had to be publicly embarrassed by Embiid? How about during when if your kid has a soccer game, you better not want him to be going between games because he will land on the field and you better run for the hills, okay? Harris spearheaded. You mentioned the arena. Spearheaded that to bulldoze over Chinatown, okay? How much money did they have to spend researching it? And then he made the mayor of Philadelphia look like a fool. There is a name in front of the Sixers. It's called Philadelphia. A fish rots from the head. That head is either resting in Washington or New York, never in Philadelphia.
Yeah, you'll notice she said almost nothing about basketball in there. Almost nothing about basketball,
now, hold on,
right?
Sherparks, chime down.
Okay.
Okay. Segment 2 here. Retorts and things.
Yeah.
I will say as the moderator, Rhea, that was a great line. That line about the name in front of the Sixers is Philadelphia. I know I'm not supposed to,
Well, I hope you're not voting based off this bias.
That resonated with me in a big way. All right, we encourage now some back and forth, some retorts and some comments.
Look,
Elliot, you got a minute.
The fish line was a great one, but it's not true. They're not a rotting fish. They've been one of the best teams in the league over the past 10 years since Josh Harris took over. I think they have the 8th most playoff wins over the past 10 years. And a lot of what you said is true. I'm not here debating he's a great person. I'm not debating he's a great owner.
No, it's a great owner. The question is, was he a good owner?
Yes, and he is a good owner.
He
is a good owner.
You literally...
Has the product on the basketball court improved since he got here? Yes. Without question, yes. Does that mean he's perfect off the court? Of course not. Do I wish he owned other teams? Of course. I get why that upsets other people. The arena thing, you're right. That was not a smooth process. I'm not supporting...
Smooth? It was disgraceful.
I'm not supporting what he did there. But nothing you said has anything to do with what really matters when it comes to an owner. That's the product on the field.
You're wrong.
But why does the product on the
Do I get a chance to retort,
Well,
Joe?
Do I
get a
just
chance to retort?
You certainly do.
But at this point, why are we not talking about basketball?
No. Hold
Why?
on.
Because you know the team's been better.
No. Hold on. You said what makes a good owner.
Yes.
Daryl Morey's really into AI, right? Artificial intelligence?
Like everyone, yes.
Okay, well, I'm so glad you said that.
Me too.
Because I decided to Google what makes a good sports owner, okay?
All right.
And Google has the AI feature at the top.
Uh-huh.
So here's a sample of them. Financial stability, 100%.
100%.
Absolutely, he's a $6 billion guy. Commitment to the game. No, not when you open your tenure with losing. Literally, that's your thing.
But they
Hold on, I'm not done.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm not done.
Go ahead.
Strategic leadership. His leadership, the executives he's put in place have been absolutely terrible. Communication and transparency. Hell no. Okay? Community engagement. Crickets. Okay? So these are things they don't just go with what everything is included. I'll give you the product on the field is good. The product off the field is an embarrassment to the league and to the city of Philadelphia.
First of all, a lot of what you said there, you can keep saying that Sam Hinkie was a failure. Sam Hinkie was not a failure. And you also don't get to say that he was bullied out of Sam Hinkie while also saying Sam Hinkie didn't do a good job. Either you wanted him fired or not.
Well, he was bullied out of Sam Hinkie.
Right. But
was he not bullied out of Sam
Hinkie?
I can say whatever I want. Was he not bullied out of Sam Hinkie?
Of course he was. He was. I agree. He was
Guess
bullied
I won
out of
that one.
No, well, you did win that one, yes. But the larger picture is he is absolutely a good owner.
Retreat.
Because, hold on, no, I'm not retreating. No, I can give her the little win when I'm winning the war. He was bullied out of Sam Hinkie, but Sam Hinkie, and this is where your argument loses its steam. You keep saying Sam Hinkie didn't do a good job. He absolutely set this team up to succeed. And again, you can keep talking about off the court stuff. The majority of what matters is the on court stuff, and the team has been way better. What about when he bought? Hold on. What about when he bought all the Sixers fans tickets to the Knicks series last year? If Jeffrey Lurie did that, we would talk about that for years. Nothing Josh Harris does that's positive ever gets brought up because people are so focused on the fact they haven't gone out of the second round.
It's a great thing that he bought the things for the Knicks.
Yeah.
How about buying the Washington Commanders and sitting his butt in the link with a Commanders thing on while there was a lot of Sixers fans in that building?
That's just a new reality of ownership.
No,
I don't know what to say.
It is.
But it is. Look, it's not great.
You
it's
can't
not
defend
great.
that with a straight face.
I'm not defending
you
it. But
are.
it is. No, I'm saying
it's
that is just
what it is.
It is the reality.
Right.
A lot of teams own different teams.
This is an ass whooping, ladies and gentlemen.
No, it's not. First of all, can the
let me just make it very clear. Jeffrey Lurie and John Middleton have built relational teams around a culture.
Yes, they are great owners. I agree with you. They are great owners.
Transactional. That's all he is.
But the transactions have led to wins. The executive he's hired had led to wins. The
He
head coaches that cost a ton of money.
Does he have any engagement with the community of Philadelphia?
I would love if he did that.
Does he?
But
no, answer.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't. But
so he's not a good owner.
But no,
there are all
That's
points
what
to
makes
being an
that's
owner.
what makes a great owner. Jeffrey Lurie's a great owner because of what he does in Philly. Middleton's a great owner because he clearly wants to win. He comes here. We're not debating if he's a great owner.
Oh, we're doing good. Good. You can own other teams. You can own division rivals.
Yes, 100%. And by the way, if you want to talk about being a good owner, everywhere he goes, he wins. Like, and what more does he need to do to prove he's good at this? He goes to Washington, they win. His soccer team wins. The Devils win. The Sixers win.
You think bringing up Washington is a positive?
It is a positive.
Makes him a good Sixers
because
owner.
It shows.
We're talking about as a Sixers owner.
And as a Sixers owner, you're ignoring the on.
So because Washington is good, it makes him a better owner. You're an idiot.
No, if you want to ignore,
a flat out
if you want to ignore the on the court product, you can do
Sixers fan is going, gosh, Washington's good. My owner of the 76ers.
No, but it's a proof that he is a good owner. But it's a proof that he is a good owner.
Embarrassing.
No, it's not embarrassing. No. It's a proof that he is a good owner. And again, you can keep ignoring the winning on the court, but that's the most important.
There is more to court
stuff.
There's
more to it, but it's less important.
I hear you all the time, Jeffrey Lurie, man. Everything he does combined.
I agree. He's a great owner.
This guy has no engagement with.
When
was the last time you heard him?
I agree with you on that.
When was the last time you heard him?
Hold on.
His
When's
leader.
the last time the Sixers? When's the last time the Sixers were good?
should have been talking Daryl Morey. He didn't do that all season. It was a disgrace of a season.
You are way too focused on the off the court stuff, and you're ignoring the on the court stuff.
I'm not.
You are. You won't even acknowledge they're good on the court. No, because the off the court stuff matters, but it's not as important as the on the court. They have not. That's not his fault, though. He spent a ton of money.
I'm sorry, I thought that was on the court.
It is on the court, but they've been one of the best teams in the league since he bought the team. Have they been one of the best teams in the league? Hold on. Have they been one of the best teams in the league?
No, you want to know why?
Yes, they have been. That's why I won't answer. Because they have been one of the best teams.
They've never succeeded
because
he created a culture of losing.
Order in the court.
They've never succeeded because of injuries and missed shots.
The judge has put the gavel down. Order in the court for a moment. First off, outstanding spirited effort by both sides.
Very aggressive.
Okay.
Very aggressive.
Now, I do think it is a major ass whooping, but I'll okay.
Again, if you want to
Now here's where we're going to go with segment 3. Segment 3, you each get to ask each other one question.
Oh, okay.
And with that question, drive obviously at a point that is your point.
Is it a yes or no question?
No, it's just you get to ask a question. But this allows for crossfire while the other person is answering.
Okay.
So, Rhea, what question to prove your point would you like to ask Elliot? And I'll remind you, crossfire is allowed as the other person answers.
Has the culture have the Sixers really ever been truthful to their fans? Listen, I'll take your pause. I don't need anything else.
Yeah, I would say no. I would say no. Okay. I would say no.
Okay.
All right.
Does that make a
Boy-
good owner when you
Boy, was that an
literally-
immediate concession.
I mean, I'm sorry.
man.
We're not
It's
debating,
all
but we're
yes,
not debating if he's
being
perfect
an
or if he's
owner-
great.
being
You're
an owner
holding him to a
combines
standard.
I'm
Yes,
sorry.
Jeffrey Lurie
I
might
got
be
a
the
GM
best
right
owner in
here,
all
and when
of
we're
sports.
done, I'm going to ask him
Yes.
if engagement.
All right, yeah, let's
off
ask a
field,
GM. Let's
on
ask a
field.
GM. Rube,
Is
Rube,
on field and
Rube.
off field all part of being an
Rube,
owner?
how would you gauge if an owner or a GM is good? Would you say wins and losses is maybe the top one there?
I think it's a.
Oh,
it's
yeah,
an,
no,
it's
okay.
an
All
all-encompassing thing. I mean,
How did you want to be judged? How did you want to be judged?
As an employee, and obviously, connection with the fans. That was a big one. I mean, I had a great owner in Dave Montgomery.
But
so
would
it's
you
hard
say
to compare.
one of the reasons
I don't
because he
think
gave
that
you a
Jo-
lot of resources and he
Josh
spent
is-
money and
Yeah, that's important.
How
There's
important?
That's very, very important. There's
Number
no
one,
question,
would you
but
say?
No, it's not number one.
Okay.
To me, it's the way that you're perceived as a
member of the community.
Member of the community, one, or employee, one, employer, one, member of the community, two, and then success on the field, probably three.
I'll jump in with.
Do I
Hold
get
on.
that?
I'll jump in with this from my perspective as a 47-year-old fan. I've seen worse teams than what the Sixers put out there last year. I've never been less proud of an organization than I have been over the last 12 months with this team. And I've seen a lot of bad Philly sports teams. I have never felt less proud in a team. Not team, organization. All right, Elliot, you get to ask one question to Rhea. Crossfires per minute thereafter.
Are the Sixers better off with Josh Harris than they were prior?
No, 100%.
They 100%
I'll
are.
give you I'll give you the on-court reasons.
Okay.
The leadership, the executives he put in place have done a terrible job. The Brian Colangelo thing, Brian Colangelo and Jerry, was an outright disaster because we wound up with Markelle Fultz.
Yes, every
Daryl
team
Morey,
makes mistakes.
We wound up with
but
James.
again,
Well, I'm giving you on the field. I'm giving you on the court stuff.
Okay, so on the court, they have objectively been a title contender like 5 of the last 6 seasons. How is that not a good job? You can point to mistakes. And again, you hold him to the standard of Jeffrey Lurie. Jeffrey Lurie is probably the best owner in all of sports, you could argue. That is the gold standard at the NovaCare. Josh Harris is not
even
the gold.
at bronze.
He's
not even at the
absolutely
bronze.
is. Look at what he's
No.
done for this franchise. He spends all the money he needs to spend. He
Like
hires
I said, the money is not an issue with
That's
him.
a big
clearly.
part of it. That's a big part of it. I feel like you're nitpicking on things that bother you.
Nitpicking?
Yes, nitpicking. Like all this, like he's not a great guy. He doesn't have community
He
stuff.
bought the
That matters.
Listen,
but
if
it's not
he
the most
bought
important.
the Washington Commanders, and you said that's good for Sixers fans.
No, I didn't say that. I said it's a sign that he's a good owner. But also, let me ask you this. Would you rather have an owner that's in the community, super fun, doing all these things, but is cheap and doesn't spend money, or an owner that gives a team all the resources it needs?
I think you can
Which
have
would
both.
you pick? Which
I think you can have both.
Ideally, you
we
could.
should
And
have
that's
both.
Lurie.
But listen,
But
from
the
the
important
moment
thing
he
is the
bought
money
this
and
team,
what you
he
spend. That's
never
the most
lived here.
important thing.
He helicoptered in for every game.
Yes, again, not a great owner.
No.
A good owner. A good owner. The most
right.
important thing is to spend money. He spends money. That's what you want from an owner.
All right,
you want checks, and
gavel.
he gives checks.
Gavel. Okay. 30-second closing arguments. Now, I forget who went first. It feels like a million years ago. Who went
I think
first?
I went first,
There's
if I'm
no
not
crosstalk here, right?
No
crosstalk
crosstalk in the closing argument.
I'm getting it from both ears.
Can you imagine if that bus driver is listening
my God.
listening to the kids and this at the same
Great
time?
point.
All right, right, John. I mean, all right. Who went first?
I went first, but I'm
All right.
happy to go first
No,
again.
no.
unless you
Rhea
want to.
goes first in closing argument. Rhea, go ahead.
So being a good businessman is totally separate from being a good owner. I think as an owner, you have to be a steward of the city that you're in. You have to have, I mean, yes, they have gotten better on the court. They haven't CrossFit, but he is an absentee owner. And so that plays into the lack of feeling people have for that team. To me, you owe something as an owner because, as I mentioned before, Philadelphia Phillies, Philadelphia Sixers, Philadelphia Eagles, Philadelphia Flyers. You owe that as an owner to have that aspect of your ownership.
Yes,
Rhea, I commend you on your service to this debate today. Elliot Shore Park, sir, you have 30 seconds closing argument. The question again was, is Josh Harris a good owner? You have 30 seconds.
Yeah, I think in sports, we want to love the people that wear the jerseys that we root for, right? You want that. And I'll acknowledge, I don't love Josh Harris. I don't love that he owns the team. But what I can also acknowledge as an adult that can look at what matters as an owner of a team, he spends money, he's invested, and you say he's absentee. He's at a lot of Sixers games. No one cares that he's there, but he is a lot of Sixers games. He's absolutely done a great job and saved the team since he bought him.
Because he's flown in on his helicopter.
Well, they don't
and he
practice at
flies right back.
PCOM anymore. Could you imagine if they still practice at PCOM, how embarrassing
Do
that
you
would
really
be?
think fans care where they practice?
Yes, but that's part of being an owner.
I understand
They
that.
don't
but you
care.
keep
They don't
bringing it
care.
up.
All right.
They don't care until they're practicing at PCOM. And
Very spirited. It is time for the voting. John Ritchie, you haven't said a word in 20 minutes. Sir, who won this debate, John?
You know, I will say.
And what is your reaction to what just transpired?
The amount of notes you have is.
I would say that Elliot, man, that's much respect for the effort. And you did a great job of resuscitating a dying, bloated corpse.
Wow.
That was. There were times where I
Stanford.
actually started to believe what you were saying, and it really did make sense. But, man, it's just impossible. The off-field stuff is so overwhelmingly awful.
I don't know if that's true.
It weighs in. It factors in. Like, the on-the-field stuff, I guess on the court stuff, I guess
the game they
you
play.
can perceive that as a positive. My gosh, it's impossible to if we're looking at scales here, that on-field stuff, it's just so pale by comparison to the debacles that we have to endure with Josh Harris off the field and everywhere else. Great try.
Thank you.
So nice, John.
All right, Ruben. John gives his vote to Rhea. All right, Ruben has not seen such a spirited debate since the rain delay in Game 5 of the World Series, when it was the Phillies, the Rays, Major League Baseball, and Fox Sports all arguing about whether the game's counting or not. But that's a whole nother matter. Ruben Amaro, sir, who won this debate?
So I think Elliot had a really, really tough uphill battle on this one, and it was a valiant. I'll echo John's thoughts, but I do believe I had a great owner, and when I start comparing where David Montgomery was compared to where Josh Harris is and who he is, I think that the debate was, does Elliot show the folks here and all of us that he is somewhere between okay and good? I don't think that he's near good.
Oh my!
And I don't think I see that. So I got to go with it. It was real. It was a great effort, man.
Thank you.
It was a great
Thank
effort,
you.
and the team has improved. But I just don't. There's too many other factors that are involved that don't make him good, quote unquote.
All right, so here's where I'm at. Third and final vote. Much like when Simon Cowell had is it 3 for 3 on Susan Boyle when she sang "I Dream a Dream" from Les Mis. It's 1,000% Rhea. I mean, it's go as Simon Cowell said, go back to your village or whatever he said. Hold your head high. That was an inspiring moment, by the way, with Susan Boyle.
Go back to your village.
I still think it might have been staged. That's just my theory. That's a whole nother matter. Rhea, you did the job.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
I enjoyed it immensely. And I will just say, just to let people out there know, Ellie and I debate on the Sixers way more than we ever talk about the Eagles.
For sure.
I mean, we do all the time. We go back and forth texting each other. So these are not unusual battles that we have, but they're generally done over text message.
Well, let me say two things. One, just wait till the Sixers aren't winning consistently. Then we'll see what a bad owner looks like. But two, I've debated a lot of people at this station. I've never walked into anything like that. So, I held my own, but good job.
And I'll say this, Elliot. Rhea could have said everything she said, or she simply could have said to you, because your whole argument was absurd.
Again, wait till
his argument was
they're
good.
not winning.
Wait
Wait till they're not winning all the time. We just wanted to ignore all the wins. But
there you go.
I think ESP did a nice job, but
I think he
losing
did.
effort.
All right, Elliot, stick around if you want, because we got to get back to the calls here. We got a lot of good stuff going on. Let's go. I hope you enjoyed the debate. We may or may not do one tomorrow. We'll figure that out. Let's go to JP in Plymouth meeting. JP, I'm not kidding. They just hugged it out. Good morning, JP.
Great job, Rhea. Great job. You won that debate before it even started.
I think that's true. She's circling back to a different studio right now.
Sounds
but
like it was fixed then.
Yes.
What a great day to be a Philadelphia sports fan.
I agree.
Minus the Sixers and the Flyers. I got to be honest though, I was surprised. I thought they were going to ban it because nowadays when somebody can't do something, they don't try. Like nowadays when somebody can't do something, they get rid of it, and I don't think that's fair. When you're good at something, keep it.
Well, yeah, I mean,
I was shocked. I was shocked, but I'm glad they kept it.
Yeah, I'm not shocked, but I'm surprised. I thought it would be ding, but I certainly wasn't certain that it would be ding. So I'm not shocked.
Joe, I'll be honest. It was your debate made me think that they were going to ban it.
In what regard?
When you said, like, it's more of a rugby play, and I was like, oh man, I'm like, they're going to ban this.
Well, here's the
thing. Joe's incredibly wrong.
Yeah, well, I guess
I know, right?
they don't listen to me. Irsay wasn't listening to me. How about Irsay tweeting yesterday before he died? He's tweeting, "Good luck to the."
Did he really?
Irsay tweeted to the Pacers, "Good luck versus the Knicks. Good luck to the owner, like whatever that guy's name is."
He's been ill for quite a while, right?
He had been, kind of out of the limelight for about 2 years, and then he died a couple hours later.
Do you think he tweeted that?
I thought about that.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
It's an interesting question.
Yeah.
Yeah. JP, give me a great answer, man, for a plot twist in a movie or a show.
So I won on Monday, so I'm just playing just to take something off the board. But I think the plot twist at the end of 7 was like,
yeah.
What a shock.
Yeah, that is another one. Good call, bud.
Hey, Joe, I just have to, from my sources who I'm close to, they wanted me to point something out to you, Elliot.
Okay.
The Sixers practiced at PCOM and made the finals.
Yes, they did.
It was still embarrassing. I don't know what to tell you. It was still embarrassing. They had to rent a college.
I would call it more absurd than embarrassing.
I think it's embarrassing.
I mean, the fact that Allen Iverson had to walk through a parking lot with college kids
to
go
so
to practice
funny.
was Ruben, could you prime Allen Iverson? Which, by the way, all due respect to your guys, and I mean this is no disrespect to Jimmy Chase, Ryan Howard, or Cole, okay, or Roy Halladay, any of them, but none of them were Allen Iverson in town. Like Allen Iverson was Mick Jagger. He was a rock star.
Oh, he was a rock star. There's no question.
And the fact that he had to walk through a parking lot with college kids to walk into practice
Let's be honest. He probably just parked at the handicap spot closest to the door.
And he probably wasn't there often. So I don't know how much he was even on that PCOM court, to be fair.
Practice?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, my God. All right, 215-592-9494. We're going to get to Time's Yours, the polls, the calls, all of it up ahead on a contentious, yet I think fun. Hopefully you're enjoying the show day on 94 WIP.
You're ready to propose, and yes, it can be a bit intimidating shopping for the diamond, and that's why folks all around the area will tell you no matter what, you have to visit Benari Jewelers. They have a way of transforming intimidating into informative and confusion into crystal clarity, and here's how. The Benari team, they start by putting you at ease, showing you every single thing you need to know about making that important purchase, how to evaluate the cut, color, and clarity, and no hard sales, just education, putting you in the driver's seat. You'll feel like an expert browsing through the largest selection of diamonds, and not just any diamonds. These are hand-selected, with only a few making the grade to become a Benari diamond. The others, they land at big box jewelers with high-pressure sales to move them along. With Benari diamonds, the value shines through. You'll walk away with a superior diamond that you'll both love for years to come. Benari Jewelers, when ordinary won't do. Everything at Benari is extraordinary. Exton in Newtown Square, online at BenariJewelers.com.
Last year, WIP unveiled Debate Day.
Winner right here.
Now, Sports Radio 94 WIP presents Debate Days. Listen as WIP hosts and special guests debate the most important Philly sports topics and each other. Can the Birds repeat? Do the Phillies extend Schwarbs? Daryl Morey?
Hey, John. Hey, Mark. How you doing?
WIP goes head to head to head.
Oh, hell no.
Debate Days. All this week, only on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Cool.
I'm Ryan Horvath here to help beat the Eagles at BetMGM Network. OTAs are in full swing around the NFL, and I already love the line for the Pittsburgh Steelers to make the playoffs. They are the favorite to land Aaron Rodgers, and he makes the difference for this football team. And at plus 150 for a team that hasn't finished under 500 in the Mike Tomlin era, a wild card berth seems
Did
like
a good job of.
I'm Ryan Horvath. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place. For changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
You've been called the president of three-card poker, the baron of baccarat. No matter who you are, there's always another way to win on the Bet Parks app. Score up to $1,000 bonus back in the first 24 hours. Gambling problem? 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus. Located in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Michigan. New users only. TC Supply. See site for details. Casino bonus must be worth it.
At Mattress Warehouse, great sleep isn't just reserved for pros. They've got mattresses for every body and every budget, with store-wide savings up to 70%. During the Mattress Warehouse Memorial Day sale, queen mattresses start at just $159.99 to be exact. Plus, buy one, get one 50% off on all bed gear, pillows, and sheets. Like those pillows, people. And only Mattress Warehouse offers bed mats, 0% financing, and 100% comfort guarantee. Come in today and sleep better tonight. Shop MattressWarehouse.com.
Ike Reese here. If you're thinking about going overseas for a hair transplant, let me remind you, hair transplants are real surgery, and that's why I tell people go to Glad Hair by Morgenstern Medical right here in Philadelphia. With the Glad Hair team, you get board-certified surgeons, safe in-office procedures that follow strict U.S. medical standards and long-term care from a team with over 30 years experience. No flights, no risk, just great hair and a team you trust. Visit GladHairMM.com. Stay local, stay safe, and stay looking good.
Jared Camry here. Let me tell you about United Tire and Service. They are amazing. And now they're doing something really great for our community. United Tire has partnered with the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia to help fund life-saving care, comfort, and brighter days. This May, stop into your locally owned and operated United Tire. Donate to support CHOP, and United Tire will match it dollar for dollar and give you a voucher for $50 off a set of 4 new tires. Find your nearest location at UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone, drive United.
Oh, this is the big one. The Memorial Day sale at Ashley, South Jersey, and Philadelphia. Save $100 off every $1,000 you spend. Plus amazing savings on beautiful outdoor furniture. Plus 60-month special financing. Have all your furniture delivered locally free of charge. Plus, with your qualifying purchase, get a free gift. Save on top brand mattresses and get free local delivery, setup, and removal at Ashley, South Jersey, and Philadelphia. Financing with approved credit. Minimum purchase required. Some exclusions may apply. See store for details.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
Swing for the fences with the Fence Authority, with 4 stores throughout the region and one of the largest inventories of wood, vinyl, and aluminum fencing with the best workmanship warranties in the country. Your new fence is waiting at FenceAuthority.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Do you think astronauts fight over elbow room? Probably. Because advanced tech doesn't always mean more space. Until now. Introducing the Hyundai Ioniq 9, a 3-row electric SUV with over 300 miles of range, ultra-fast charging capability, and lots of space. The all-new Hyundai Ioniq 9, space in an EV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
Ioniq 9 is available in extremely limited quantities at select dealers and select states only. EPA estimated range based on fully charged battery. For comparison purposes only. Actual range will vary based on several factors.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with xFi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Great victory and a 4-game sweep of the Rockies in Colorado. First pitch, 3:10 p.m. live here on 94 WIP. Roger Goodell did not get his way as the Tush push survives another season. ESPN's Jeremy Fowler reports on how Jeffrey Lurie, with an assist from Jason Kelsey, swayed votes their way.
The Eagles did a good job of potentially swaying some teams that could have been on the fence. I talked to Steelers president Art Rooney II, who said that Jason Kelsey and his presence, him explaining the tush push play, why it's effective, why it's not really an injury risk at all, could have swayed some teams. And so the Eagles came full frontal with a plan. Owner Jeffrey Lurie gave an impassioned speech to the crowd, basically saying, look, to be proficient at something only for it to be taken away would be unfortunate.
Hackers suck. That's why Telesystem's mission is to make sure Philly's businesses, technology solutions stay connected and protected. Visit hackersuck.com to learn more. Weather brought to you by Roto-Rooter. Rain at times, high 58, currently 54. When plumbing problems hit, call Roto-Rooter. Their team tackles clogs and leaks so you can stay in the game. Roto-Rooter, your MVP for plumbing solutions. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie. This is the WIP Morning Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP. The time is yours. Unlike everyone else, we actually check our voicemail. Tell us what you want to say. The time is yours.
Well, we not only check our voicemails, we're the dummies that play them. I mean, who in the world plays their Ruben, that's dangerous, man. Playing voicemails on the air? You just never know.
Careful.
All right. So, by the way, Ruben, I love when you talk about that 08 meeting and Fox just because I mean there was the Phillies, there was the Rays, there was baseball, but Fox didn't want the World Series to end in a rain delay.
Let me tell you this: TV covers, and they also run the show.
Yeah.
They're running it, man.
If I'm paying an entity billions of dollars, I want an actual conclusion of the season, not a rain out.
The commissioner, the guy running.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, what?
So I'll tell you this, Ruben, and then we'll get to Times Yours in 1 second. I remember I was working, in radio at that point, and my boss talked to McCarver the next day. Tracks down McCarver in a cell, who of course was announcing the games, and McCarver is like, this was off air. I am not allowed to go on the air to comment on what happened because, he was in a tough spot there at the Fox thing. All right.
Lots of stuff.
God bless McCarver. He passed away about 2 years ago.
Yeah,
all right. Times Yours is brought to us by Xfinity Mobile, the sponsor of WIP's Xfinity Mobile Lounge. The Wi-Fi is booming. Unlock faster, secure speeds at home and on the go only from Xfinity Mobile. Let's hit it with Times Yours.
The score of the game, Eagles versus Packers. The playoff game, 22-10. The votes for the potential banning of the tush push, 22-10. Coincidence?
Ooh.
No. I think that's the football gods.
Maybe Jason Kelsey gave one of those Dallas Goedert stiff arms, because that to me is the most memorable play from that game. And Kelsey and Lurie got into that room yesterday.
Are the Eagles the 90s Cowboys? Really good, not great quarterback, amazing running back, really good receivers, always solid tight end, amazing offensive line.
Interesting. Troy Aikman's way better than some people think, yourself included. But interesting comparison on some of the positions.
Shot at Jalen.
Jalen's a great quarterback.
Not a great quarterback. Come on.
Would they get rid of Jay Novacek at the end of this season?
Well, eventually, because of the salary cap, that's part of what stripped them away. That and Jimmy Johnson. If they keep Jimmy Johnson and have no cap, they might have won six rings. But Jimmy Johnson out, salary cap in, completely changed the dynamic.
How can you say that Jalen is not a great quarterback?
I didn't just say
it's
that.
It's hard to say. I would some folks are saying that.
I would say.
I have heard many folks say that.
I'll give him good. I wouldn't give him great. I certainly wouldn't give him elite. And I would not give him great. No, I would put him below great.
He's played great in the most important game in all of sports.
Yeah, but they carried.
And by the way, it's been a
him
Jalen-only show. You know that Shane Steichen, as his offensive coordinator 2 years in a row, is the only time he's ever had the same offensive coordinator 2 years in a row. That's the only time his entire life.
I get it.
Yeah.
He's fantastic.
Are you serious with that debate against Ike yesterday? I mean, come on. I was pulling for you so hard, but it was clear you didn't want to argue that side, but somebody had to, and Ike just dominated. You weren't even making points for Ike.
Not making points.
You went with Will, then you went with Moses. I mean, you didn't even have a clear-cut number one.
Dude, did you see Moses play? Guys, Moses Malone was the MVP of the regular season and the postseason. He was the best player in the NBA. I mean, I get there's arguments for Saquon, and I love Saquon, but let's not look. Hey, anybody my age or up that saw Moses Malone knows what I'm talking about. If you're a young and don't know, I mean,
he was a beast.
I mean, Moses freaking Malone. We're gonna discount him?
He was a beast.
Saquon Barkley jumped over a guy backwards.
He did, and I was very happy when that happened. And with that, time's yours. We shut it down.
The Time's Yours line. Leave Joe and John a message of your thoughts.
Yeah, good line, John.
And complaints. Call 215-238-4500.
All jokes aside, I do think Moses gets a little swept away in history because
he does.
You know,
I agree with that too.
I mean, Moses
because of Julius and some others.
Yeah, Doc was the bigger star in town here longer, but
yeah.
Moses at his best was.
Is he on the Sixers Mount Rushmore?
I'll deal with that a different day. I don't have time.
Fair enough.
I don't have time. You're going to drag me into some nonsense. Sixers Mount Rushmore. I'll hit it real quick.
He should be.
Is Doc?
I think he is.
I thought he said he was going to say whole.
Yeah, I was going to. So
here we go.
You got to choose between five, so I can't put Embiid. Here are the,
AI has to be.
Here are the five. You got to go from 5 to 4. You got Doc. You got Moses, you got Barkley, you got Iverson, you got Wilt. Now, the problem with Wilt is he was only here 3.5 years.
So it's Barkley.
And I think Barkley played a lot for the Suns. I mean, not to do it in a
Barkley was here 8 years. AI played
Doc
11
Moses.
seasons. Doc played for 11 seasons. And Wilt played 3.5.
Yeah,
but Embiid
Doc
might be the
Moses,
best
AI
player of
Barkley.
all of them. Might be
Who?
Embiid might be the most physically
Microphone off.
talented.
Microphone off. We're done.
Please,
All right, Twitter poll.
Taking him out.
Twitter. I don't deal with the nonsense.
Yeah.
Twitter poll question of the day
He
brought
might
to
be.
us
I don't know what to
by
say.
He's
Twitter,
coming back.
Twitter poll brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Do more and get more. In a 2025 Armin Chevrolet Trailblazer, starting at only $23,995. Together, let's drive. See Armin's inventory at arminchevy.com. Shout out, by the way, to Hal Greer and Billy C. Also, obviously, meriting consideration. Poll question. First question, John. Were you more surprised or shocked that the tush push stayed legal? How do you think people voted?
I guess surprised wins.
It does, with 85% of the vote. I'm a little surprised by that result.
Are you?
I thought more people were shocked. Do you consider the tush push vote a major or minor offseason win for the Eagles?
It's major.
It
Big
is,
time.
but not by much. 54% say major.
I thought it was in like the 60s or 70s.
There you go. But we got to come up with a winning answer, or maybe we just roll it into a poll tomorrow. This is a tough one. The question was best plot twist at the end of a movie. I think it's actually just The Usual Suspects. I really do.
At the time, that felt like I hadn't seen a movie that floored me like that.
Yeah,
I'm in.
Usual
Totally
Suspects.
in.
Hey, Corey, congratulations, bud. You have won the tickets to the Eagles game. We'll all hang. The Phillies game. We'll all hang out at that Phillies game coming up in a
Wait,
few.
shout out to that debate. How good was that,
dude?
Yeah.
Just can I throw the
job,
shout
you
out?
guys.
How about shout out to
ESPN,
program director Rod Lakin who came up with the idea?
Very good
Solid.
idea.
Very solid.
Very solid, but great effort by both parties.
Getting a lot of text
Solid.
messages about it.
Real good.
Not all positive.
And we
It's a great
may,
idea. Definitely not great or good.
and we may or may not do a debate tomorrow. We'll figure that out. Lewis, you're looking at me. There's nothing here, right? We're good to go. All right, everyone, have a spectacular rest of the day. Of course, Joe and Hugh up next. After that, Spike, Ike, and the Oaf. What's his name? Boban.
The Oak.
The Oak. He certainly ain't the Oak. He's not the oak tree. No, that's disrespectful to Charles Oakley.
The oak.
Yeah, the oaf. Fritz guy. We'll talk to you tomorrow from Borgata. Have
Fritz
a great
is
rest
looking
of
very, very in shape.
He better
I'm just
get in
letting you
shape.
know.
He's going to get his ass whooped. Talk to you tomorrow.
Hit the links and grab a drink with Weapon X. Join Brian Dawkins and Birds Legends for the Hawaiian-themed Islands Field Party. Then listen as Sports Radio 94 WIP broadcasts live from the Brian Dawkins Impact Foundation Celebrity Golf Tournament. Monday, June 2nd. Get your Brian Dawkins Island Field Party tickets now at 94WIP.com.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with the new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently, or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double? Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And once the game starts, that's when things get interesting. You could combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get into the action. You'll get started with $200 of bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Visit FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Wawa Rewards members redeem unlimited bonus offers for $1 hot coffee, $2 iced coffee, or 16-ounce Wawa teas and fruit drinks for just $1.
Kick off summer at Conacelli Autoplex on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken. Conacelli has over 2,000 new and certified Toyotas, Hondas, Hyundais, Genesis, Nissans, and quality pre-owned vehicles of many makes and models, and they are unaffected by tariffs. Gas, hybrid, plug-in, or electric, Conacelli has it all, and at the right price. Low financing, incredible lease offers, top dollar for your trade, and so much more. Search Conacelli.com or visit our family-owned and operated dealerships on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken to see why Conacelli is a nice place to do business.
Bet the final leg of the Triple Crown with Naira Bets, the official betting app of the historic Belmont Stakes in Saratoga. Available nationwide. Sign up at NairaBets.com/Philly25 for a free $25 bet and $200 deposit match.
Celebrate the holiday week in style. Swing by Roger Wilco and Pennsauken off Route 73 or Wineworks in Marlton off Route 70 and grab a bottle of Kevin Hart's Gran Coromino Tequila on your way to the shore or your local barbecue. Kevin believes that hard work tastes different and that hard work is reflected in every drop of Gran Coromino Tequila in Reposado, Cristalino, or Anejo. All three available at Roger Wilco and Wineworks. Gran Coromino Tequila, the official luxury tequila of the Philadelphia Eagles. Celebrate responsibly.
Breaking news! Newsflash! Just announced! TurnersvilleJeep.com is celebrating massive savings all month long with their Employee Pricing for All event. Take advantage of true employee pricing this month only on a huge selection of Jeep Grand Cherokees, Jeep Wranglers, Ram 1500 trucks, Dodge Durangos, and more. Don't miss your opportunity to save thousands this month at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Just minutes from all bridges. Drive a little, save a lot at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's. Join us on Friday, May 23rd for one of the great short traditions, Free Toll Friday. We'll kick off summer with the South Jersey Transportation Authority. Chicky and Pete's pays your Egg Harbor toll on your way to the shore from 4 to 5 p.m. Plus, stop at the Frank S. Farley Plaza for free world-famous crab fries and lots of family fun. Free Toll Friday, May 23rd from the SJTA, the AC Expressway, and Chickies and Pete's.
For all station contest rules, go to 94WIP.com/rules.
I'm Kiara Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today.
Dial 877-WEB-NOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
When something happens to your car, you might say,
My car!
but what you really need to say is something that can actually help.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
And just like that, State Farm is there to help you file your claim right on the State Farm mobile app. So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
The coolest summer starts at Target with up to 50% off select Sun Squad pool and outdoor toys and 20% off select favorite day treats with Target Circle. Discover inflatable pools and outdoor toys that'll surely make a big splash this season, while you keep it cool and sweet with the most shareable cookies and frozen snacks under the sun. Hurry! Now through Memorial Day, save up to 50% on select Sun Squad toys and 20% on select favorite day treats with Target Circle, only at Target. Restrictions apply.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Courtesy of podcaster Joe Rogan, we have a sense of where Aaron Rodgers' head is at. The 41-year-old future Hall of Famer revealed that he's trying to get his personal life together, starting with what he called a serious relationship. Although he didn't say so, it feels like he is a future Steeler. Keep your fingers crossed, Steeler fans. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome on in. It is the Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio. You guys with us. 215-592-9494 on the first day with the Tush Push. Back again in full. Good morning,
Hey,
Hugh.
good morning, Joe. Good morning, Philadelphia. Hey, listen, it's okay to go to therapy, man. If you need to go talk to somebody, it's okay. Don't think that it's a bad thing or think something's wrong with you. It's okay to go talk to people about certain things you got going on.
I absolutely agree with that, Hugh. A very poignant and smart Daily Douglas today. Oh,
hey.
Well, I mean, not that they're always not poignant and smart, but this one was like particularly good.
I didn't take it any kind of way.
Yeah.
I didn't. You know what's funny? I do not easily offend because yesterday, we had this event. It was a time to be had here last night. We had like a little party. We had a little soiree.
The Super Bowl trophies were here.
Yeah, it was nice. And, I wore a collared shirt and some slacks. And all of my coworkers here pointed out how nice I looked.
You did.
And when you do that, it's like, okay, so what do I look like every other day? And they was like, well, you do wear pajamas.
Well, you do.
Every day. So I was like, okay, I get it. But it was surprising that they went over the top and said, oh, you look nice today. You look presentable.
Well, you did. I mean, it doesn't mean other days I guess
no, I
you
just
don't.
thought
Yeah.
it was just funny.
Yeah.
It was funny, and it was a good time to be had. Like you said, the trophies were here. A lot of people took pictures with the trophies and everything.
It was cool.
It was a really cool event.
Yes,
It really
we
was.
appreciate
Shout
everyone
out to
that-
all the folks that we got the chance to meet and that listened to the show. Thank you for listening to the show. It was pretty cool.
It was a cool event. It was a great day yesterday because the Tush Push, Hugh Douglas, is officially back. And yesterday, after we got off the air, we had a chance to kind of go through some of the details of what happened. Some of the stories started to emerge yesterday of what happened. Let's hear some of it, and we'll react and talk about the future now of this Tush Push. But let's start with Adam Schefter saying, Jeffrey Lurie and Jason Kelce, they made quite the compelling case in that meeting yesterday.
And the way it was told to me was from one Eagles official that they think that what's happening on this play is misunderstood. And in that room with Jeffrey Lurie, with Jason Kelce, they were able to clarify how the play is coached and how it's taught. They made a compelling case on safety and taking away the downfield push that turned people off. From an offensive perspective, and this is how it was explained to me from my notes, it's not a linear player crashing headfirst into an opponent. The objective is to play with leverage, get below your opponent, and then rise up to create the wave that the ball carrier can ride. And that's what the Eagles do. And so the league, I think, the people that voted against this play, that wanted it banned, they believe they're taking a proactive stance towards health and safety. But there just weren't enough teams to get it done.
Well, there weren't. And obviously what Jeff Lurie had to say in that meeting, and as you said it yesterday, Hugh, long talked. I mean, he was up there, according to some of the reports, for over a half an hour saying what he had to say. And he said what he had to say. I mean, I'm looking at the ESPN article from Seth Wickersham here. Toward the end of a speech that lasted close to an hour, Lurie made an analogy, telling the room, regardless of whether the play was banned, it was a win-win for the Eagles, adding that it was like a wet dream for a teenage boy to create a play that was so successful, the only way for it to be stopped was for it to be banned. Lurie made sure everyone got the sense that the Eagles walking out winners no matter what. They walked out winners in the vote. And how about Jason Kelce's factor in here? Jeremy Fowler, ESPN, talking about Kelce and how he may have swayed some teams on the fence yesterday.
There was an element of surprise walking out of this building. In fact, some Eagles people were surprised. They walked out thinking that they didn't know what was going to happen. It could go either way, truly, and it was that close. But, talking to some owners here in the building, the Eagles did a good job of potentially swaying some teams that could have been on the fence. I talked to Steelers president Art Rooney II, who said that Jason Kelce and his presence, him explaining the tush push play, why it's effective, why it's not really an injury risk at all, could have swayed some teams. And so the Eagles came full frontal with a plan. Owner Jeffrey Lurie gave an impassioned speech to the crowd, basically saying, look, to be proficient at something only for it to be taken away would be unfortunate.
Well, he was right. It would have been unfortunate. It's not being taken away. We have it for 2025. And Hugh, as we start the show today, we celebrated yesterday. We had Elliott in. We talked about the statue. But now kind of the reality is, all right, it's in for the season, right? We have this play again for the 2025 season. Now what? And Hugh, maybe this is me being petty. Maybe this is you rubbing off on me. But you know what I want the Eagles to do this season?
What's that?
I want them to lean into this. I want to see more tush pushes than ever. I want to hammer it to show the league that they are ridiculous for what they try to do. Goodell, ridiculous for what he tried to do. I want to see even more tush pushes in 2025. Like anytime they're within the 2-yard line, tush push. Anytime it's a second or third and 2, give me 2 tush pushes. I want this thing to be the story of the NFL in 2025 because the league, and we'll get to all the teams that voted against the Eagles, by the way, the enemies of the tush push, we'll get to them, including Goodell. They look ridiculous right now. Keep running it. Run it open night. Again, I want to see Goodell's face on the big screen at the link as the Eagles are tush pushing their way into the end zone. First drive. Hugh, what are you feeling this morning? And should we lean even more into the tush push?
Before we get into this, Joe, and I long talk a little bit, can you hit me with that first line of the Jeffrey Lurie and what he said?
Yeah. You think it's funny? Make me read this again?
No, I'm just saying. I just want to hear it. I need to grasp what I heard.
This is journalism, folks. All right. Seth Wickersham, ESPN. This is his quote and his story, not mine. Okay?
I like how you like to separate before you read it.
Quote. Toward the end of a speech that lasted close to an hour, Lurie made an analogy, telling the room that regardless of whether the play was
slow
banned,
down when you read it, though.
It was a win-win. Dramatic reading now I'm doing. It was a win-win for the Eagles, adding that it was like a wet dream for a teenage boy to create a play that was so successful that the only way for it to be stopped was for it to be banned. By the way, one more thing. Troy Vincent chastised the language in the conversation.
Hey, Mr. Lurie, anybody over the Eagles that are listening, this is what makes you so special. It's because the way that you formulated that, analyzed that, or you put that visual in people's heads. You put a visual in guys' heads that they could all relate to. That was relatable.
See, this is why you're a true Eagle, because there's petty in that, and you're petty, and you loved it.
The fact that he made it so relatable. Because, listen, I don't want to harp on it, but here I am.
Well, I knew you would.
No, because there were probably guys in that meeting, and when he said it like that, they said, yeah. Joe, they said. And they went back to their childhood or their teenage years in this matter and was like, yeah, I see what
I guess I can't vote against him now.
Man, you gotta love Philadelphia. Okay. I want to give it I got a few things I want to say before I get to this. I want to give a shout out to the Barbera dealer last night because I went to pick my truck fixed, got my truck fixed. And one of the conversations that was had when I went to pick it up was about the Tush push.
Of course.
And about how we are, everybody was excited about it. I want to give a shout out to the people at the rental car place that didn't give me a rental car. And they talked about it. I mean, I know they were doing their job. It's cool. But it's one of those things, man, that when I got off of work yesterday, we talk about stuff that people might think is not that big a deal and things of that nature. I honestly, when we talked about it yesterday, I didn't think it was that big a deal that everybody in the city would be talking about it.
Oh, yeah.
Totally honest. And everywhere I went and people knew who I was and they figured out who I was, that was the conversation. It's just, this is a unique place, man. This is a very, very unique place. It's a wonderful place to work. It's a wonderful place to play. And I was just, there's not a day go by that I'm not fascinated by the Philadelphia Eagle fans. I mean, they're a special group, man. No question about it. But to answer your question, should they run it to death?
Lean into it.
I don't think so. But here's the thing, Joe, and this is what I've always been told. Like as a defender, when you get down to the 20 in the red zone, I should say, the one thing that as a defender you never wanted anybody to do was run the ball on you, run the ball into the end zone. That was the most demoralizing thing you could do to a defense. You could throw it, because that's different. But when you run the ball, that's basically you line up, and like my coach Tommy Brazier used to say, that's a man whoop a man. To me, this is the exact same thing. When they line up in the tush push on 4th or 3rd and whatever it is, you know that no matter what you do as a defender, they got something that you can't stop.
Yep.
And you're like, that's why when players talk about it, they're like, oh, hell, they're lying. And when Jordan Mailata said, you know what's coming. You know it's coming. You can't stop it. That is demoralizing. So I don't think that you need to run it to death on teams. Just run it when you have to, because they know that if they put you in a position where you have to run it, they can't stop it.
Over the last few years, I've seen so many times it's demoralizing. The other team, you could see it on their face.
It's like, oh, snap.
It's like a 3rd and 7, right? And the Eagles only get 6 yards. And the first instinct the defender has is they celebrate. We just got to stop. We're getting off the field.
Not anymore.
And then they realize, oh, man, they're coming out for the tush push. We got no chance to stop it. Another set of downs. It really is demoralizing.
And let me tell you another thing that I remember vividly. Being on the field, say like if you have a team, and normally, most times, it kind of plays out this way. The Eagles have been driving the ball. It might be an 8-play, 10-play drive. 10-play drives are rough.
Of course.
And when you get in a situation, this is where it becomes demoralizing, people, is when, say you're on an 8 or 9-play drive, and you figure out a way to slow them down and stop them and get them into that 3rd and 2. 3rd and 2, a lot of times, teams might look at that, especially if the game is probably closely contested and it's early in the game. They're like, oh, you know what? We got too much football to play. We don't need to take a chance because anything can happen. You can get backed up, especially when, say, it's on your side of the line of the scrimmage or your side of the ball.
You don't want a negative play.
You don't want a negative play. But the Eagles are so confident in this play that as a defender, when you get them in that position, you're out there tired, you're huffing and puffing, and you're looking into the sideline for your replacement, and he ain't coming because it's like, no, y'all got to play this down because we don't know what they're going to be in. And they line up in that, and you know as a defender that you got at least 3 more downs that you have to play.
It's a lot.
Because they're about to get this first down. Yeah. That's why Frankie Louisville was jumping over the line like that, because he knew what was about to happen. He was just trying to delay it as much as he possibly could. The bottom line is this, man. Football is a man whoop a man. And Ray Diddy had a line yesterday that resonated with me. You don't litigate football in a courtroom. You don't do that.
You solve it on the field.
You solve it on the field. I was always told with my little T-Rex arms, hey, coach, the offensive lineman is holding me. Hey, that's your fault. Do something about it. And that's the way the game is played, man. And that's how it should be.
I agree. And football to me has always been the minds of the coaches and the greatness of the players, right? And then those two things coming together to stop the opponent, and we get to keep this play for this year. And I want the Eagles to lean into it. 215-592-9494. Where do you come down? The Tush Push is back for 2025. Do you want to see it even more? Like I'm telling you, the pettiness from the guy sitting next to me, it's rubbed off. I want foot on the gas, extra Tush pushes. 2nd and 2, run it. 3rd and 1, run it. Inside the 5, run it. That opening night, I just need to see Roger Goodell, as the Eagles push their way 7 times and blow the Cowboys out. I need more Tush pushes.
Can I just say something else? Because I watched a little bit of, their response. It was Rich McKay, which I've had a chance to talk to several times in Atlanta.
Was he petty?
No, he was a good dude.
No, but I mean like yesterday.
Oh, no. They really did a great job. Or I don't mean that in a good way, but they did a great job of trying to distance themselves from saying that, hey, we're just trying to do what's best for the game. We're not trying to take anything away from anybody.
So they lied.
We weren't. It wasn't either. It was either or for us. We're just trying to do it. It didn't feel that way.
Nope.
I'm sorry, and I know Kyle doesn't feel the same way that I do.
It felt personal,
but it felt a little personal. It felt personal when you got Mr. Lurie up there talking about wet dreams and taking away a play that somebody else is proficient at. That's what the NFL is about in a nutshell.
It is.
The West Coast offense was born from quarterbacks not having really strong arms and the short yardage game, the short passing game, in order to effectively get the ball down the field. That's what made Joe Montana so great. He didn't have the greatest arm.
3rd round pick.
Yeah. He didn't have the greatest arm, but he could matriculate the ball down the field and score. And that's when the NFL changed, because they didn't have those big gunslinging quarterbacks, those run and shoot, fun and gun quarterbacks. And that's what the NFL is. I would not be surprised if there are teams that are going to come in and try to learn how to do the tush push. So they want it to be an equalizer. It's almost like you remember The Incredibles? When the little boy that was Mr. Incredible's nemesis when he was younger made all the superhero toys, and he said that I'm gonna give it to everybody, so then nobody's super.
Yep.
It's probably gonna be something like that.
It might be. We'll see. I want to see more Tush pushes this year. 215-592-9494. Should the Eagles lean more into the Tush push in 2025? It's back. I'm being petty. I want even more Tush push touchdowns. Kyle, where do you come down as the Tush push officially back? Should we see more of it this year?
I mean, I don't see why not. I wouldn't use it excessively. Don't use it on 1st and 10, obviously.
That feels a little excessive.
Yeah.
2nd and 9, all right.
But I don't know why we wouldn't lean into this. It's clearly an unstoppable play to the point where a lot of people in the league wanted it out. I do also believe it's a huge part of the Eagles' physical identity. But also, I think this could benefit the Eagles and just the life of the play in the long term. The more data that they have to bring to the league next year, when this inevitably comes back up, to say, look, we just ran it for another entire season and had no injuries in it. I mean, the more they do it, I think the better of a case they make next season for, why are we taking this play out? Is it to be petty? Or is it just because you want to, eliminate an edge for the Eagles? So, I mean, look, I think not only should the Eagles lean heavily into it, I think a lot of other teams in the league should and will lean heavily into this thing. And I think it's going to end up for the betterment of the play in the long term.
Well, the more data they have that there's not injuries. And right now, there's been 0 reported injuries on this. So that data was lies. Dr. Alan Sills and Goodell and all that crap they were trying to spew was nonsense. So there's none of that.
Called out Sills?
Yeah, I did call out Sills. Dr. Sills down with the NFL. All right, 215-592-9494. Should the Philadelphia Eagles lean into the tush push? I just need the first drive of the season against the Cowboys here on September, 4th
Oh, you're
or 6th.
going to see it.
Oh, I need it. And I need the first touchdown. I almost want, if AJ or Devontae catches a pass inside the 10, I need them to get tackled at the 1. I need a tush-push touchdown to start the season, and that camera right on Goodell squirming up in the booth. Chris in Middletown is up on WIP. Hey, Chris.
Happy Core Values Day, man.
It is a core value day.
Value.
Most days are, but this is especially a core value day.
I mean, obviously we're locked in on pettiness today,
Yes.
and it's my favorite core value. And while we're addressing this, I have to address a member of this staff here. Hugh Douglas.
Caught a straight.
Yeah, it's about
What's up?
time.
What?
I was going to let you off the hook.
What I do?
But I'm too petty for that. I never got a chance to address your actions last week while I'm remote. How the hell does an Eagles Hall of Famer pull a Costanza and run over some kids and grandmas while a tiny little bit of water came up off the, and
I like how this story evolves.
Yeah, I mean, Chris, we left this part out, but now that you're here, there was a lifeboat, and Hugh knocked the women and children out of it to take it down the river. I mean, it was really unbelievable.
I heard. It was, it was reported to me by somebody, Kyle, that Hugh literally was like stepping on kids and just shoving people. Hey, Hugh, but you know what though, Hugh? Joe didn't run. He stayed and finished the work.
I don't think Joe knew. I don't think Joe knew the weight of the moment.
Don't change the story. I sat there to continue the show.
Joe was courageous.
I was knee high in the river doing the show.
And Chris, I'm not gonna lie. There's a little
electricity there too, Hugh, and he was standing in water, locked in.
I put my life on the line. Okay,
there might be a little bit of truth to that. There might be a little bit because there were people there that were after we were getting ready to leave and the rain was coming down. There was a little bit of interaction that they wanted to have, and I'm like, dog, do y'all see this rain out here? And y'all want to sit here and start having conversations?
I saw
now?
you knock over an old lady.
I didn't knock over the old lady, but I do hate. The guy was trying to give me that sandwich with the shrimp on it. Remember the dude? They were trying to feed us.
Yeah.
And he was like, come back and get the sandwich. I want you to try this sandwich. And I was like, I'll be right back.
Well, they weren't afraid of the rain like you.
And I got in my truck and I was like, man, I'm not coming back.
Yeah.
I'm going to the
And
studio.
you can try to have us believe that old lady fell over by accident, but we saw it. Someone had a camera phone out. All right, go ahead, Chris.
So let's lock back in on our core values and what the league is about to take. Mr. Laurie, sir, I salute you. This guy gets us. And to all the other franchises out there and the owners, this is what they do. They understand us. And that was just brilliant what he said. And, here's what I want to see happen. The first game, I want Coach Sirianni to run an absurd amount of tush pushes. 2nd and 3, 2nd and 2, go back-to-back tush pushing. We're just going to be back-to-back tush pushing all over the field.
And they can handle it. Not everyone can handle it, but they can handle it.
They can. They're built for it.
Mm-hmm.
They've been building up for it. Dude, I can't – and then here's the other interesting thing that we get to see all year round. I can't wait to see our fan base and the T-shirts and all of the creativity that they're going to do whenever we play these loser teams that voted against us. Because what do? We keep receipts.
We keep
right?
receipts, man.
So we know. And then when our true pettiness, the highlight of our pettiness is going to be shown when we play the Packers because they're about to see. Because you know what? We got those receipts. We'll show the whole league that we are the kings of
I know that.
P-E-Y. Petty.
Good phone call, Chris. Speaking of the Eagles being petty, we did mention yesterday they put a 26-minute YouTube video out yesterday.
Yeah, that was dope.
The best of the Tush Push. Well, they also have a T-shirt on their website you could buy right now. We saw the photo yesterday. They put this photo out there. It's like Jalen about to do the Tush Push, and it says push on.
Oh, that's dope. I might have to get that.
But how about this? You're going to love this part. You know when you go to pay, right? You have the little button you click.
Uh-huh.
It says push here. they added that little element in.
I respect that level of petty.
The level
I really
of
do.
petty is so good. All right, 215-592-9494. Yeah, I'm being petty today, and I don't care. I want to lean into the tush push next season, especially week 1 against the Cowboys. The more tush pushes, the better. Where do you come down? Should the Eagles do even more tush push? Lean even harder into it next season? I say yes. You want to keep it the same. Kyle's with me. Where do you come down? More tush pushes? Do you want to lean into it in 2025? It's officially back. All right, coming up next. We will talk about the idea of this, and should they potentially start preparing for an eventual life without it. We'll get to more to the fallout. What's next? Plus, a great prize to give away. We'll play Hugh's Clues coming up. We got a great prize and a lot going on today. Painter Watch. Phils keep winning that 6 in a row. The best of some of the debates here, including Jolly versus Spike yesterday. Spike and I are going to debate today. A lot going on. And we are scheduled to have Eagles rookie defensive tackle Ty Robinson later in the show. All to come. 215-592-9494 for Midday Show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's Phillies Sunday. Every Sunday home game this season. Join WIP at Citizens Bank Park for extended pregame from the Deborah broadcast booth.
I just love playing baseball and I love doing it here.
Only on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Get up! It is gone!
Sports Radio 94 WIP. Phillies Sunday from Deborah Heart and Lung Center, the Delaware Valley's only heart hospital.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Let me tell you about FanDuel Sportsbook, as always, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently, or maybe that they've been flirting with a potential triple-double? Well, get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And once the game starts, well, that's when things get really interesting. You can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for your chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, well, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So visit FanDuel.com/hammer. That's FanDuel.com/hammer and make every moment more with FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA and official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey Phillies fans, Bryson Stott here. Making double plays on the diamond takes a lot of dedication and trust in your teammates. So when it comes to turning two off the field, I trust the team at Barlow. From sales to service, they're dedicated in handling all of your automotive needs. The team at Barlow is A-OK. Visit them today in Delran or at barlowchevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
This month at Barlow Chevy, we have lease offers that will save you money and put a smile on your face. Visit us today in Delran and go Phillies.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with xFi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on OpenSignal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
I thought people like me didn't get addicted to drugs. That's like saying people like me don't get sick. Just like anyone can get sick, anyone can struggle with addiction. And when you're struggling, there's no shame in getting help. I'm over the shame. I know who I am, and I'm in recovery for me.
Call 844-REACH-NJ. Talk to a counselor for confidential addiction help and see if you're eligible for no-cost treatment. 844-REACH-NJ. From the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
Lexus of Cherry Hill, an elite of Lexus dealer and a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. Why would you buy your Lexus from anyone else? The 2025 Lexus models are here and moving fast. Tony and his team at Lexus of Cherry Hill are your source for the Lexus of your dreams. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Face it, you deserve a Lexus and you deserve award-winning customer service. Start your journey at lexusofcherryhill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, and it's no surprise. Ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Losing your family's home movies and photos would be devastating. That's why Legacy Box exists. To preserve your family's recorded moments digitally, ensuring they're safe forever. Think of the time and money your family invested to capture family vacations, birthdays, even your wedding. Recording a lifetime of memories was a commitment. Camcorders cost thousands and cameras required film and development. Legacy Box is the final step to preserve your family's past. Thankfully, it doesn't require another big investment. Legacy Box is safe, simple, and affordable. Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box to convert their analog media to digital. You owe it to your family to safeguard your memories. Become your family's hero and save them before it's too late. For a limited time, Legacy Box is offering an exclusive discount when you go to legacybox.com/value. That's legacybox.com/value.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
I'm Emma Greed, and I've spent the last 20 years building, running, and investing in some incredible businesses. The more success I've had, the more people started coming to me with questions. How do you start a business? How do you raise money? How do I bounce back from failure? On my new podcast, Aspire with Emma Greed, I'll be answering these questions and more through weekly conversations with the smartest minds out there. Listen to and follow Aspire with Emma Greed, an Odyssey podcast, available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's a perfect song for them.
Not the Hulkster.
Yeah, the Hulkster. Original Hulkster. This is, the Tush is American. Football is American. And we need to run it as much as possible in 2025. 215-592-9494. We got a lot going on the show today. We're going to name the friends and enemies of the Tush Push, the official lists, and rank the official enemies. And there's a lot out there of the Tush Push. We'll do that coming up. We got some other NFL Eagles news yesterday that really is quite interesting. Ty Robinson, Eagles rookie defensive tackle out of Nebraska, set to join us in the 1 o'clock hour. And we got a debate day today. Spike Eskin and I will debate the merits of re-signing Kyle Schwarber now or waiting until after the season. Phillies win again last night. Homers out of Harper, who is on fire. Has John Clark apologized yet to Bryce Harper?
Nah. For that tweet about a week ago? John Clark has not even acknowledged my tweet.
He said the shaved head didn't work, and all this guy said it was raked since he buzzed his hair. All right, we'll get to some more Phils as well. Andrew Painter pitched last night. 215-592-9494. Should the Eagles lean more into the Tush Push? More reaction from yesterday. Lewis Riddick thinks this one was a huge win for Philadelphia. Let's hear Lewis.
I think here, for Philadelphia, hey, look, it's a huge win for them. Other teams need to look at exactly, what kind of countermeasures can they put into place in order to slow it down, which quite honestly, I don't really think you can. Their offensive line is just too good. Jalen Hurts is just too strong. And whether or not, unless you have about 3 or 4 Vita Veas from the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, you're cooked. You're cooked when they decide to do this. It's just over. It's a wrap.
Well, that's true. I mean, no team other than the Jaguars last year seemed to be able to stop this at all.
It's personnel.
It's
personnel. Joe, when I think about the Tush Push, and I think about that game in particular, they did a good job because up front they could match up with the size of the Philadelphia Eagles. A lot of teams, when you think about it, especially in this day and age, it's a passing league. A lot of teams go with the smaller, faster defensive line. Look at the ones that was drafted. What's the Pierce Jr., the defensive line?
Oh, he's thin, yeah.
Yeah, they're thin guys. So they play the run well enough to be on the field. But when you line bigger guys up and you play that leverage game, that's where the Eagles have an advantage. And what happened yesterday, Kelsey sat there, and I think the league got what they wanted. They sat there, and I'm assuming that they explained exactly what happened, what goes on. Because they had to. They gave them the mechanics.
Yep.
So, and I guarantee you, there were some people there, because you on your phone now, you could just hit record. Pretty sure some people were recording, trying to figure out how to
implement the tush push into their team?
Well, that's interesting, right? Because now that this is, again, obviously legal for 2025, will we see more teams try to copy the Eagles and do it? Ross Tucker had an interesting take on, I mean, logically, and Kyle said earlier, maybe other teams will do it, but I like what Ross said because there's a sense of, you're a hypocrite if you do it, if you voted against it. Here's Ross.
2 thoughts on the tush push. Number 1, every other team, it's now on you. Either get the personnel to run the play yourself or develop the skill and acumen to run the play as successfully as the Eagles have. There's nothing preventing anyone from running it exactly the same way as the Eagles, other than you need to coach it better or you need to get more talented guys. Secondly, I guess 22 teams can't use it anymore, right? I mean, 22 teams can't run it because they voted to ban it for player safety. I guess from a player safety perspective, they can't run it, right? They don't want their players to get hurt. They're very concerned about the safety of the play. So I would assume those 22 teams that voted against it will not use the tush push in any way, shape, or form.
Hugh, that's what I'm fascinated by because it's legal. Anyone could do it. You're saying it. Kyle's saying it like that. I mean, maybe they were recording the technique. Maybe they're just going to run it now. But there is a sense of, are you serious? Are you a hypocrite? Like, if I see the Bills run it next year, I'm looking at McDermott and saying, dude, you're the biggest hypocrite out there.
They're going to run it. They're going to run it. You know, people are going to say what they want to say. They're going to run it because it's a copycat league. Number one, remember that. And as much ire and as much as we want to be like, you know, hey, this is, you guys tried to say you didn't like it, yada, yada, yada. It's an effective play.
It is, but let's just use McDermott because he's the one that said
safety. Oh, yeah, and he used it, yeah.
But, like, if I'm his player this year, after he went on and looks ridiculous now, if they line up for in the first week of the season, I'm looking at him sideways. Like, you said out loud you think it's an injury risk, and you're putting us out there to do it.
You know what he's going to say? I was wrong. I apologize to his teammates. And then they're going to go out there and try to run it effectively.
Yeah, Sean makes a habit of having to apologize for things he says.
This is an effective play. There's nobody that has ever doubted that. The fact that they tried to use it and couldn't do it effectively tells you everything that you need to know. This is a copycat league. I've said that. I remember my first year in the league. The counter trap, I keep going back to it, the counter trap option, the CTO, saw it every week because I couldn't stop it. Saw it every week until Mo Lewis got mad and was like, dog, just stop it one time. That's all you have to do. Stop it once, and you will never see it again. Got lucky and stopped it one time, never saw it again. And that's the NFL in a nutshell. Every week you'll see plays that the Eagles will get burned on, and the next team is going to run those exact same plays. I don't care what their offense is. I don't care what their offensive philosophy is. If there's a play that they can gas you on, you're going to see it. And that's why every defensive coordinator out there says, hey, you before the season starts, you look at the plays that you got beat on, and you correct those mistakes because you don't want the team, you don't want to get beat on them again. That's the NFL. The only thing with this is teams try to emulate it, and they did not have the same success that the Eagles had. Bottom line. So now you're mad because just like when they line up in goal line, and teams would line up in goal line or elephant or whatever you want to call it to run the ball against smaller teams. That's an advantage because your team is smaller. The Eagles just found an advantage that nobody could counter.
So what was the play name? Counter trap option?
The CTO.
Yeah. I pulled up a video, 1995 Dolphins Jets. I'm just watching to see if you're getting beat up here.
Oh, yeah, getting beat up. I'm telling you, because the guard pulls, the tackle blocks down, and my instincts were to go up the field. And when I go up the field, I would create a natural hole.
Yeah.
And the guard would just come kick me out. Then the other guy, the back would just lead up. That's when they used to have fullbacks. He would just lead up on the linebacker, and there it is, off to the races.
I love it. 215-592-9494. All right, let's go to Jeff in Wilmington. What's up, Jeff?
Man, whoop-a-man is the meat and potatoes of football.
That's right.
So you basically have to stop it. Now, Joe, here's the thing. The NFL has given you a rope. Don't try to be a cowboy with this rope.
Yeah, but I want to rub it in, Jeff. I want Goodell squirming week one.
I know that, but look, why? See, here's the thing: if the Eagles try to do it too much, and look, they've given us another year of this because it's going to be brought up for vote again. You can guarantee that. I just say continue to do what you're doing. You're successful. Why change the frequency of it? Yeah, there's been times where they've run it on like 3rd and 7, 3rd and 8, which gives them a whole nother chance to get that extra yard if they didn't get the full 3 yards in the first, on 3rd down. And that has happened, but I can't see just, trying to rub it in. I mean, that's kind of that's going to push them to really try to ban it the next time, because not everybody. Look, the teams that can't do it now aren't going to be able to do it this year. I mean, they haven't figured it out.
Well, you're probably right about that. They don't have the personnel. They don't have the teaching of Jeff Stalin. It's interesting your perspective, Jeff, because I think there's probably different feelings out there. Some people might be like you and say, all right, we'll see what happens next year. My gut tells me we're going to lose this soon. Like, it's probably gone next year. They moved up to 22 votes against us. I know. So
yeah.
I guess for me, it's like I think it's gone anyway in a year. So I want to go out with a bang. Like, look, if they're letting us do it let me give you an example. Back in 2003, baseball players kind of knew they were about to put testing in. If I was on steroids in 2003 and I knew they were probably going to start testing in 2004, I'm still taking my steroids in 2003. I got a year before they test me.
You're going to double down?
Yeah, I'm not stopping now. It's like I got a full year where I could double down. Jeff, good phone call. We appreciate it. Hugh, that's going to be an interesting element to this. Is this going to change a year from now, or is it like, hey, they tried and now it's over? Because Elliot had the conversation yesterday with us that it's double jeopardy. They can't do this again.
Well, I feel it's a little bit like that, but I also feel like, in a sense, that other teams felt like they got the keys to the kingdom. Because from what I understand, Jason came in and explained in detail
the
technique in the tush push. And I'm telling you, I feel like people were taking notes. I feel like people had their phones on record so that they could go back and listen to what was being said about the tush push. I really do.
What do we think if other teams are using it? Do we mind that?
No, we're going to mind it, but it's like, here's the thing.
I don't think other teams could do it as well as the Eagles.
They can't, but they're going to try.
Sure.
And they're still going to try. But here's the thing. This is when we need our dogged reporters to hold people's feet to the fire. And when I'm talking about all over the league, because there are going to be teams like the Bills are going to run it. I guarantee you the Bills are going to run it again. And you need to ask Sean McDermott, okay, you were vehemently against it last year, so why are you running it this year?
Grill him. I need McDermott grilled.
It probably won't be like that, but it would be nice to see.
Yeah.
It would be real nice to see.
No, it benefits the Eagles if more teams start to run it, because that lessens their stature in another meeting next year.
It level. See, this is what this is, Kyle. They want a level playing field. And for whatever reason, they feel like it's not level. Again, Ray Diddy said something to me that really, really resonated. They tried to litigate this in a courtroom.
Yep.
Instead of on the football field. That's the only reason it's still here. And when you look at it, as long as you have those coaches that feel the nostalgia of old school football, it'll be okay. It'll be okay, because there's some cats in there be like, hey, man, it's a man whoop a man. When you, at the end of the day, you could draw up all these innovative designs about to run the offense and all this other stuff, but at the end of the day, the game is won and lost in the trenches. And if it's a man whoop a man down there, you can have all the skilled players on the fringes that you want, but it's about them big uglies in the middle that make it happen.
Well, and what they tried to do with that in the boardroom, it's unprecedented.
Yeah.
Football plays are not banned because they don't look right or they're not liked by the commissioner.
Yeah.
That's baloney. That's
stop them.
You stop them. And there's innovation, and there's the battle between the smarts of the coaches, the greatness of the players, and the skill of doing it on the field, of applying what they're taught. Like, that's football. That's the essence of the game and why we love it so much. This was ridiculous. And again, they've changed things. They've changed many things in the last 25 years in football, but those things had legitimate injury data, right? They tried to get They kickoff. The hits on the quarterback, right? They needed to clean up concussions because it was about to ruin the game, and obviously their pockets were getting lighter from all the lawsuits. I understand that. This had none of that. This was just pettiness. So now I want to be petty and hammer it. Aaron in San Diego. What's up, Aaron?
Good morning, Philadelphia.
What's going on?
Good morning, Aaron.
I don't know about you, Hugh, but I am ready to run through a brick wall this morning. Are you kidding me?
That was pretty exciting, man.
The myth.
Yes. You got it. My fault.
The
The floor
myth,
is
the
yours.
legend, Jeffrey Lurie and his gigantic huevos rancheros went into the lair of the beast and didn't go in like a politician, but went in like a Green Beret with his flamethrower, didn't talk for 15 minutes, not 30 minutes, flamed the beast for an hour with his minions, and all I got to say is you 22 teams that voted against that tush push. You're going to have to stand there and take it like a man, because the Philadelphia Eagles are going to jam it down your throats in 2026. Let's go EAGLES Eagles!
Oh, love it, Aaron. Appreciate it. So they so Lori long talked yesterday. I guess long talking could be good.
It is. Huevos Rancheros is rancher's eggs.
Rancher's eggs.
Yeah, so he went in there with his rancher's
You never
eggs.
had huevos rancheros? Like
No.
the breakfast?
No.
It's good.
Fried eggs and corn. What is it? Fried eggs and corn. Looks tasty. It looks. I'm just saying, it looks tasty. No, listen. He said huevos rancheros. I wanted to know what it meant. It meant farmer's eggs, rancher's eggs. Yeah. So I just, I caught it.
Okay.
I just wanted to say. Yeah.
Just looking things up here.
Yeah.
No, just looking things up.
We have breaks in the show.
My bad. Okay. My mind works, man. I'm just like, it's like, oh, that's fascinating. What was that? But
Hugh did say I'm going to look it up, and then went literally to look it up in the minute. I'm doing this right now. All right, 215-592-9494 for this hour on 94 WIP's fueled by Sunoco 94 Octane. If you demand peak performance from your vehicle, then nothing less than Sunoco 94 Octane will do. Tree Card 94 only at Sunoco. Or speaking of Sunoco, we have ourselves here today a $100 gift card to Sunoco. You get the highest level of performance out of your car with 94 Octane, now available exclusively at Sunoco gas stations in Philadelphia. $100 gift card on the line today. Let's play one of our favorite games called Hugh's Clues.
Have you seen my dog Hugh?
One of our favorite clues, our favorite games.
He's got a
But
brand
not
new
everybody
clue.
else. That's your fault.
It begins with the tramp stamp. Everybody's looking for Hugh's Clues. Come on in, Hugh's Clues. It's Hugh's Clues and you.
Hey, this is everybody's favorite game. Is everybody's favorite game?
It used to be.
It is. It's everybody's favorite
Well,
game.
I don't know. Your clues have really...
My clues are phenomenal. This was like this first clue that I'm about to give out. It's a really, really good one.
Okay.
You just got to think a little bit, people. I'm setting it up because I'm trying to help y'all out.
Here we go again.
I did all right yesterday.
You're making the audience feel like it's their fault.
It
when
is their fault.
Well, it's not.
It is their fault.
You're the teacher.
This is an item that everybody should have, but I don't. I don't have one of these.
So this is just more about you being different.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's a really good clue.
Okay. All right. So
in my opinion,
an item that everyone should have and you don't.
Yes.
Clue number one for you today for Hugh's Clues. All right. 215-592-9494. Seth is in South Philly on WIP. Hey, Seth.
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
What's up, Seth?
Hey, Hugh, I think you were spot on, bro. I think this whole tush push thing was about learning the mechanics of how the play works, and I think the only way to get Jeff to show his hand was to bring him into this situation, bring him into court, get Jason Kelsey up there, talk about how. So now we know other teams know the personnel. They know now you guys aren't trying to push down. You're trying to push up.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's
So you think this
the
was like a
mechanics of it.
long con to get the Eagles to give away their secrets?
Just to get the magician to show his tricks. And now I think you won't see it as much from us, but you will see it more from others.
Well,
if it's
no, my fault. You got it, Seth. Go. You're cooking. Go for it.
Because you'll see it more from others. You'll see it less from us. But the injuries from others is going to be the tipping point to where as though it ultimately gets banned.
Well, so I do think, Seth, an injury either here or if another team does it is what could tip the scales. I mean, because that's the one thing that they kept harping on: injury risk, even though there's no data on that. If someone happens to get hurt on one of these plays, even if it's not really just because of the technique, it just happens, right? It's football. Then we're going to be in some trouble because that's probably going to sway the last few voters to go all the other way.
Yeah. And as far as the pettiness is concerned, I think the true pettiness would be to not run the play. That's petty.
See, but I like the petty more.
No,
Goodell.
that
doesn't
feel
feel
like
as
petty to me.
No, petty to me is making Goodell squirm as we're tush pushing down the field, Seth, in week 1.
Because the play itself is situational, so you can't plan.
This is true.
Well,
right?
yeah, right. You're not going to run on 1st and 10. I'm not that ridiculous. Yeah.
Exactly. So I think the pettiness comes more in. We're not even going to be in those situations. We're going to be so good. We're not even going to be in these 4th down situations. We're converting on 3rd downs way more this year than in previous years, and I think that's more petty. Okay, you think our offense can't operate? Because like Jeff said, it's a win-win for us. It's a win-win for us, whether you ban it or not. Whether you ban it this year, whether you ban it next year, 5 years, 10 years from now, it doesn't matter. We are just a better offense than you, a better team than you. We come up. The tush push was a glitch in the matrix, and we took advantage of it.
Yeah, it was. And you know what? It is true. It's a powerful line by him. Like, I win either way. Like, I walk out of here with a play that my franchise created that no one could stop, and you guys had to ban it, or I get to keep it. Like, it really was a powerful line by Jeff Lurie. I did like that. Seth, give us a guess for Hugh's clues. Something everyone should have, and Hugh Douglas does not have it.
Oh, that's a good clue, but it's still pretty out there. I would say a social media account.
No,
he definitely has one of those or a few of those.
Unfortunately,
we appreciate it. Yeah,
I go.
We got Twitter.
I haven't
Twitter
been,
fingers Douglas over
I haven't
here.
had Twitter beef in a while.
It's probably best for everyone.
But yeah, I mean,
you did call out John Clark though.
I
You
did.
tried to engage in Twitter beef.
And he ignored me.
He high-roaded you.
But I
think
this.
he's ignoring everyone right now because he should apologize to Bryce.
Yeah, I will say this. If it really, I got his number. I'll text him if I want to take it to the next level.
Now,
but no,
that'd be strong.
Does this count as an apology? I did see John put up a tweet basically saying like he's hit really well since he busted his head.
That's the same as Hugh saying when we do the defense luxury thing. He's like, no, they're playing well.
Okay.
It's a deflection.
Oh, I get you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, because
it's doing everything but apologizing and admitting you were wrong.
It seemed like he was trying to get away from the original tweet was that Bryce, the haircut fails.
It's a page out of the Hugh Douglas playbook.
And we know those don't work. But are enough people keeping John accountable? Like, we're here every day to keep Hugh accountable.
But Hugh is trying to keep John accountable, which I appreciate.
Yeah, well, that's good. You
job.
finally learned accountability. It's about time.
A little bit.
215-592-9494. That is how you hop aboard. Spike is in Bristol. Hey, Spike.
Spike.
Oh, my God. I haven't talked to you guys in a long, long time.
It has been a while. How you been?
Okay, so listen. Here, I got the first tush push cheer. P-U-S-H, P-U-S-H, tush push!
I like it. We got to chant it. I love this.
Anyway, I'm so excited that they got to keep the tush push. I don't think we should abuse it too and just piss people off and then make us more of a target on our back.
Wait a minute, that was Joe.
That's right, Hugh. Why don't you relax over there?
I don't like to be one of them annoying people. And the other thing is, I'm gonna guess that Hugh doesn't have a phone charger.
No, that's a good one.
That's a good guess.
That would be one that'd be difficult to not have.
This is
Spike,
the
that's not
weekend.
it. Appreciate it. Good call.
This is the weekend to try to get that gas card too, though. People just traveling, going
That's
around.
right.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
That's a good weekend to get it.
It's a good weekend to try to win Hughes Clues. 215-592-9494. How about that? Spike came right after you saying don't lean into it.
But that was you.
I know. I'm the one that wants to lean into it. I want more tush pushes. I want to. Here's what I want. I decided exactly how I want to do it because someone called in and said, it's situational. And that's true, right? They're not running it on 1st and 10 and going to 2nd and 9. That'd be silly.
True.
But here's what we could do. Let's say the first drive of the season, Jalen throws a 15-yard pass to the 5-yard line to AJ. Out of bounds, 1st and goal from the 5.
Well, you running it to the 5. Yeah, you running the 5 yards.
We got 4 down. We got 4 downs from the 5-yard line. I'm bulldozing my way in from the 5, and I want the camera on Goodell.
I don't have a problem with that.
Let's do that. See, that's petty because usually we do it from like the 1, the 1.5, the 2 maybe.
But see, here's
5.
the thing. The thing about being petty, from Mr. Petty himself, is that you don't want it to be as obvious.
No, I do.
We know you do, but I'm trying to give you the petty etiquette.
I get it. No, there's no etiquette.
You don't want it to be as obvious.
Pettiquette?
Yeah, petty. There you go. Look at Kyle. It's pettiquette. You don't want to be that obvious. Now, I would probably line up in
a goal line formation and run the ball a couple times to get a little bit closer, maybe 2 yards.
That's not petty enough.
Yeah, no, but here's the kicker. Then when it's like, what is that?
Third
and 3.
That's math. Yep.
Oh yeah. You saw me doing the math, man. 3rd and 3. Yeah. You do the tush push. You do it then.
That's fun, but it's not as fun as from the 5-yard line. All right.
I know, but the thing about this is every time it's ran now, everybody's the stadium is going to be bananas when they're at home.
They're going to be chanting for it
whenever they come home.
215-592-9494. I want pettiness next season. Lean into this tush push thing now that it's back. Plus, I want to get something else that was reported from the meeting. What another owner said that could signal next season isn't the final season of the tush push. We'll talk about that as well. 215-592-9490 for some midday show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
You know, it's that time of year again, the time to take a break from talking about bacon to share my grilling wisdom. Especially this weekend. It's Memorial Day weekend, everybody. It's officially grilling season. Elevate your grilling game with Hatfield marinated pork tenderloins. They're flavorful and so easy to cook. Hatfield marinated pork tenderloins. They can change the game for your cookout, people. They got Tuscan herb. They got honey garlic teriyaki, lemon garlic, so many different flavors to choose from. So head to simplyhatfield.com for retail locations near you and put some Hatfield pork on your fork.
The Phillies play here. Today, Phillies Rockies. Leading off starts at 2. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 3:10. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Towards the pole, and that one is gone. It clears.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
When your AC loses its cool or your water heater loses its heat, it throws your whole day off. You can't think straight. You're like, what grade are my kids in? I'm not left-handed. There's only one cure. Hutchinson Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Heating will show up same day and get your AC or hot water back in shape with 100% satisfaction and no emergency service fees ever. Hutchinson will get you thinking straight until you forget your internet password again. Schedule now at hutchcomfort.com.
Summer adventure awaits at Dick's House of Sport. Visit us all season to score the hottest outdoor essentials. Join our summer camps, climb the rock wall, host a birthday party, and more. Plus, test your skills or schedule a fitting in our golf simulators and multi-sport cage while fine-tuning your equipment with repairs, re-gripping, customization, and more expert services. And while you're here, shop trending styles from top brands you love like Chubbies, Kalia, New Balance, Birkenstock, and FP Movement. Sport happens here at Dick's House of Sport.
Bet the final leg of the Triple Crown with NyraBets, the official betting app of the historic Belmont Stakes in Saratoga. Available nationwide. Sign up at NyraBets.com/Philly25 for a free $25 bet and $200 deposit match.
Hey, Navigation, take me to the amazing deals and super low lease payments at KiaofCherryHill.com.
It's Memorial Day savings all month long at KiaofCherryHill.com. Choose from over 400 new Kias available, including over 40 Tellurides, over 100 Sportages, over 35 Carnivals, over 75 Celtos, and over 80 Souls. Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or available online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
The game's over. The night's just beginning. Cheerleaders Gentlemen's Club, just minutes from the Phillies Sports Complex, is your ultimate after-party destination. 5 electrifying stages showcasing the area's most stunning entertainers. A full-service bar, a menu packed with delicious bites. Catch all the sports action on their massive 75-foot HDTV wall. Unwind in their luxurious champagne court and VIP rooms. Their private booths and party packages are perfect for any occasion. Cheerleaders Gentlemen's Club, open late. 7 nights a week.
Cheerleaders.
Kick off summer at Conacelli Autoplex on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken. Conacelli has over 2,000 new and certified Toyotas, Hondas, Hyundais, Genesis, Nissans, and quality pre-owned vehicles of many makes and models, and they are unaffected by tariffs. Gas, hybrid, plug-in, or electric, Conacelli has it all, and at the right price. Low financing, incredible lease offers, top dollar for your trade, and so much more. Search Conacelli.com or visit our family-owned and operated dealerships on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken to see why Conacelli is a nice place to do business.
You've been called the president of three-card poker, the baron of baccarat. No matter who you are, there's always another way to win on the Bet Parks app. Score up to $1,000 bonus back in their first 24 hours. Gambling problem, 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus, located in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Michigan. New users only. TC Supply. See site for details. Casino bonus must be waived.
The Starbucks Summer Berry Refresher is officially back. Bold notes of raspberry, blueberry, and blackberry, shaken with ice and poured over raspberry-flavored pearls.
Try it with lemonade or coconut milk. Available for a limited time. Your summer berry refresher is ready at Starbucks.
Out here in the middle of these acres, it can feel like you're the only person on Earth. That's how it feels when you're struggling with your mental health. But you don't have to feel alone. Find more information at loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
Many people seem to find certain words more pleasing when spoken with a British accent, like squirrel, schedule, and strawberry. But some phrases sound more pleasing in any accent. For example, switch to T-Mobile's new experience plans and the price of your rate plan won't change for 5 years, guaranteed. Here's another pleasing phrase. With T-Mobile, families of 3 can save 20% versus comparable plans plus streaming from AT&T and Verizon. Saving more with T-Mobile sounds very pleasing, don't you agree? Now let's hear it from the man who does the American voiceovers. Mr. T-Mobile voice.
T-Mobile's new experience plans. Families can save 20% today, and your price won't change tomorrow.
Nothing sounds more pleasing than T-Mobile's 5-year price guarantee. We hope you've enjoyed this advertisement. Advertisement.
Guarantees monthly price of on-network talk, text, and 5G data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. Savings with 3 lines. 3rd line free via monthly bill credits. Plan features and taxes and fees vary. See exclusions and details at T-Mobile.com/switch.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Bundle Deal Days at AutoZone.
Well, I do need a bundle of things.
When you bundle, you save.
Do I save if I bundle oil with an oil filter?
Save up to $12 on that bundle.
What about brake pads and rotors?
Bundle those and the brake pads are free.
Can't save more than free.
You can save on hundreds of deals during Bundle Deal Days. Ends June 2nd at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. Duralast brake pads only.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check for your wallet first before hitting the drive-thru.
$6. Sorry, forgot my wallet. I have change, though. Here's 40 cents, another 40. Ooh, a bicentennial.
What's that?
Oh, gosh.
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Joe Burrow isn't thrilled with the Bengals' schedule, and he's letting everybody know about it. 4 straight years playing the Ravens in Baltimore under the lights, he's had enough. But not all road games are bad. In the same breath, Burrow complained the Bengals don't have an international game this year. Burrow's an elite talent, but this feels less like leadership and more like griping. What happened to we'll play anyone, anywhere? I'm Maggie Gray.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. Stream the screams. Catch Phillies baseball with the Odyssey app on 94 WIP.
You 215-592-94.9 for this hour on 94 WIP, fueled by Sunoco 94 Octane. If you demand peak performance for your vehicle, nothing less than Sunoco 94 Octane. We'll do a treat card 94 only at Sunoco. All right, coming up, bottom of the hour, we will unveil the official enemies of the Tush Push. The teams that voted against the Eagles. We also have the friends of the Tush Push, the true football guys out there that voted for the Eagles. We'll get to them. We have to tier those because we have some real true enemies.
We need
now.
a graphic of the friends of the Tush Push
and the enemies,
and they're just their faces like smiling,
yes,
like they're buddies.
Yes, the ones that we will respect forever,
yep,
and the enemies we will hate forever. We'll get to that coming up. Your guesses for Hugh's Clues here is we have a $100 gift card to Sunoco to give away. Something everyone should have. Hugh Douglas does not have this. What is it? The answer that we get that hits it wins $100 gift card. But Hugh, Art Rooney said something, the owner of the Steelers, yesterday after the meeting that gives some hope that maybe this isn't just for 2025. Maybe the Tush Push is here to stay. So after Kelsey gave his perspective on how the play is run and why it's not unsafe and why it actually is safe because of the technique, here's a quote from Art Rooney yesterday after the meeting. Quote, Steelers President Art Rooney said, Kelsey's perspective was that the Tush Push, quote, is a safe play and not something we need to worry that much about. Rooney also said Kelce may have swayed teams that were undecided in their vote, adding that more teams could embrace the tush push during their offseason practices now that the play is not going away. So, I mean, if Kelce got someone like Art Rooney to believe this isn't dangerous, then are they really going to come back to this next year and try to get it out of the game again?
I don't think so. I think you've given them the blueprint. I think what happened yesterday was that the Eagles sat there, and the way that they explained it, people took notes, and I would not be surprised if somebody I don't know if Kelce will do this, but they've approached the Eagles or Kelce to try to teach the tush push or try to get more information about the tush push. This has become, I would think that now they want it to be all inclusive. You know, like I used the analogy about the what was that? The Supers, the Incredibles, and how when the dude was trying to make the superhero material, the superhero outfits, he would want to give them to everybody.
Yep.
It's kind of the same thing because nobody's super anymore. Nobody has a leg up. But I think it's more about it's about the technique, but it's more about the personnel as well.
So that does give me some hope this isn't gone just after this season. But we did get 22 votes against the tush push yesterday.
Yeah, you
right?
got 22 haters.
22 haters. And from what we understand, in a month or a month and a half ago when they pushed away the vote, they said, let's wait. The reporting then there was like 16 haters. So we gained haters. Now we avoided disaster yesterday. We won the vote because they needed 75%. They needed 24 teams. But if I had to guess right now, I think we only have 1 year left of this thing, and that's why I want to lean into it. It's like the analogy I made with Jeff. If I know steroid testing is coming the next year and I can take steroids for 1 more year, I'm gonna load it up.
My thing is this. Okay, what is your grounds to try to sway people now? We found out it's not as unsafe as you try to make it out to be, because that was the argument that it became.
Totally.
It became, everybody said, well, we don't like to play. And then you had all these guys stuttering, talking about, oh, well, it's not safe. So Kelce came in and basically dispelled that rumor.
He did.
And I even heard that there were some people that said he got hurt doing the tush push. And he told them that wasn't the case.
Did you hear the line he apparently had yesterday that he said something like, if I could come back to the NFL, like
yeah,
play
I saw
again,
they said he could play 80 snaps and just do that.
If I could just do that, I'd come back. Like the way I understood that was almost like, of all the plays, this is the one that's the least tough on my body.
Yeah. That's what I got from it.
Yeah, I hope you're right. I hope that we do have this for years to come. I just think if the commissioner wants it out, he's going to do what it takes to get it out. He almost got it out this year with no data.
I think this was the best chance they've ever had of getting it out. And it's here for good.
Well, that makes it even more fun then, because they originated here.
Yeah. The thing from Rooney is what stood out to me, because I think there will be a lot of teams who are like, well, I have a whole offseason here where I know that like this is going to be a play that the Super Bowl champion it is a copycat league,
right?
They say. So like it's an automatic 1 yard play. Like it would benefit these teams more, not to figure out how to stop it, but to figure out how to do it themselves.
I wonder if that hurts from a different perspective. If Goodell doesn't like the way it looks and everyone's doing it.
Yeah, that's possible.
Goodell is the thorn in all this.
But at the same time, like I think, but it's not up to Goodell. It's up to the owners. And if the owners think they can run this play successfully, then at the end of the day, whether Goodell likes the look of it or not, ultimately, and just as an aside, it doesn't look that much different from a standard quarterback sneak.
It doesn't.
It doesn't.
That's why the whole aesthetic thing was always silly to me.
But I think 22 is the most votes they'll ever get on this.
Okay,
that's my prediction.
Let me throw this in there. If every team is doing it, though, don't you think just by the sheer odds someone's going to get hurt? It's pro football, right? Like if we have a sample of 200 players versus a sample of 2,000, the odds are someone's just going to roll an ankle. Someone's going to hurt a knee, right? Someone's going to get something's going to happen, and then they could point back to someone got hurt.
Well, I think that first there has to be a couple years of data in order for that to happen.
I think there should have been now, but they pretended there was data.
Yeah,
they lied.
Yeah.
Okay.
I saw some. Thought someone's floating in the schuylkill. I thought it was a snake for a minute. Look at that right there.
How do you see a snake from this high up?
The blinds are down.
Did you see that? At first glance, that looks like a snake.
Oh my goodness.
It's a tree branch.
No, I know that now.
That was tush push.
But it was a snake. I forgot what I was talking about.
Yeah.
What we was talking
You
about?
forgot
the
where
Tush
you
Push.
are.
Yeah.
You're live on the air.
No, I don't like the water. And we look at the water, and
That's
I
like
thought
a
it was a snake.
30-foot tree branch.
I thought it was
How
a
is
snake.
that a snake?
I just thought it looked like a snake a little bit.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
But like with this, it's more so that teams now, they're going to try to do it. They're going to try to implement it, but everybody's not going to be able to run it like that. I don't think the injury risk is as great because it's not a high impact play. It's more of a leverage play.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think that the data that they tried to say it caused injuries ever going to be there, because it's not like you're running 10 yards and crashing into somebody.
It always struck me as if there's something that happens and it's going to be like you get the wind knocked out of you, right? Like there's all that weight is just on you, and maybe you get up and like you need a second to breathe, but it's not like you're hurt.
This is more of a physical confrontation in the sense where put it like this. It's more like sumo wrestling. And when you have the big sumo wrestlers and they're trying to push each other out the circle, that is probably more comparative to that as opposed to a rugby scrum.
So I think actually, how many, I don't even know the amount of times the Eagles have ran it over the years.
I think it's about 100. I feel like I saw the number like somewhere in the 100 range.
And we have zero injuries, right? So maybe you're right that the more it happens, the more likely it is that somebody could get injured. But the sample size is going to get larger.
And the percentage will be small.
And the percentage will be so small. And then I wonder if you could compare that to just the average regular NFL play and the rate of injury on those. I bet it will show that it's a lot lower.
Well,
I think
you're right.
Bigger sample size helps the Eagles.
Well, it may be. I mean, yeah, on a regular play, there's all sorts of injuries that could happen. A hamstring, an Achilles, right? Like a muscle. These kind of plays are different. 215-592-9494. Where do you come down on all this? The Tush pushes back, and should the Eagles lean into it? That's what I want to do. I'm petty. Goodell tried as hard as he could to get this play out of the NFL. He really, I said it yesterday, I feel it today. He looks like a smacked ass. I mean, he looks ridiculous. He tried so hard. He's the commissioner of the league, and he lost. And now I want to lean into this. Run this thing more. Where do you come down? 215-592-9494. And your guesses for Hughes Clues, $100 gift card on the line to Sunoco. Will in the Northeast. Hey, Will.
Dream team, how y'all doing?
Will, what's up?
What's up? What's up is you messed me out of my Sunoco card.
I know.
yesterday.
So, Will, I take that's on me. My fault. But you ended with the Eagles chant, and I felt that was like
That's usually a sign
that
off.
was the end. It
Wait,
was the
Will,
sign-off.
also, can you confirm to Hugh that I didn't feed you the answer? You had it?
No, I had it. That's why I called right back and
no.
said,
Another Hugh Douglas L.
Well, no. Let me.
Left and right.
I never.
Hey, Hugh, you know why I said that? Because I know. Listen, and not taking no shots, but as kids, we watch PBS, and I thought that's the only artist you could think of. Sorry, but seriously.
Wow.
Oh no, I don't.
He's
get
not
offended by that.
cultured, according to Will.
No, I don't think it. I don't get upset at that. But I just wanted to address this Kyle thing real quick. Kyle, I never thought that you fed anybody the answer. I thought
the accusations were flying that I rigged it.
No, it was rigged so that you picked the person that had the answer and you put them up next.
Will, did you tell me the answer at any point until when you called back?
Hey, listen, when I called back, as soon as I said the answer, and I was like, I hope he at least say it on the air.
Oh no, no. I never thought you fed somebody. I never thought that. I never
but
thought
Will,
that.
you didn't tell me what it was on the phone originally. You told me when you called back, right?
Yeah, when I called back, yeah.
So I don't think Kyle did that, but it is an interesting coincidence because Will had it and then we lost him.
Yeah.
The next person had it, and then there was Carmen. It just so happened to be the two people before Carmen that called yesterday.
Yeah.
Both had the answer.
No, I would never think that,
Carmen
you
wasn't
would, would tell somebody the answer. I didn't think
Carmen was a little too far. though.
Anyway, we ain't gonna cry with spilled milk. I just was getting my little petty moment.
You
all
will.
right. But I appreciate you guys. But I'm gonna say this, man. Listen, I think that the Tush Push should stay in the league. If you can't beat them, join them. Figure it out. And one thing about Kelsey, I just hope he didn't give the full blueprint. I just hope he gave him a little taste.
I think he didn't have a choice, to be honest.
Yeah.
I
don't think he did. I think he just spoke on how because there was a thought that he retired because of it. I think he was going there to dispel that rumor.
Yeah, I think he was actually upset. I saw one clip. He seemed upset that his name was used in the idea of injury risk when he's saying he never got hurt on it. Well, so what do you want to do? You want to lean into it next year? You want to be petty like me?
You know what? I want to lean into it, but not as much. But what I want to do, I want to take something from the Detroit Lions since we got A.J. Dillon and bring in the splitbacks now and work both of them guys and see if they can stop that duo. You know what I'm saying?
You never know which guy's going to have the ball. Who's pushing?
Right,
We got two backs pushing. All right,
big Tush
Will,
to push there.
That's a lot. Will, you get a guess today. I'm not going to cut you off like yesterday. Will, your guess. What does Hugh not have that you people should have?
Hey, man, I thought that was me getting back on my winning streak yesterday, but I'm going to go with this. Since you said you just got your car out the shop, I'm going to go with jumper cables.
Jumper cables.
That's a good guess.
That's definitely something people should have. Not it, Will, but a
I
good
do
guess.
have jumper cable. Well, I have like a cable box. I don't have the actual cables. I have like the little box that you can carry with you that holds a charge that can charge a battery.
Oh, yeah, but it's a similar
same
thing.
Same
in
thing.
case your battery dies suddenly.
Yeah.
Mike in Chester County. What's up, Mike?
Hi, how you doing?
Good, Mike. What's up?
Good, thanks. I just want to say a couple things. My feeling is that the NFL shouldn't try to regulate what plays teams can run. It would be the same thing as saying if one team is really good at running a Hail Mary pass, well, we should ban that because someone could pull a hamstring. So I just disagree, and I don't know if anyone saw the news last night, but Jerry Jones spoke out about it.
Oh yeah,
well we saw it. Mm-hmm. You know we saw that.
He's clearly afraid of it. And the Cowboys stunk last year anyway.
And they're going to stink again, Mike. So there's that too.
Yeah, and I know this was mentioned several times. There's no data on injuries.
I mean, it's literally zero. I mean, like again, if there was a few like pretty significant injuries, and then we were debating whether like that's enough to then I could see the point of the NFL. Mike, there's zero. I mean, like when you have zero, you can't get up there and tell me it's an injury risk. You just seem ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, people get injured on screen passes,
of course,
or running across the field and getting hit.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, I want the Eagles to really rely on it. It's a play that they practice, and it's effective. So I say I would like to see them run that 3 times against Dallas on opening day.
Oh, now we're talking. Opening drive, Mike. Let's push it right in the end zone. All right, Mike, what's your guess? Hughes clues for the $100 gift card to Sunoco. What do you got?
I would say that Hughes does not own a Honda Civic.
Hugh does not own a Honda.
Never owned a Honda Civic.
Yeah, that's a very
you're
specific
probably
guess.
right.
Yes.
But...
Good. Odd guess. Not yeah.
It's a really weird guess.
What?
Well, he's thinking outside the box.
But why?
But everybody else, does everybody else own? Do you own a Honda Civic?
No.
I've never had one.
It's just like a very specific make and model.
Maybe he has one and he wants more people to drive.
You know what? Since we're here, you know, I've always wanted a Jeep. Never had a Jeep.
I used to want a Jeep.
I always wanted a Jeep, man. Never got one.
I don't think it fits you.
Yeah, it's a little small.
Well, there's also a cult thing with the Jeep where you have to wave to the other Jeep drivers.
No,
you're not very friendly.
What's up with the ducks? Like I don't understand the ducks. The ducks on the dashboard.
Oh, I don't know. I don't think you fit in that community.
I hung out with
the Jeep
Jeep
waivers.
I hung out with the Jeep people.
You think I'm more of a Jeep guy than you?
Way more of a Jeep.
Yeah,
guy.
I think so too.
Joe would wave friendly.
Yeah, I hung out with the Jeep people one time.
What is that like? You mean people from the company?
What is that? No, like the
people
Jeep. Like
what does that mean, Jeep people?
It was a group of people. When my car got stolen in Atlanta, they felt bad for me, so they picked me up and let me go jeeping with them one time.
What does that even mean?
That means that jeeping. You've never seen it?
No.
It's like
was it off-roading?
Well, they meet up. They have a place where they meet up.
I think they just felt bad and gave you a ride.
Well, no, they like one of them was a Jeep. Like, hey, you feel bad? You stole your car. Let's hang out. Let's hang out with the Jeep people. So they get together, and it's like a bunch of Jeeps, and they might go to like a children's hospital and give out toys and stuff, but they just take over the city. They take over traffic. They just
they're like a real big thing.
Like a big thing,
They're
yeah. And they modify their Jeeps, and they do it like it's a big deal in Atlanta. And they have events. They go glamping.
The
They do
Jeepers go glamping?
Yeah.
Why can't they go regular camping?
Well, because they have their Jeeps and they'll go to Tennessee. They'll go in the mountains.
But I would think
and
Jeepers
do all
would
of that.
like the outdoors.
Well, yeah, they do that.
But, but glamping's a little,
Well,
like
glamping,
it's fake camping.
Glamping, well, yeah.
Yeah.
Because most
It's
of them
cowards
are
camping.
Yeah. It's make-believe camping. It's camping, but not really.
You have just took a dump on the glampers on the Jeep
Just go
Society.
camping.
No, they do the
Sack
glamping.
up and go camping. The great outdoors.
I mean, he won't do that. He's afraid of bears.
I'd be
I mean,
damned if I
the whole
go out there
idea
and do that.
is to be outdoors.
They do glamping and they take over. So it was pretty
they're
cool.
cowards.
And they take the doors off the Jeeps and they have the lift.
How many
lift
days
kits.
did you spend with these people?
No, it was only one, but it was cool.
I think you were kidnapped by Jeepers.
No, it was a fun time. It was a fun time though. Fun time.
Did you ask to be picked up? I need to know more about this story.
Well, because the young
I think he was kidnapped by Jeepers.
it was one of the young ladies I worked with at the station in Atlanta.
Oh, so they knew you.
And they knew me.
Okay.
And so they picked me up and we hung out and it was pretty cool.
All right,
I wanted a Jeep, but to your point, Kyle, it's not. I've always wanted one, but it doesn't fit. You know what I mean? It
you're
just
not a
doesn't
Jeep
fit.
guy.
No. I think it's very hard to imagine you in anything but your truck.
Yeah.
Like, I can't imagine.
You're definitely a truck guy.
Yeah. Like if you were in a regular car, you would not look right in that.
Yeah.
That wouldn't be right.
It's like driving a go-kart.
Yeah.
Cars are like driving go-karts.
Like you in a Prius.
Can't see it. Honda Civic. Patty in Abington. What's up, Patty?
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Hugh.
Good morning. Good morning.
Kyle.
Hey,
Good
Patty.
Good morning, Philadelphia.
Good morning.
How are you guys doing today?
We're great. We have the Tush push back.
I'm a little sleepy.
We have the Tush push back. I wish it was called the brotherly shove. I'm not a big fan of the
Kept
Tush
me out
push.
Okay, we
late
can
last
call it.
night.
I think the team likes the brotherly shove too. You're sleepy, Hugh?
Yeah.
They kept me out late last night.
What time did you go to bed?
About 11.
That's not late.
That's
11.
for you, that's late.
Well, yeah.
About 11.
Patty, I was with Hugh last night. It was 6:15, and he said it was past his bedtime. 6:15.
That's so funny. I just want to say I'm glad it's back. And to the haters out there, figure out how to stop it. Figure out how to do it. I don't want to be petty about it next season, but crush it.
So you're
That's
saying
where
when we use it, crush it.
Absolutely.
Well, if history says anything, they will, because they obviously are very, very good at the play. All right, Patty, what is your guess for Hugh's clues? What does he not have that everyone should?
I think Hugh needs an umbrella.
That's a great guess.
You know what, Pat? You know what, Patty? I have about 4 umbrellas. I have 2 in my car.
No.
Yeah, I have 2 in my car, and I have like 6 at home. I have a lot of umbrellas.
I don't know if I've ever seen you use
listening
one,
to
though.
you
Well,
about
because
the shrimp
I've never.
story,
I
so-
used the umbrella when we left. When
Oh,
I
the
left y'all at the
Phillies?
thing,
At the no, where?
and then I left. I had my umbrella at the Phillies game
Where
the
else-
last time we went.
Oh, wait a second. Patty, we appreciate the phone call. So you used an umbrella when you left us drowning in the
Yes,
Schuylkill?
yes, I did. I keep an umbrella with me. I keep one in the car. I keep 2 in the car, as a matter of fact, in case I left one somewhere and I just have an extra. I keep a bunch of umbrellas.
Somehow that makes it even worse what you did. That you took time to take your umbrella out. And, like, the river is rushing onto us, and you took time to take your umbrella out so you didn't get a little water on your head.
Well, I didn't. I brought it with me when we went initially.
Yep.
And remember when we were there, I almost bought another umbrella because
Yeah.
I wanted to get one for the regatta. I
Oh,
wanted
that's
to
right.
get
You
one.
wanted to support the regatta.
And I forgot to get it because we had the flash flood, and I completely forgot. As a matter of fact, I could probably find that on the website, right?
I'm sure you can.
Yeah, because it was a nice umbrella.
Assuming all the inventory didn't wash away. I'm sure you can find it. 215-592-9494. That is how you hop aboard. All right, a second clue coming your way next for Hugh's Clues. And we have to unveil the official friends of the Tush Push and the enemies. And there's a lot of enemies of the Tush Push. We're going to rank them the biggest enemies of the Tush Push, those that voted against the Eagles, including a few that we thought were on our side and then flipped yesterday. The friends, the enemies of the Tush Push. Your phone calls. A second clue for Hugh's Clues coming your way. 215-592-9494. We'll get to Andrew Painter Watts later in the show. We'll get to a crazy moment last night in pro basketball that I loved watching. And at 1 o'clock, me against Spike Eskin. Spike Eskin will join the show. We're going to debate the merits of re-signing Kyle Schwarber now or waiting until after the season on debate days. And later in the show, Ty Robinson, Eagles rookie defensive tackle, will join us. Don't go anywhere. 215-592-9494. It is the Midday Show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Last year, WIP unveiled Debate Day.
Winner right here.
Now, Sports Radio 94 WIP presents Debate Days. Listen as Sports, WIP hosts and special guests debate the most important Philly sports topics and each other.
Hated it.
Can the Birds repeat? Do the Phillies extend Schwarbs? Daryl Morey?
Hey, John. Hey, Mark. How you doing?
WIP goes head to head.
Oh, hell no.
Debate days. All this week. Only on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Cool.
The sun is shining. Bats are cracking, and BetMGM, proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies, is here to make sure Phil's fans savor the 2025 baseball season like never before. BetMGM has a state-of-the-art app with tons of betting options and promotions that are available 24/7, like top odds on all your favorite home run bets and much more. That's right. With BetMGM, you can be a part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite Phillies player at the stadium or right at home. And don't forget, BetMGM is the best place to bet the long ball with top odds on your favorite home run bets. Sign up today for BetMGM, proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies, and experience baseball like never before. BetMGM.com for T&Cs. 21 plus to wager. PA only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
It's wine, women, whiskey, and more women in hot skimpy outfits. It's the annual Daisy Dukes and Cowboy Boots at Creekside Cabaret tonight. It includes a 2-hour top shelf open bar from 7 to 9 p.m. and a complimentary Western-style buffet. There'll be plenty of women in very short Daisy Dukes outfits. Creekside Cabaret open Monday through Saturday, 4 p.m. to 2 a.m. If you're a cowboy or just a regular city slicker, this night is for you. Tonight is Daisy Dukes and Cowboy Boots at Creekside Cabaret. 3225 Advanced Lane, Hatfield. CreeksideCabaret.com.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Doug.
Here we have the Limu Emu in its natural habitat, helping people customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Fascinating. It's accompanied by his natural ally, Doug.
Limu? Is that guy with the binoculars watching us?
Cut the camera. They see us.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
John Ritchie here. Kick off summer this Memorial Day with Wild Fork Foods. Shop premium meats and seafood at unmatched prices like Angus beef, pub burgers, and ahi tuna steaks. And Wild Fork honors our military with military discounts every day. Just show your military ID at checkout in their retail stores. So visit one of their Greater Philadelphia retail locations. Headed to the shore? Skip the trip to the grocery store and shop Wild Fork online for same-day delivery to your door at the shore. Visit wildforkfoods.com.
I thought people like me didn't get addicted to drugs. That's like saying people like me don't get sick. Just like anyone can get sick, anyone can struggle with addiction. And when you're struggling, there's no shame in getting help. I'm over the shame. I know who I am, and I'm in recovery for me.
Call 844-REACH-NJ. Talk to a counselor for confidential addiction help and see if you're eligible for no-cost treatment. 844-REACH-NJ. From the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
Testing.
We're live from Chick-fil-A.
This is Grant.
And this is Laura.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Smokehouse Barbecue Bacon Sandwich is that sweet bun.
And that chicken fillet was perfectly crispy and soft at the same time.
And that Smokehouse Barbecue sauce, it's a lot of fun. And the brown sugar bacon definitely had a little bit more pizzazz. Also, the Mac, one of the all-time greats. Man, I'm getting hungry.
Order the Smokehouse Barbecue Bacon Sandwich and a Coca-Cola on the Chick-fil-A app for a limited time. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
The coolest summer starts at Target with up to 50% off select Sun Squad pool and outdoor toys and 20% off select favorite day treats with Target Circle. Discover inflatable pools and outdoor toys that'll surely make a big splash this season, while you keep it cool and sweet with the most shareable cookies and frozen snacks under the sun. Hurry! Now through Memorial Day, save up to 50% on select Sun Squad toys and 20% on select favorite day treats with Target Circle, only at Target. Restrictions apply.
Rain continues at times through the rest of today. High 58.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Losing your family's home movies and photos would be devastating. That's why Legacy Box exists, to preserve your family's recorded moments digitally, ensuring they're safe forever. Think of the time and money your family invested to capture family vacations, birthdays, even your wedding. Recording a lifetime of memories was a commitment. Camcorders cost thousands and cameras required film and development. Legacy Box is the final step to preserve your family's past. Thankfully, it doesn't require another big investment. Legacy Box is safe, simple, and affordable. Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box to convert their analog media to digital. You owe it to your family to safeguard your memories. Become your family's hero and save them before it's too late. For a limited time, Legacy Box is offering an exclusive discount when you go to legacybox.com/value. That's legacybox.com/value.
Former Eagle Hugh Douglas, current minivan driver Joe Giglio, on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
At least we found out yesterday we have some friends in the NFL.
Well, you got real football guys.
Real, true football guys. All right, so we have here, and welcome back, Midday Show, Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio. We're going to get to the enemies of the Tush Push, and there's quite a few of those, and we're going to rank those. But we need to give a shout-out to our friends right now, because we have a group of friends, teams that voted with the Philadelphia Eagles. So there's 9 teams yesterday that voted to keep the Tush Push, right? The Eagles were obviously the 10. 22 voted against us, 9 with us. Here are those 9 teams. Official friends of the Tush Push: the Baltimore Ravens, the Jacksonville Jaguars, the Miami Dolphins, the New England Patriots, the New York Jets, the New Orleans Saints, the Detroit Lions, the Tennessee Titans, and the Cleveland Browns, led by football guys and people that actually understand. You stopped the game, Hugh. You changed the game on the field, not off the field. Can we actually hear from Ray Didinger? Hugh referenced this cut a couple times already, but Ray talking about how, hey, true football guys, they didn't like the way this was going down.
I think there were a couple of kind of hard-nosed, old-school football guys, coaches now, that just didn't like the idea of litigating stuff out of the game. And I'm talking about Dan Campbell and Mike Vrabel. Were 2 coaches who, when the trend was all seeming to move towards getting rid of the Tush Push, Vrabel and Dan Campbell both said, no, that's the way you settle things in football is you settle them on the field. You don't settle them in a boardroom. And you don't settle them with politicking and lobbying and all that kind of stuff. This is football. This isn't passing a bill on Capitol Hill.
Hugh, you referenced it a couple times, and I think Ray's right, that it probably resonated with the Vrabels and the Campbells of the world. Like, this isn't right.
Yeah, because, again, every time I think about this play, I think about my coach, Tommy Brady, rest in peace. And he used to say, it's a man whoop a man. Mm-hmm. Football, we've gotten to the point where we've complicated football. We have. Beautiful game. We've complicated it. Because at the end of the day, Joe, it's how bad do I want to kick your ass? And a lot of times when you think about it, out of all the big plays that we see in football, out of all the big catches and all the other stuff, when you break it down and when you think about it like this, that Super Bowl game, that was an old-fashioned ass whipping.
Absolutely.
That's what it was. We were sitting there, and I remember saying, I don't know, because it's going to be a tough game. Patrick Mahomes going to throw the ball all over the field. They went out there and they took an old-fashioned ass whooping, so much so that I've talked to some people over there say, hey, man, we got our asses kicked. Plain and simple.
Yep.
That's what that was. When you talk about big offensive linemen, big 300-pound men looking like they're on skates, that's what you saw on Sunday. Go back and look at it. You saw other guys. You saw our guys imposing their will on somebody else. And at the end of the day, that's how the game is played. Imposing my will. I want this more than you do. So if you want it more than me, then show me. Stop me.
Well, that's exactly right. Can we hear from Dan Campbell, who we've always known to be a true football guy? His Lions voted with the Eagles yesterday. Here's Campbell.
I'm like, hey, man, they've like Philly obviously is known for this because, you know, they're the ones who've really kind of perfected it and done it and do it over and over. And I'm like, man, good for them, man. If you got something, we got to stop it. So, like, to me, leave it in. And, you know, we plan this year. We got to find a way to stop it. And I like that.
Well, you know what's interesting about him saying that? Most of the teams that voted against this yesterday play the Eagles this year.
Yeah.
It's ironic that all the teams that were worried about health and safety just so happen to be on the Eagles' schedule this year because they play – most of the teams that voted the other way, the Eagles play this season. That they didn't want to play. I think are the Lions the only team the Eagles play that voted for them? I think they are. Of the teams I'm looking at, the Friends of the Eagles, I think the only team we play this season.
The Friends of the Eagles. I like that.
The Lions are a friend of the Eagles, at least in terms of this. All right, let's get to the enemies because there's way more of them. All right, Hugh, we need to make a list here of the enemies of the Tush Push.
Oh, what you mean? It's on site. When I see you, it's on site.
It's on site. I need the on site list. Oh, Goodell.
I like on site.
Goodell is clearly an enemy of the Tush Push.
Did he get paid yesterday? By a side note, did he get paid?
I didn't see if it was like ratified or I think they discussed it, so maybe we get some news soon. But he's got to get paid and be the commissioner for a while. All right, so Goodell clearly an enemy of the Tush Push. Packers an enemy, or are we taking the Packers off the hook, or we still hate them?
On site.
Okay.
Yeah, no, they can get it.
Okay, Packers a clear enemy of the Tush Push. You know who
Even
else?
though they were a patsy.
Well, yeah, they were. And
well, that's even worse. If you want to be a patsy,
sure. But I mean, they don't have like an owner that we can target. But Matt LaFleur can get it.
Sure, LaFleur.
Why not?
Yeah, Mark
No,
Murphy,
don't say it like that. Not that way.
Wasn't the right way to say
it. He can get it. Like he can get it. No, not like that.
No, I
That's
get
okay. I got you, bro.
It's a fluid conversation.
I would have rode him until he told me no.
You set yourself up for that.
No, I'm saying I'm helping Kyle out. He was like, you say that about other people.
Okay.
Guilty.
Yep. I got another enemy. Josh Harris, who was an enemy anyway, clearly an enemy. Commanders voted against the Eagles. What do we do with the two people that were supposed to be allies but turned out to be enemies? You hear about these turncoats, you?
You're talking about not Carolina, but Arizona.
And
Indianapolis on site.
Gannon and Steichen. Total enemies.
Ooh, almost had a moment where I was like, dude, I made you. Like, cuz I put you on. You know what I mean? And you go, this how you do me?
Well, do you remember the quote from the owners' meetings in March?
What?
So Sirianni told Mike Garafolo about the vote then, and obviously they took a while to do the vote, but he, quote, we'll see how it goes. All I will say about it is Gannon, Steichen, and Moore better vote for it. They are in a head coach position right now because of that play. So all three, I better have those three votes.
He had more. He had more, right?
He had more. Kellen Moore's a friend.
Yeah, he's a friend.
But
the other two, I'm on the phone calling them, and I'm starting out with some cuss words.
Mm-hmm.
And anybody that knows me probably know the couple cuss words that I'm gonna start out with, and be like, for real, like seriously, dude, like the reason why you have the job that you have now is because of the position that we put you in. The Tush Push put you in.
I'm not surprised about Gannon. This is Gannon, right? This fits Gannon. A little surprised about Steichen. I feel like Shane Steichen was a total turncoat in this.
He needs to be a grown up, Hugh. Be grown up. I'm never mind. I think
you forget where you are.
No, I was about to say he needs to be punched in the face. Like, seriously.
Steichen?
Yeah. And Gannon.
Okay.
Punched in the face. Pow!
All right,
on site.
So
Pow!
The enemies we have so far, Goodell, Mark Murphy. We've got Steichen. We've got Gannon. Sean McDermott's a clear enemy. I mean, he's one of the most outspoken ones.
Todd Bowles, fraud.
Oh, and you thought, Hugh, that Todd Bowles was on our side. What happened?
I have a theory in all this.
Okay. Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
No, seriously. I think Todd initially was with us, but he's on shaky ground a little bit.
Oh, you
like
think?
He got ground. Like Todd, like technically, let's just call it what it is. He wasn't hired. he was grandfathered in.
He was elevated because
he was grandfathered in. So I think Todd and the numbers, you know what I mean? Todd's in a situation where he might be up for a contract. And, you know, the numbers they're not in his favor as far as the success or whatever he's had as a head coach. I mean, he's a good coach, but the numbers aren't in his favor in this situation. So I think that somebody higher up than him told him, hey, man, you know, you probably need to change your stance on this.
Well, that might have happened. So you don't want to make him an enemy?
Well, he's
he's an enemy.
This list goes.
Well, I mean,
in stone. This is in stone. This list.
I mean, he's in a bad spot, but you know, you didn't stand on business. So if we making him an enemy, then I'm with him.
So he can get it.
He can't get it, but you know, he can get these hands.
You almost slipped up.
So getting it and getting the hands are different.
He can get these hands. He can catch these hands.
All right, Todd Bowles is officially an enemy of the Tush Push. Can we hear from Shane Steichen? Let's hear Steichen because he's a complete Benedict Arnold in all this.
What do you think of the proposal to outlaw the play?
Yeah, I think it should stay in football. That's just my opinion.
See what Nick had to say about you.
Oh yeah, he let me know.
Yeah,
he let me know.
I'm disappointed in Steichen. That's turncoat behavior. That's Benedict Arnold Douglas right there. I mean, that's
well, he's probably in a situation too where somebody above him say, hey, you know, this is not what we do.
Unfortunately, there was bad news yesterday in the NFL. Jim Irsay, the owner of the Colts, passed away yesterday.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, after the vote. I mean, I have no idea if he was even there or how that whole thing went.
Yeah, because that for me, you know, I get stuck on the weirdest details. I was like, man, did that happen at the meeting?
Yeah.
Was he still there or was he coming on? Like it was just weird timing. You know, and unfortunate. It's really unfortunate.
Are we missing anyone? Here's who I've written down as the official enemies of the Tush Push.
On site.
Roger Goodell, Mark Murphy, Josh Harris, Todd Bowles, Jonathan Gannon, Shane Steichen, Sean McDermott. Are we missing any? You want McVay on that list?
Yeah.
McVay's an enemy.
Oh, every NFC East team.
Oh, that's right. Well, that was to be expected. That was to be expected. And they're enemies anyway. So John Mara and Jerry Jones.
I'm surprised at Dan Quinn, though. But again, he's probably not in a position of power.
Well, Josh Harris is the enemy.
Wait, hold on. Tom Brady's majority owner of the Raiders, or maybe in part?
I thought a minority owner.
Okay.
Right, because it's still, what's his name? Mark Davis. With his haircut.
Yeah,
he should be a football guy. And he was the TB12 QB sneak guy.
He was.
And he deflate gate, and he cheated. Well, some people say.
Look, the Raiders are on our schedule. We may as well just throw him in there.
Well, and they have Chip Kelly.
On site.
All right. Tom Brady.
But it's on site with the Raiders anyway because of Chip.
Hold on. What was Ben Johnson high-roading the...
Well, he kind of...
they're not explosive player. Like explosive... Shut up.
That's how he talks.
What a loser.
No, he
With
talked...
a thick tongue.
I already decided Ben Johnson thinks he's smarter than everyone. He's going to fail as a head coach. Because he's like, it's a one-yard play. What do I care?
Yep. So Ben Johnson can get it, too.
All right. Ben Johnson. They're all getting it. We got a full list of enemies.
Get these hands.
Yep. Get something. All right. 215-592-9494. The full list of our enemies of the Tush Post. Let's get back to the phone lines here. This hour, of course, brought to you by Sunoco 94 Octane on 94 WIP. Ephraim in West Philly. What's up?
Ephraim.
Hey, how's it going, fellas?
Good. What's up?
Doing all right. First, I want to talk about the Tush Push.
Mm-hmm.
I do want to address that. Like, I think that when a bunch of people start doing it, they're going to do it wrong, and then it's going to cause for injuries. So I think then it'll build a case to a certain extent, right? I don't know if they'll do it the very next year, but it'll build a case. So, like, you see what we were talking about, and then I think then it'll get outlawed eventually, right?
Well, that's my feeling. Ephraim, we had 22 teams, 22 enemies against us. I just feel like this is going that way. You know, we're moving towards enough teams saying get it out of the league. So I just want to enjoy it for one more season while we have it.
I agree. And honestly, like, the petty route seemed like the best route. I ain't gonna lie. Just keep doing the Tush Push as much as we can. Or even do it on 4th and 3. Look, Tush Push. I'm cool with it. Like,
especially after week 1 when you know Goodell's going to be there for the season opener. I need him squirming in his luxury suite. Squirming.
I need it. I want to see him sweating. I want to see him squirming the whole thing.
He's going to be embarrassed. You know what he's going to do? He's going to smile through the first time he is on TV, and then by the fourth quarter, he's going to be hating every minute of it.
Exactly. That's the hope right there.
Yep. All right, Ephraim, give us a guess for Hughes Clues. What are we talking about today?
You said we needed We need it all the time, right?
Well,
I didn't say that. You said that.
No, he said that everyone should have one, but he doesn't have one.
I'm gonna go with like a keychain.
Keychain.
Got a bunch of those.
Yes, I like that one. That's
That's
not
a good
it,
guess,
but it's a
though.
good guess. Certainly something that most people, and I guess almost everyone should have. All right, 215-592-9494 for Hugh. It's about that time. Let's give everyone a second clue, because clue number one, it's not doing it, Hugh.
All right, then, second clue. This is one of the most commonly used items in America.
You think you're helping people with that one?
Yeah.
I do.
Yeah, you think it's
Yeah,
a
I
clue?
like that clue.
Okay.
Yeah.
One of the most commonly used items in America.
Most commonly used items in America.
Okay. All right. There you go. Second
Well,
clue.
let me pull that back a little bit. Everywhere.
No, so it's not just an American.
It's not an American thing.
Okay.
Yeah, because I don't want anybody to think, I don't want to throw anybody off and saying it's just an American thing. It's not just an American
Okay. All right. Let's go to Jay in Northeast Philadelphia. Hey, Jay.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good,
What's up,
Jay.
Jay?
What's up?
Great show. As always.
Thank you, Jay. What are you feeling today?
I'm
What's on your
tuning
mind?
into this thing with a 550-pound fat guy, and I tell you this: they're running it to perfection. Don't stop it. It's working. Keep it going. And if they was doing it 60% last year, I'll do it 100% next year.
So you want to be real petty, like just go all in with the tush push.
All in with the tush push. I mean, they're running it to perfection. If other people can't do it, then stop it.
Well, it's an advantage we have. We have the offensive line for it. We have the quarterback for it. We have the personnel, and they try to take it away, Jay. And now we got to shove it to them. All right, Jay. What is your guess for Hughes Clues? What is he talking about today?
I would say a fire extinguisher in the kitchen.
Well, that's
a good
That's
guess.
certainly one that would be important at times.
I'd hope you have that.
Jay, appreciate the phone
With
call.
how often you cook bacon and stuff.
Do you have
You know
one?
what? I'm not for sure, but I think I do.
Plus, didn't you burn the hell out of some pork chops one time?
Burnt the hell out
You're
of
a
lot of
liability in
stuff.
the
You
kitchen.
haven't told
Burnt a
us
lot.
about your cooking recently.
I haven't been cooking. But you know what I did? I told you I got those skewers the other day
Well,
from
are you gonna-
Costco.
you're gonna cook 'em?
I cooked them last night.
Oh,
yeah. As a matter of fact, you know what's funny? What else happened since we're here? You remember when we were talking about I'm about due for a trip to the dentist?
What happened?
Snatched one of them, the meat sticks. Snatched out a filling.
The what?
Meat stick. Yeah. Oh, he did. See, I walked into that.
A
one.
lot of girth.
They got thick wood hard. No, because they tell you all the time when you have veneers, like be careful when you eat beef sometimes, because beef could,
Yeah.
and it snatch one on
Yeah,
out.
but those meat sticks. Now, are you putting them in the oven, the skewers?
No, I got the little. I was about to say little George Foreman. I got the little ninja thing.
Oh, okay.
The little ninja.
Because I was going
Like
to
an
say,
air fryer?
Yeah, it's like an air fryer, but it's like a grill. You could grill on it too. Yeah, I
because
grill
you
them
have to be
things up.
careful about putting the dry wooden skewers in the oven.
Oh yeah, that's a fire hazard.
You got to wet them.
No, I put them in the what do you call it? The ninja thing.
It's the same thing with like a plank. If you ever use
Yeah.
a plank to make a salmon or whatever, you got to wet the plank.
plus
You can't
it's
just
only-
put wood on the grill. Like,
But
you're
it's
asking
only
for
like,
trouble.
but the skewer is only like
The meat sticks.
the meat sticks is only like 6 minutes. You don't cook them for like 6 minutes.
Okay.
Just 6 minutes with a meat
But that's
stick.
in the air
6
fryer.
minutes with, 6 minutes with a meat stick.
And now we've gone off the rails. All right,
Yeah.
Frank,
It's only Thursday.
Frank
Lather
and Sewell.
Vaseline on me.
What's up, Frank?
Yo. Hey, guys.
Hey, Frank.
Well, you got one more year.
Oh,
in.
you're
Get it in.
you're the Frank that wants it banned. Frank,
Yeah.
come
yeah,
on,
yeah.
Frank, embrace it.
Listen, you got Saquon Barkley back there to run a football. You were bragging about a push when you got the best running back in the league. It gets way too much attention. People don't want to say the truth. They're blaming it on safety. It's not safety. It's a strategically advantaged play to the offense, and the Eagles master it because Sirianni must have come up with this, and he loves it, and they admitted it.
What's wrong with that?
But that's not. But that in itself is not a
what's wrong
reason
with
to
that?
get this banned because they come up with something good. That's the whole objective.
Well, you're going to make the whole league now. Okay, you're going to make the whole league practice this pansy play, okay? And it's not
Pansy
the
play?
offensive line. It's a pansy play.
It's
Come on.
not.
They-
No, come on.
Frank, they already gave
Talking
Saquon
about-
500
Well, they
touches
took-
last year. You want to? How many more touches is Saquon going to get? You talk about
What?
Saquon. We gave him 500 touches last year.
Oh, but he's not allowed to run in for the end zone for a touchdown for one. He can bring it down to the 2, but he can't run it in the end zone.
That's right.
Now,
And
Apparently not.
I want to use
Why
the tush
not?
push.
Because
Tush
Call
push.
it Tush push. Listen to what you're saying. Tush push.
Oh, you don't like the name? I mean, what's the
Listen,
difference? Brotherly shove.
Your manhood is going to be okay, Frank.
What is Slay called?
Joe,
Snoopy?
You said,
Whatever.
Joe,
Yeah.
You said the offensive line. Listen, let me ask you, what the heck does Lane Johnson and Jordan Mailata got to do with this play when it's snapped in an instant and they're on the ends and it's going up the A-gap? Nothing.
Well, it's mostly the center and the guards. I'm with
That's
you on
also
that.
not true. They go to my Lotta side all the time.
Yeah, but I'd say it's
Hold on.
mostly the center and the guards. But the tackles have something to do with it.
Yeah. And it's the tight end who makes this play. No one keeps saying this. It's the guy in back who's usually, what's his name? Who's in the back pushing him?
Goddard. Goddard.
Is it Goddard? And sometimes it's the other one, I think.
Saquon sometimes.
But what is your point?
The point is that's why if you look at this one where they line up against the Chiefs, if you look at it, I made a diagram on it, and I put a little figure over each guy. Yeah, it's Max knows you. It's an advantage to the Eagles because their defensive guys are outnumbered.
But why would I not want an advantage for the Eagles? You're not making a case.
Outnumbered, it's not fair football when you're
Oh,
outnumbered.
it's not fair football.
Boo-hoo.
You know, Frank, the other team could stop the Eagles from getting to the 3rd and 1 by sacking the quarterback or stuffing the run on 1st and 2nd down. The Eagles getting to the 2nd or 3rd or 4th and 1, that's where the other team could stop that.
Yeah, but Joe, they're able to run this from like 2-3 yards out sometimes. I mean, that's crazy.
So what are you saying? The Eagles are too good? Let's just take Saquon off the team.
They practiced this play. They found a glitch. Well, we won't call it a glitch because it's legal, but I'm going to call it like a glitch. Right? That's why it's being talked about. They found a glitch. Sirianni mastered it. Even Laurie admitted they practiced it more than anybody.
Sure,
probably.
yeah, of course.
It's weird when your owner's fighting for a play because you know what happens when it goes out of the playbook? Your quarterback is a 28th ranked. They got the 28th ranked passing out there.
You know, Frank, can I give you an example? Frank, I bet, and I know WIP was a different kind of radio station back then. It wasn't sports talk. But somewhere 60, 70 years ago, you know what someone probably said? This is unfair. I mean, I got a bunch of guys that look like Gilio out there, and they got Wilt Chamberlain, and he's dunking on everyone. Let's tell him that he can't dunk anymore. Like, what are you talking about? It's an advantage. Why would we want to give up our advantage?
But wait, right. But if Hurts squats 600 pounds, then you don't need to be pushed, right? He doesn't need it anyway. This whole conversation is stupid. They do need it. They do need the push.
Well, so then you think they should outlaw the sneak? Because if it's a glitch and Hurts can squat 600 pounds, the Eagles should be better at it than everyone else.
Right, without the push.
Yeah, so then you think that the regular quarterback sneak should be banned. If the Eagles are going to be better at it than anybody else, it's a glitch. That's a glitch. That's a glitch by your logic, Frank.
I just don't know why it bothers you. Like that's the point I don't get.
It bothers me because they're allowing the tight end to drive them through the damn universe, and that makes the play.
And if
you just said they can do it without it, though.
But yesterday they voted. Every NFL owner voted.
I didn't say they could do it without it.
But Frank,
he basically did.
Frank, 32 NFL owners got in a room yesterday, and 10 of them don't agree with you.
Right, but listen, and when the other teams realize they can't do it or they don't want to put the time into doing it, and the Eagles are winning 2-3 more games a year and playoff games with it, and they can't do it, they lose to it, they're going to change. It's going to take.
They just won the Super Bowl with it.
I know
what are you talking about?
Frank,
I said when other teams get beat by it. Other teams
everyone just got beat by it.
I think you're right. I think they're going to take it away eventually. But why should I be upset until that day? I want to keep winning football games.
Yeah, I get it. That's fine. But it's just an ugly play. It's just a bad play.
We finally figured out the crux.
He don't like the way it looks.
Yeah, real quick before I go. I want to hear Hughes on the defensive line. Like, Hugh, how would you feel if you were on that? If you got beat by that 4 times in a game, and you know you ain't nothing you can do about it?
Be better.
Be better. What do you mean be better?
Be better. Stop it. I mean, Frank. Frank, I just gave you an answer. You didn't like it. I don't know what to tell you. I gave you my answer.
Look at the diagrams and talk X's and O's in the play. Stop talking about those. Seriously, no one talk X's and O's about this play.
I just, Frank, you just asked me a question, and you validated that you asked the question because I played the game, and I just told you how to beat it. Be better.
I want to text you guys a picture to the diagram. I put it.
No, you ain't got to do that.
Mail it to us.
I'll look at it, Frank. I'll look at it. Frank, give us
you guys got to look into it. Thank you, guys.
I'll look. Frank,
he don't want to guess. He mad. Frank's mad.
You want to guess?
You didn't give the answer.
Okay, well, guess. Give a guess then, Frank, if you're not mad.
It's
Show me you
going away
ain't mad.
eventually. Not this year.
No, we're talking about for the clues, Frank, for the clue.
Huge clues.
No, I missed the beginning.
All right.
That's what I'm saying. Frank was more focused on jumping on us.
Well, I forgot about Frank. He's anti-tush push and has been for a long time.
My thing is this, Frank, you can't, I understand that you've written a diagram and everything, but but you can't be mad. Well, I'm not gonna say you're mad because he said he wasn't mad. You can't be a little bit. But we don't like to. If he said he wasn't mad, then we're gonna go with he wasn't mad.
He sounded frustrated.
Frustrated.
Okay.
You can't be frustrated with me if I tell you how I would try to beat it. Like I have to be better. Look, this is a rule in football that if you ask anybody that plays, they'll tell you, okay, yeah, that's true. Low man win.
Well, and would you agree with me? The way to stop it is not let them get to the 1 yard out. If you're better on first down and you sack Jalen,
that's one way.
And it's 2nd and 16, they're probably not doing a tush push.
That's one way, but there's another way to stop. You better dig in. What they say, root hog. You better root hog. See, I don't know what that means, but it just sounds cool. You got to root hog. It normally means like how hogs keep their snout down and they like to dig in mud and stuff. You better dig in that mud. You better get deep.
This isn't a reason to be upset with you. A reason to be upset with you is when he left me high and dry to drown in the Schuylkill. That's a reason. All right, 215-592-9494. For more on all this with the Tush Push. Do you want the Eagles to be extra petty about it next season? I do. Run it more. Plus, we'll get to a couple of big things that happened in sports last night. 1 hour from now, I debate Spike Eskin on the merits of an extension right now for Kyle Schwarber. And later in the show, we'll be joined by Eagles rookie defensive tackle Ty Robinson. All coming up. Midday Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Winning on the field starts with how you recover off the field. And nobody helps you bounce back like my new team at the Mattress Warehouse. Now, during the Mattress Warehouse Memorial Day sale, that's this weekend, everybody. You can save up to 70% warehouse-wide. Check this out. This is the one that I always talk about because I just like, man, if you need a mattress right now, you can get a queen mattress starting at just $159.99. That's a great deal, people. $159.99. You can save up to $800 off on elite lineup like Tempur-Pedic, Stearns & Foster, and the all-new Sealy Posturepedic. Or save you up to $900 off Beauty Rest Black. Got one of those too, people. That's a nice mattress. So do what I did. Come in today and sleep better tonight during the Mattress Warehouse Memorial Day sale. Shop their entire selection and find a location nearest you at themattresswarehouse.com, mattresswarehouse.com.
Another road game takeover with fans of Philly. Hop aboard with fans of Philly to ruin the final season of Highmark Stadium in Buffalo. Enjoy airfare, hotel accommodations, an exclusive tailgate party, and game tickets seated with those that bleed green. Fly with 94 WIP's official travel partner, Fans of Philly. Reserve your spot now before they sell out at fansofphilly.com.
Some days, it's the little things that get us through. An early start, a quick stop, a familiar face. There's enough on your mind. Let Wawa be the simple part. Get any size hot coffee for $1, any size iced coffee for $2, and all 16-ounce Wawa teas and fruit drinks for $1. Every day, just for being a Wawa Rewards member. Gotta have your back. Gotta have a Wawa.
You've been called the president of three-card poker, the baron of baccarat. No matter who you are, there's always another way to win on the Bet Parks app. Score up to $1,000 bonus back in their first 24 hours. Gambling problem? 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus. Located in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Michigan. New users only. TC Supply. See site for details. Casino bonus must be wagered.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed cracks in your drywall, chimney, or exterior walls? I hope not, because if you have, they could be indications that you've got a much bigger problem with your foundation. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to stabilize your foundation. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details. When it comes to restoring cars, Diego's got skills. And with Total Wireless in his corner, the whole world sees them. With the dual camera system on his new iPhone 13, he can take amazing car photos and post them on the fly with super fast 5G, and even turn this hobby into a full-time gig. His claim to fame? Claiming iPhone 13 with 5G on us. Get iPhone 13 with 5G on us when you switch to the Total 5G or 5G Plus Unlimited 3-month plan. Total Wireless, in your corner. For limited time while supplies last. Valid in store. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires port in and ID verification. Restrictions apply.
Bet the final leg of the Triple Crown with NyraBets, the official betting app of the historic Belmont Stakes in Saratoga. Available nationwide. Sign up at NyraBets.com/Philly25 for a free $25 bet and $200 deposit match.
Sweeter, bolder flavors are hitting the menu at Wawa. Get ready for a burst of tropical and tangy goodness with new pineapple and watermelon recipes. Plus sour cherry popping bubbles. Whether you're in the mood for something fruity, fizzy, or fun, Wawa has your cravings covered. Enjoy these new varieties in smoothies, refreshers, and more. We're ready for you when you're ready for something new. Cravings made easy. Gotta have a Wawa.
Did you know there are more ways than ever to save with Allstate? Like adding more cars to your policy means you could save more. Same with bundling home and auto. More savings. Oh, and staying safe on the road? Ding, ding, ding. You guessed it. More savings. So check Allstate first, and you could save more today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Potential savings and prices vary, including based on how you buy. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning, life, and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC, used with permission.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Deion Sanders made a splash in his first 2 seasons at Colorado, but what's next? Coach Prime almost feels like an empty nester with Heisman winner Travis Hunter and his son Shador both moving on to the NFL. But the cupboard's far from bare in Boulder. Deion has fresh talent from the transfer portal and a top 40 recruiting class out of high school. But here's the question. What will Prime do? I'm Maggie Gray.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. Phillies baseball on the radio. It's just better. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Halliburton. He'll take it. He'll backpedal a three for the win. And no! He got it! I want to.
Wow, it's a great song to play for it. Oh my goodness gracious. Welcome back. Midday show. Hugh Douglas show, Jilly. I gotta tell you, so a couple weeks ago we were doing the conversation with the Celtics and the Knicks, and I was saying how, look, I'm jealous of the Knicks, and if it's Celtics or Knicks, I appreciated the Knicks more, and I was good with them winning. And Kyle was all upset, and then everyone said, well, what if the Knicks win the whole thing? And then I started getting a little nervous when I saw they drove the Pacers, and I was like, oh, they're going to go to the finals, which they very well still could. But Hugh, last night, the Knicks are up 14 with 2:50 left in the game. At home, 14 with 2:50 to go in the game. And they blow it. And how about Tyrese Halliburton, who, by the way, was part of the Jolly Spike debate yesterday, doing the old Reggie Miller choke symbol at Madison Square Garden.
A little premature.
It was, and he didn't hit a 3, hit a 2, but they still won in overtime. I was pulling hard for the Pacers last night. That was wild. Watching that.
Well, it was an unprecedented victory.
Mm-hmm.
So I saw the stat. Teams that trailed by 9+ in the final minute of the fourth quarter or overtime of a playoff game before that game were 0-1,414.
Wow.
Since 1998 entering Wednesday.
I mean, it's almost impossible to lose that game. I mean, If you're up 14 with 2:50 to go, they blew that. What a terrible loss for the Knicks. They're having a tough week up there in New York. Juan Soto and the Mets and whatever the hell that is. You see last night, Juan Soto, by the way, they moved him to the third spot in the order, and he didn't swing at a pitch his first 2 at-bats. Just watched all the strikes go by.
This is going to get interesting.
Yep.
For all those that say, this is not a big deal, it's a big deal.
Something's going on.
I don't understand, though. How do you, as a grown-ass man, how do you allow your family to put that type of pressure on you? I don't know. If I'm speculating. I don't know. But I'm hearing that the reason why he's there is because his family wanted him to go there.
Versus the Yankees,
Versus the Yankees. How do you, with that contract being what it is, go there and have all that going on? And basically forced to be there.
I don't know. All I know is that there had to be 10, 20,000 people in that arena last night that are Mets fans and Knicks fans.
Oh,
right?
Yeah, good. I want to see them all suffer.
And think about, it's so funny because they probably walked in the night feeling as good as they could feel, right? And they walk out, and Juan Soto's striking out every time, and the Knicks blow the unprecedented game.
What is, you saw some of those at-bats from Soto. What's going on?
I mean, Crochet is an uncomfortable at-bat for a lefty, but it's Juan Soto. He's one of the greatest hitters on the planet.
But he's not doing, the shuffle thing.
I know.
And
he looks out of it.
He does. I actually have audio from the fan, Boomer and Gio, talking about this, and there's speculation about Juan Soto being unhappy. Would you like to hear?
Yeah, of course.
All right.
I've gotten on some of the, the baseball insiders during free agency times where nothing's going on and they have to come up with stories and they put things out there and we have fun with the maybe or could be's and all that stuff that happens. But when someone's reporting during the season and someone who's been around the game as long as Bob Clapidge has been around the game, I mean, my goodness, he has covered baseball for decades. He's written books. Somebody that he trusts in the Mets organization told Bob Clapidge that management is concerned about his happiness level. That clearly happened. There's no way that he's putting that out there without getting it from a legitimate source. Now, that doesn't mean that he's unhappy, but that means that someone in the organization at a high level is concerned about his happiness. That is weird. That is a strange thing. You get this massive contract. You get everything you want for your family. I mean, okay, you're not hitting it the way that everybody expected early on, but he's been through slumps before. The team is still playing relatively well. They've been in first place for most of the year except for right now. What's going on where he would be unhappy in the clubhouse?
I have no idea.
He's moping around to the point that there's people in the organization that are worried about that?
Yeah, it's a mess. I mean, Hugh, you said it. It feels like it's not nothing. We'll see how bad it is. All I know is this. Terrible night for everyone up there in New York. The Knicks blow an all-time game. Halliburton with the Reggie Miller choke symbol. And Soto doesn't look right. Mets did win last night, but Soto doesn't look right. Philly's still up now 1.5 in the NL East. Another Phil's victory last night. By the way, Hugh, this is 6 in a row. They're making quick work of a Rockies team that is terrible.
I mean, but that's what you're supposed to do.
Absolutely.
I think if it went any other way, that we would have probably felt some kind of way.
Yes.
I didn't we had so much going on yesterday. I apologize. I didn't have a line on Taiwan yesterday. Didn't have one.
Yeah, you chickened out.
Well, it was like I had so much other stuff going on, Joe. I didn't want to just throw something out and be wrong.
He was fine last night.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But I didn't have a feel for it, with all, me hemorrhaging these financials and everything. I just, it was
you're
a lot
in bad
going
shape
on.
right now.
I'm in bad shape.
Yeah.
I'm going to be all right, though. Be all right.
You keep telling yourself that?
Nah, yeah.
All right.
I get paid tomorrow.
Okay. 215-592.
That helps.
Yeah, it always helps. 215-592-9494. Back to your phone call. Should the Eagles lean in even more on the tush push? If you want to laugh at the Knicks' expense or Juan Soto's, that's fine, because that's fun, especially the Knicks thing. I mean, to be up 14 with 2:50 to go, up 9 with less than a minute to go, that was a choke job. I mean, one of the biggest chokes you'll ever see in a postseason game. Ridiculous stuff last night. Fun game to watch with the Knicks going down in game number 1. JB in Philly up talking tush push. What's up, JB?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey, JB, what are you thinking?
Not much, man. You want to talk petty about the tush push. I don't care about who voted against, who voted for. What I do think we'll see is a few different variations of this quote-unquote tush push, because at the end of the day, it's just a QB sneak. We see QB sneaks all across the league. But I think we're going to do it at a higher level. And these teams aren't going to be able to anticipate what our QB sneaks are going to look like moving forward.
So kind of like, well, sometimes we'll do a normal quarterback sneak. Sometimes we'll do a tush push. Like we have variations we could use.
Well, they did that. They've been doing that.
Yeah.
They did that kind of last year.
Yeah, but mostly they do the tush push.
Yeah.
And with that hyper focus of now everybody knows the logistics of the tush push, they're going to be more hyper aware on that particular play.
They will. It doesn't mean they could stop it, but yeah, everyone's going to be more aware. And look, first game of the season, JB, everyone's watching to see it when and if the Eagles do it. All right, JB, what do you got for us? What's your guess for Hugh's clues?
Oh, man. As soon as Hugh gave out the first clue, I didn't even need the second one. I'm super, super, diligent about keeping mine with me. A hairbrush. Hugh does not have hair. He does not need a hairbrush.
Wow. You know what's funny? I do have a hairbrush with me.
Really?
I think I still have
your
it. But
beard?
I got it from. I had it from my beard when it was lower. Yeah, I think I still have it with me.
JB, it's a great guess. It's not it, and I would push back
No,
though.
I took it out.
Oh, you lost you lost it. I would push
But I
back.
lost my hair. That's what you was about to say.
Yeah, well, I would push back on the everyone needs it. I don't need one.
Yeah.
Hugh doesn't really need one. I guess he uses it for his beard.
I use it for my beard.
Now, if you had said most people could use a hairbrush, that's different. But you
Yeah,
said
no,
everyone.
I took it out, but I usually I know I got a comb in the car,
Now,
and I
is
don't have hair, so yeah.
Is there a difference between a beard brush and a hairbrush, or
Well,
is a
it's
beard hair?
the same. It's the bristles, and most guys have it when they have a shorter beard because it helps groom the beard, helps lay the hairs down.
Yeah.
But you do that initially when you first start growing the beard to help lay them down, and then you go to like a hot comb. You go with the bearded hot comb. And then when it get too long, you get the blow dry.
You know, I can't think of the last time that I combed my hair because even before I started shaving my head, I had short hair for like a long time. I mean, I don't know if I've combed my hair in 25 years, 20 years. When was the last time you combed your hair?
Well, I was tempting to comb it when I was trying to let it grow into my
that looked
son.
silly when you were doing that.
Yeah, my son felt the same
When
way.
you had a cul-de-sac?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, that still hurts because he got these long locks, and that's like he was like, "Dad, cut your hair."
Did you teach him about the cul-de-sac? Like, son, this is a cul-de-sac.
No, I didn't. I don't think it's not on me what his hair is gonna look like, and he got a head full of hair, so he's gonna be fine. He's definitely gonna be fine.
Unlike you.
He's not gonna have to worry about the hair thing like I do.
Yeah, let's go to Self in North Philly. What's up, Self?
Yo, what's going on? Bro?
What's up, Self?
Hey, listen, man. First off, I think we took an L on the Tush push.
An L? We won.
Y'all know I wasn't a fan of it anyway because I got tired. They was overdoing it. They was running it too much into a hole, running it on third down. Like they was doing too much with it. So I personally didn't care if it got banned or not.
But why is it an L? We won. They wanted to keep it. They kept it.
Nah, see, that's what they want us to think because the fact that we had to give them the details, that's the L right there because they forced us to give them the blueprint on how to do it and how to prepare to stop it. So in essence, we took the L on it, and now you're going to see a bunch of teams out here trying to do tush pushes, and it's just going to look like rugby now. Now it's going to look like rugby because people that's trying to do it don't know how to do it, going to be implementing it incorrectly. So yeah, we took a loss on that.
Yeah, I'm not as worried. I'm not as worried about it. You think all these teams are going to run it as well as the Eagles? I don't see that.
I don't think they're going to run it as well. That's why I'm saying it's going to look like rugby because they're not going to run it as well. And it's going to look sloppy. It's going to look real different. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
Does anyone agree with Self here? The Eagles took an L yesterday?
I think that's
pretty silly.
I think that some teams tried to write down the recipe. Now, whether or not they do it the way the Eagles do it, that remains to be seen.
I can give you the recipe. It doesn't mean you can cook it.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
I'm going to give you my guess.
Okay.
And my guess is listening to you, and I get flack for this too because I just wear a bunch of hoodies. I'm going to say a jacket or a coat.
That's a good one, considering Q went a long time without a real...
I got a couple jackets. I just don't wear them.
You have a coat. That's
I
not
got a
itself.
coat, and I just don't wear it.
But you didn't have it for a time.
I didn't have it for a time.
But it was winter.
Yes, and it was. And I probably still won't wear one this winter.
Why?
I just gotten used to it.
Now, to the point of everyone should have one, if you live in a very warm climate, you really don't need a coat.
No, yeah. And when I lived in Georgia, didn't need one. But it's more the thought process. Because it's like, okay, I'm going from my car to the job, so I don't really need a coat. Like I'm walking from my house, my warm house, to get in my warm car.
But you got that walk.
Yeah, from the parking garage to another building.
But what if you got to go somewhere else?
Then I'll just make that walk. Like the grocery store or something, I'll just make that walk. Like, I mean, I get it. I know people think it's weird. I need a coat if I'm going to sit outside for a football game.
Or like the
Like,
pregame
I'll bring
show?
a coat. Yeah, like, I'll bring a coat when, say, like, the other night at Harper's baseball game. It was cold.
It's been cold. We've had baseball and softball this week. It's cold out there.
And I didn't have my truck, so I didn't have my coat because I keep it in the truck. So I was just out there freezing.
Oh, you left it when it was getting repaired in the truck?
Yeah, left it in the truck. Yeah.
Yeah,
tough.
it's abnormally cold this week.
Yeah, it is.
It doesn't feel like Memorial Day.
Because that's why I was like, yeah, that's why when I woke up this morning, that's why I got the hoodie on, because I'm like, damn, it's cold.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like March. It doesn't feel like late May. Let's go to Laura and her boyfriend down in Florida. What's up, Laura and boyfriend?
There you go.
Hi, this is Laura from Florida. How are you?
Good,
Hey, what's
Laura.
up,
What's
Laura?
up?
Hi, Joe. Hi, Hugh. Hi, Kyle.
What's going
You're
on,
one of my
Laura?
favorite show. I listen to
Well,
you
thank you for
every day.
listening.
Oh,
Thank
we
you for
appreciate
listening.
that.
I literally do.
So
Thank
what's
you.
on your mind? What do you want to be petty or not?
No, I don't want to be petty, but I think we should do the tush push because we're the best at it. And it's not my fault that the other teams aren't that good at it.
Well, that's for sure.
That is definitely true.
Don't you want to? Like, here's my thing, Laura. I want to be petty. Goodell's going to be there the first game of the season. He tried to get this banned. I want to run tush push after tush push and keep scoring touchdowns and point up to him and everyone boom in the stadium.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm so glad it passed because it should. Because that was, I'm sorry, but
It happens. It happens. Yeah, it
That
happens.
vote.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm
Should've saw that
glad
one
they
coming.
pushed. And for all the enemies against it, it's
Yeah, we got a lot of
because
enemies.
Did
they're
y'all
not
hear
that
that? It came over there?
No. It was Laura. It was Laura. You good, Laura? What do you want to say about the enemies?
I'm sorry, repeat the question.
I just want to know what you were saying about the enemies.
Well, I'm sorry that the enemies, they're not that good at it. So, if they can't do what we can do, well, that's on them.
Well, that is
So, of course,
that.
they're going to vote against it.
Well, they're babies about it, right? They can't
Big
stop
old
it. They
babies.
can't do it. They're big old babies. All right, Laura, what do you got for us? What's your guess for Hughes Clues?
It is men's hair clippers.
Men's hair clippers.
Got a couple pair of those.
Laura, good guess. Not it.
Got a bunch of those.
But again, everyone should have one, not just men.
Yeah,
I don't think women have men's hair clippers.
Yeah. People not thinking about this the right way.
Well, again, whose fault is that?
That's not my fault. I said everyone. I didn't say just men.
Again,
I said everyone.
We do this often, and if the students keep failing, eventually you point back to the teacher and you say you're not teaching it.
This
well
is
enough.
an item that everyone should have, but I don't. That's not male exclusive.
You know what's pretty funny about this? That people have thought of so many things that you might not have, like normal things. So like, oh yeah, I bet Hugh doesn't have this. Everyone has it. Nah, not Hugh Douglas.
Shout out to what, Lori and her boyfriend?
That was Laura and her boyfriend.
Yeah, that's pretty dope.
Yeah, we appreciate them.
Way to
calling
hold the phone until we came to him there, boyfriend. That was pretty. That's a special. He's a real one.
Yeah,
he's a real
he
one.
didn't have a name.
No, he was the phone holder.
Yeah, the boyfriend.
Gotta be. That's love right there.
No, I don't know. No, potentially, maybe she gave Kyle the name and he just wrote boyfriend on the screen, or maybe she just called in and said it's my boyfriend. I don't know.
She was just like they're together.
We don't get this very often, where someone holds the phone for the person who's calling in.
He's a real one.
Like, absolutely.
Shout out to the boyfriend.
Good job, boyfriend.
The no name, like that's one of the ones you don't need to know his name.
The no name boyfriend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shout out to him.
Now this person has name Ryan in South Philly. What's up, Ryan?
How's it going, guys?
Good, Ryan. What's up?
So, love to be on the show. Joe, I got to be with you. I say we lean into this 100%. I think 1st and 10 on the very first drive, we come out and run it 4 yards on first down, and the stadium goes nuts.
It would be pretty amazing, Ryan, if first drive, let's say the Cowboys win the toss, they defer, right? So the Eagles get the ball first, opening night of the season, Goodell in the building, Jerry Jones in the building. Like, if they do what you're saying, imagine if we just do it 3 times in a row, whatever it takes to get a first down. The place will go crazy, and I need every camera on Goodell.
The place going to go crazy.
I know, but if Goodell is squirming in his seat, Ryan, this place will be amazing.
Oh, my God. Like, I'm already on a list to make sure that I'm in the stadium for it, and I hope Goodell has to walk out.
Goodell leaves Lincoln Financial Field just so upset that the Eagles keep pushing their way down the field. I love it, Ryan. Let's be absolutely petty. All right, Ryan, what's your guess for Hughes Clues? What is he talking about today?
I think I feel like Hugh doesn't have any credit cards.
Well, guess what? You got it. You got it, Ryan.
Let's go.
Way to go, man.
$100 gift card to Sunoco. All right, what made you think that was it?
Well, I thought it was a passport, and then he said an American thing, and I just started thinking.
Well, you hit it. And you know what? I found this out for the first time last night. Ryan, good job. So, why don't you tell everyone how it came for you to tell me this? Because you tried to do something yesterday, and then you couldn't do it.
I tried to rent a car. Yesterday because my car was in the shop because I had been, getting to work the best way that I could. So I was like, okay, I got to rent a car. So I went to the rent-a-car spot, and they were like, you can't use a debit card. And I was like, why not? They was like, because it's not a rental card. It's not a credit card. And they told me that in order for me to use it, I had to have a returning flight in order to use it. And I was like, but I live here. And they were like, well, do you have anything else that you could use, like as a credit card? And I was like, no, I don't. So what happened, my ex-wife, Sabota, I called her. I was like, well, I don't have a credit card. She's like, why the hell don't you have a credit card?
That's what I thought when you told me.
Well, when she was like, but she's known that, but she was like, at this point, Hugh, you should have one, because she would always like rent the cars and stuff like that. So she got me a credit card and then sent it to me. But it was I couldn't use it because I couldn't use it. So yeah, I don't have a credit card. I didn't have a credit card. I don't have a credit card. So yeah, I never had to use one.
It's just, it seems like everyone, I never met anyone that didn't have one. I mean, I get it when you kind of laid it out, like you never needed it, you never wanted to have one.
It was, I got jammed up with the credit cards in college. You know, when you get the $500 limit.
Oh, like when you're 18,
and then you get the
give you one,
10.20% annual percentage or something, whatever it was. And I got jammed up with that. And so I was like, well, hell, I don't need it. I don't want to use one because I never want to be owing anybody any money.
No, it's smart. I just never knew anyone that didn't have one. When you're like, I couldn't get a car. I was like, what? Why?
Yeah, I couldn't, because I don't have a credit card.
All right.
I got one now, though. I'm going to get one now, yeah.
Good job, Brian. You hit it. All right, before we go any further, Twitter question sponsored by the PI Dental Center. Your smile is the first thing others see when they meet you. Learn about and schedule your evaluation, PIDentalCenter.com. Should the Eagles lean extra hard into the tush push next season? A yes, coming in at 59%. I like that. People want to be petty today. All right, we mentioned one big thing that happened last night in the sporting world. The Knicks choking away a 14-point lead with less than 3 minutes to go in Game 1 Eastern Conference Finals. But also last night, Andrew Painter made his third start in AAA. Let's get to a little Painter watch here.
Hi, I'm glad you could join me today. Today we're going to do a wonderful little painting, and I really think you're going to enjoy this one. So I tell you what, let's don't waste any time.
0-2 again. Checks his swing, slider in the dirt, appeal to first, he wins. 2-2. Breaking ball, cut on and missed. Goes to the curveball and gets Parmigiani away. Raises his black glove up to his head, now into his wind, the pitch, and it's cut on and missed. 96 up out of the zone, and Sanchez down on 3 pitches. 2-2, swing and a miss. Left the slider up, but Schneider swings through it, and the inning.
That they'll be playing for Philadelphia, so there's a lot to like about this team, not just the
2-0 Pigs. Painter's pitch. Martinez takes a called strike 3. He knew it. Donnie big lead at first. He'll go. Payoff pitch and the slider called strike 3. Around the outside corner and the inning over. So Painter gets out of the jam.
Andrew Painter last night, his third AAA outing. 4 innings, 3 hits, 1 earned run, 1 walk, 7 strikeouts in 4 innings last night. 4-seam fastball averaged 96.5, topped out at 98.3 miles an hour. 4 innings, 7 strikeouts. He looks pretty ready to me. I saw some of the highlights of that curveball. No one is touching it. We are not far away here from... Now, look, they might slow play this. But in terms of just readiness, I think he can come up here tomorrow and get guys out. I think they're going to
slow play it. You're not in a hurry to do anything. And it's kind of playing like we kind of figured it would this week. You know, with Taiwan start last night and Painter doing what he's doing. There's no need to panic. You know, even though Alvarado did what he's done, it's really no need to panic just yet. You know, you got the Rockies. You beat up on them. So just figure out what your next move is, but don't be hasty because you're not operating from a position of power right now.
Sure, and they can call up whenever they want. I mean, it could be now, it could be July. They did say July-ish before the season started. Every time I see how many innings he pitches, the first thing that comes to my mind is I don't want to waste those innings.
Yeah, because you're being anxious.
Well, no, I just want him to use them when they matter, whether that is in September, October. I don't know what they have an innings limit for him, right? They're not going to tell us, but they have some sort of number in their mind where they're not going to push him past that because he's off the surgery 2 years ago, all that. He didn't pitch at all last year. So I'm just, as the innings kind of pile up, I'm like, are we wasting these in AAA? There's a fine line between slow playing it and he is pitching right now, right? He's not sitting around. He's throwing innings. They're just not here.
Yeah, and then tonight you want to see how Ranger does. Ranger's on the mound tonight. It's everything is leaning in his favor as far as the win is concerned, and the win to get the win, and him pitching well tonight. So yeah.
Well,
no need to panic.
No, this kid looks pretty good, though, and pretty ready. I mean, he doesn't look to me at all like he needs more refining. We'll see how much longer they give him, but another good start by Andrew Painter. 7 strikeouts in 4 innings down in AAA. All right, 215-592-9494. Should the Eagles lean all the way in? Should they be? I want to be petty. I want week 1 extra tush pushers. Should the Eagles lean in even harder to the tush push next season? I say yes. Hugh says run it just the same as they were last year. Now, I want extra tush pushers. Where do you come down? All right, coming up on the other side. 2 things that were totally unexpected yesterday in the sporting world. One involving the Eagles, nothing to do with tush push. The other one happened right here in this studio at WIP. That's next. Spike joins us at 1 for a debate about Kyle Schwarber on debate day. Should they re-sign him right now or wait till after the season? And Eagles rookie defensive tackle Ty Robinson in the 1 o'clock hour as well. 215-592-9494. It is the midday show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The Phillies play here. Today, Phillies Rockies. Leading off starts at 2. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 3:10. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Towards the pole, and that one is gone. It clears.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Craving authentic Italian flavors? Sapore, the new Italian kitchen at Rivers Casino, is now open. Whether you're looking for a casual dinner or a special night out, we have you covered. Our menu showcases a perfect balance of classic comfort and modern twists, featuring hearty dishes like lasagna and rigatoni bolognese, to something unique like our chicken parm pizza. Visit riverscasino.com for a full menu and stop in to discover a taste of Italy in every bite.
It's wine, women, whiskey, and more women in hot skimpy outfits. It's the annual Daisy Dukes and Cowboy Boots at Creekside Cabaret tonight.
It includes a 2-hour top shelf open bar from 7 to 9 p.m.
And a complimentary Western-style buffet. There will be plenty of women in very short Daisy Dukes outfits.
Creekside Cabaret open Monday through Saturday, 4 p.m. to 2 a.m.
If you're a cowboy or just a regular city slicker, this night is for you.
Tonight is Daisy Dukes and Cowboy Boots at Creekside Cabaret.
3225 Advanced Lane, Hatfield.
CreeksideCabaret.com.
Breaking news! Newsflash! Just announced! TurnersvilleJeep.com is celebrating massive savings all month long with their Employee Pricing for All event. Take advantage of true employee pricing this month only on a huge selection of Jeep Grand Cherokees, Jeep Wranglers, Ram 1500 trucks, Dodge Durangos, and more. Don't miss your opportunity to save thousands this month at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Just minutes from all bridges. Drive a little, save a lot at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Going up.
Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up.
Going up.
But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button.
Going down.
We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40, period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
No matter what car repair I need, there's only one name I trust. Well, really two. One is Meineke, and the other is Bob, the owner of my local Meineke. Bob has been taking care of my car for years. It's nice to take your car to someone you trust and someone who is part of the neighborhood. And being a single mom, sometimes money's a little tight. So Meineke makes it easy with flexible payment solutions where I can pay over time. Having a safe, reliable vehicle for my family is important, and that's why I trust Bob and why I trust Meineke. Meineke, doing car care right.
Hey, navigation, take me to the amazing deals and super low lease payments at KiaofCherryHill.com.
It's Memorial Day savings all month long at KiaofCherryHill.com. Choose from over 400 new Kias available, including over 40 Tellurides, over 100 Sportages, over 35 Carnivals, over 75 Celtos, and over 80 Souls. Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or available online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Chargers sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
The power of Dell AI with Intel Inside is transforming the world of pro sports. Teams can see curveballs coming with predictive analytics. Coaches can use AI insights to help players improve their shots in real time. And fans can get more out of every winning moment with AI-enhanced replays. See how Dell Technologies with Intel Inside can power your wins at Dell.com/win.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's.
Participating U.S. Wendy's. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
Hugh Douglas.
Shark meat is not good because they pee through their skin.
And Joe Giglio.
Well, you could have told me that before I ate the shark.
On Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It sure is. Welcome back. Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio. While we've been celebrating the return of the Tush Push, something flew right under the radar yesterday.
What's that?
Hard Knocks. Now, not the summer Hard Knocks. Not like your Hugh Douglas gets cut by the Jaguars on Hard Knocks. Not that one.
Anything for
not that Hard Knocks.
The train OTA or Hard Knocks, right?
So that would be the training camp Hard Knocks. That's what the Bills are going to be on. But they now have an in-season Hard Knocks, Hugh, and this year, and they do it by division. I think last year was the AFC North. I think it was like the Steelers division.
Mm-hmm.
This year, Hard Knocks in season will be the NFC East.
Oh, in season.
Mm-hmm.
So how is that the whole season?
Whole season.
Oh, wow.
We get to follow this thing from start to finish. Week by week. Obviously, the division games they'll probably play up because they get 2 teams involved in those.
Okay.
So it'll start off week 1. Eagles-Cowboys. In-season NFC East Hard Knocks.
That should be fun.
It's going to be
That
great.
should be fun, yeah. We'll probably be a part of that. Talking trash, especially if we don't hope it goes south.
But anything that goes a little south, they'll play up.
Yeah,
and that's what they do.
yeah.
Here's my question. Do you think they'll acknowledge that you're a veteran of Hard Knocks, that you've been on before?
All depends on if somehow the story is relatable. Like, say, if it goes down the path, say, like, if we are a big part of WIP is a big part of what Hard Knocks does, but I doubt it. I
don't know. They do like to use audio from the local stations. I mean,
yeah, but I don't
especially
think
like you'll be ripping someone and calling. I mean, you
that'll
call
probably be more you than anything.
I don't know. You still call Sirianni a bubblehead, even though he's
still
champion.
Bubblehead champion. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
You don't think HBO is going to pick this up? Hugh
Not
Douglas, fierce former Eagle, veteran of Hard Knocks, calling Nick Sirianni a bubblehead.
No, I don't think that.
That's going to lead an episode.
No.
Here. Come on. All right, but I think it's going to be a lot of fun. Hard Knocks, NFC East. This coming season, 215-592-9495. I think people might have missed it yesterday because we were all caught up in the tush push thing, but we're going to be on Hard Knocks. Now, again, it's not quite the summer one. The summer one is like, that's the one you think of when you think of Hard Knocks, but they have, I guess, the one 2 years ago now, that was the off-season one. That's the one where Joe Shane made an ass of himself and went the Saquon thing.
Yeah.
But now we get to do the in-season one.
Good.
Yeah,
awesome.
I'm great with it.
I mean, like, I don't know why you would be against having more Eagles content.
Well,
And
some people be
No,
scared.
I know, cowards. But if you're afraid of things being exposed, right? I mean, first of all, think about it this way. Like, it would be nobody's fault but their own.
Totally.
If something bad happened and it came out. Like,
and they'll be aware the cameras are there. This isn't a surprise.
So that might even work, like, against that notion. Like, they might be on their best behavior because cameras are around.
Could be. I mean, that's possible. Maybe they will be. I mean, also, if stuff's going to come out, if they have, issues, and every team does, it'll come out. I mean, last year there were no cameras there, and Brandon Graham did his whole show about
That's
A.J.
exactly
Brown and
right.
Jalen Hurts.
Well, that was our fault.
Well,
you forgot.
Basically.
Always
just like it's going to be
WIP.
our fault when something happens on Hard Knocks. By the way, you saw who's not very excited about it.
Who's that?
A.J. Brown.
Oh, he tweeted
nope.
What does that even mean, though? He's
I-
not in control of this.
I think it's pretty clear.
Well, it's he's probably going to be a little guarded when it comes to things that happen on Hard Knocks and everything like that. He's not going to be as, I guess, outgoing and boisterous.
But can you do that every day? Like, if you we could give a very small example, and this is not as big of a deal as Hard Knocks. But so we have cameras in here right now, right? We're on YouTube. We didn't used to be. The first couple days, you kind of realize you're on camera and you think about it. But then by like day 60, I don't even think about it anymore. We're just doing
I think about it all the time.
Yeah.
Because I like my outfits, make sure I ain't got nothing in my teeth. Like, looking like that, make sure I ain't got nothing in my teeth. Hell yeah, I care.
Yeah, I stopped thinking about it a long time ago.
And now since Max is starting to go to these wide shots, I'm really conscious. Because I couldn't even enjoy my burrito because normally I hide the food I have in the studio. I had to hide my burrito.
You're hiding a burrito?
Well, yeah.
Why?
Because I'm like, everybody don't need to know everything about what we doing here.
But people love burritos.
I'm just saying. It's like,
Hugh.
because you people, when they get on there, they see certain things and they like to talk about it and stuff. Like, no.
Well, the key is to not
They don't
eat,
need to say. They don't need to see everything.
Well, if you don't eat the burrito on the air, they
Well,
can't see it.
I didn't. I waited.
Well, that's what you should
do. And it
do.
was cold.
We have breaks every hour to go heat it up.
And that's what I heated, but it was a cold burrito.
Hugh's not against doing mukbang on the air.
Yeah, he should be.
No, I am. Because somebody said something about it yesterday. Oh, you're not eating on the air. I'm like, man,
You can bring it up.
Oh, yeah, matter of fact, we had, yesterday we had a party. Listen, because we had food, right?
This is about to get messy.
Yeah, it's about to get super messy. I don't know who he is, but he was one of the, we had company.
Yes.
Last night.
We had company here at the studio.
And listen, I understand that a lot of times what we do, people feel like we're family.
Yeah,
we talk to them. They talk to us every day.
You people are part of it.
We talk to us every day.
And the listeners, watchers,
Yeah,
whatever.
but this is what we're not gonna do. Like, this is where I draw the line. Don't police my food. Don't police my plate.
Oh, that's a problem, yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
And don't make snide comments like we boys. Because like me, we are boys. We've been grinding at this thing for like 3 years. And there's certain things that you could say to me that nobody else could say to me.
So what was wrong with your plate?
So yesterday, I had the trouble with the car, going to get the car, right?
Yeah.
So Rod's freaking out because I'm borderline on being late.
Well, to be fair, so we had a little station set up out there where Hugh and I would say hi to people, right?
Yeah.
And the first group came by, no Hugh. So I was saying hi to
And
everybody.
he was like, "Yo, where you at?" And I was like, and I didn't see the text, but I was coming up. So I had my backpack on, and I walk in the door, and we got this nice balling ass spread
it's a good
fine
spread.
meats and cheeses and all
Breads.
types of
There was one
stuff.
cheese that one lady loved.
What was it called? Drunken Goat? I think it was called Drunken Goat
is it
cheese.
like wine?
Yes,
Yeah.
Drunken Goat.
It was. I was about to say something else that didn't have
It was
nothing
not
to
the
do with
Drunken
that.
Gouda, Hugh. No, it was
No,
not.
it wasn't Drunken Gouda. That's something totally different. So I come in right now. I'm speaking to the people. So everybody's mingling. So you have to understand the dynamic. When I get here, I've been at work all day, haven't had a chance to eat, and I've been trying to get a rental car. So I come in, and I grab a plate. Mm-hmm. Some dude said, "Well, dang, Hugh, they don't feed you in Delaware." Hey, dog, you don't know me like that to be making those snide comments.
I thought it was kind of funny.
Yeah, no, it wasn't funny, Joe. It wasn't funny. I thought he thought it was funny.
Kyle thinks
no, it wasn't funny.
It's not bad.
Hey, no,
not bad.
No, but wait a minute. See, this is the problem. You don't know me well enough to be making those jokes. Like, we ain't that cool. Like, there's a line of being cool. Like, you could have said that to me, and I'd have been like, "Yo, Kyle, I ain't ate all day."
I've said worse. Yeah.
Yeah. But when
Every
you
day,
don't, when you ain't even came up and spoke and shook my hand, and then the first thing you yell across the room is, "Hey, they don't feed you in Delaware." I was like, "Yo, dog, stay out of my business and quit watching my plate." Like, for real.
Yeah, he was Hawkeye on your plate.
We ain't that cool. I ain't saying nothing about them 2 beers you two-fisting.
Was it the guy? Was it the guy that works at the other station?
I don't know. He had
the guy that's always
a,
vulturing around this.
He had. You talking about Mo? No, Moshe wasn't.
No.
Moshe had his own night.
Moshe was. Hey, listen.
Also a buzzard. Yep.
Moshe was on one last night, dog.
Oh, yeah?
Moshe was doing his thing last night. Moshe was mingling. He was out there mingling. He was out there meeting people. Like, Moshe was being a social butterfly last night.
Moshe is a social guy.
Yeah, Moshe. I'm like, real talk. Moshe might be a pretty good wingman. Like, for real. Moshe might be a nice little wingman.
I need to see that night happen. You and Moshe out on the town.
I hang out with Moshe because Moshe likes to break the ice. Moshe is an icebreaker.
Yeah, I can see that.
You know what I'm saying? He had a little pickaxe and little pick, and he'd be like, "Bro,
he's not shy.
He's not shy at all." I was surprised. But buddy that don't know me, no, don't talk to me like we cool, especially when you policing my plate. Don't gatekeep the food, dog. Don't do that.
There was plenty of food for you to have as much as you wanted.
And I forgot, because I got out here kind of late, but I was trying to get the lady to wrap it up for me.
I heard that.
Yeah.
You were like, "Can we have one of those trays wrapped up?"
It's survival. I'm in survival mode in this piece.
Yeah, and then they looked at you
it
like
shouldn't surprise
you.
It should, because you've been around me long enough. But my thing is this. If we're not that familiar, you can't be making those comments. It might, although it might have some truth to it.
And it's pretty funny.
It might have some truth to it. We ain't that cool. You can't do that.
Yeah, the truth hurts sometimes.
At least have a handshake or something before you start yelling stuff across the room like we boys. We ain't boys. It's not like that. So I just,
Yeah, there could have been a warm up. Hey, Hugh, what's
like,
up? How are
buddy,
you? Hey,
buddy,
they don't feed you in Delaware.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, don't do that. Don't do that
Okay.
because you're gonna see somebody that you ain't trying to see and you trying to be funny. I don't think that's funny, especially when I've had a rough day trying to get this rental car
and your pockets are lighter.
And my pocket's lighter, and I'm hungry.
Yeah, and you had to dress up yesterday.
And I had to dress up yesterday.
You already had to take it from Carmen yesterday.
That's
tough day.
Talking about I'm too big to be in the fire. It is shredding season too. I went home. That's why I was so tired today, because I went home last night and did 2 hours of cardio.
Called you a whale.
2 hours of cardio?
Yeah, he did.
And the skewers?
He called me. Yeah.
And the meat stick?
He guilted you into exercise?
I had the meat sticks
Wow.
yesterday. First of all, he didn't guilt me into it. I exercised anyway.
Yeah, but 2 hours?
But I did a little bit extra yesterday.
Wow.
I'm like, how Carmen gonna call me? I ain't gonna see I can't fit in the fox.
I think Carmen should be a life coach. Carmen pushed you to exercise to be healthier.
It depends on if you're into negative reinforcement.
Yeah.
I'm okay with that.
Well, I think WIP specializes in negative reinforcement.
That's very true. We bully people into doing the right thing.
We're old school in how we motivate. This is negative.
We bullied Sirianni into being a great coach.
That's right. I mean,
he even thanked us.
I know the new school is positive reinforcement, but that's a little bit different than what we do here. Andy's in Deptford. What's up, Andy?
Fellas.
Andy, what's up, buddy?
What's up? Hey, Hugh, man, dang. A little sensitive, man. Sound like somebody was calling you out for getting that free food, and you
Andy, hold up. First of all, Andy, you can only call me out if we cool. Like, we cool, you can say that. But Andy, this dude, he didn't even say hi. He just was like, "Hey, you don't feed you where you come from? Hey, man, back up off me, dog."
Hey, but Hugh, a single man living by himself.
I try
you on that
listen,
meal, I get that
Andy.
anytime I can get
Andy, I am in survival mode, and I don't care who knows. Listen, I might as well say it now, because at the end of the day, it's gonna happen. They had a bunch of adult beverages over here.
They're still there.
That are there. I'm gonna go ahead and grab me a couple cases of those before I leave.
Them things coming home with you.
Hey, they coming because what they gonna do with them? They ain't nobody drinking that much beer. Ain't nobody drinking that much. Some of them cases coming home with me.
Well, at least they shouldn't be doing it at work.
No, not at work.
You better take you some tasty cakes with it too.
Man, hey, Andy, every chance I get, Hey, as I look straight at the camera, be like, every chance I get, ain't no shame in this game. I mean, hey,
Hugh, my
we work
daughter's
hard
at
for it.
Rowan now. I
She's
love
in?
going there. They got the little cafeteria with the buffet. Oh man, I go in there and have at it when I can.
Yeah, hey man,
Love it.
ain't nothing like food that you don't have to pay for. That is the best food.
Especially when someone's not policing your plate. Yeah, you are paying Andy for it. That's right. You earned that. Food.
Well, yeah, that's right. Andy's paying for the
Mhm.
food. Yeah,
Yeah, I'm paying for it, so I'm gonna eat it. I'm gonna eat good with it. Before I get to the tush push, big shout out to Jolly TKO'd Spike, aka Brett Eskin. I mean, are you kidding me? Was that even a debate? Shout out to the man. Shout out to Jolly.
I just
Big
saw
shout
Spike
out to
too.
Jolly.
So how about this? Andy Spike's going to be in at one, debating me on Schwarber.
Well with Spike,
but I
though.
got to tell you what, I went into that yesterday expecting Spike to clean his clock, but halfway through, I saw how upset Spike was. Jolly landed some haymakers on him.
Yo, that's when you know the debate was lost, when somebody gets emotional and they get in their feelings. Once it turns that way, you say, oh, he got him. He got him.
Yep.
Just like you're going to get him today. You're going to make him 0 for 2. But as far as the tush push goes, I'm really excited that, it stays. It's kind of funny to me that the league is so hypocritical when they try and preach player safety, but, they'll have games on Thursday, don't give any guys any time to recover, and then have a game on Sunday. They changed the rule now to where if you don't return the kickoff, you get it at the 35. So it's encouraging people to return kickoffs, which is such a violent play. I mean, you got guys playing on Christmas Day. They don't care what day Christmas is. So the league may try and fabricate things like they're about player safety. But we know at the end of the day, the league's about that bottom dollar. So, I mean, I just think so much energy was generated towards the tush push because it was a thing that we mastered. A thing that the Eagles, the two-time Super Bowl champs, best team in the league, mastered, and everybody loved to hate on us. So, I think that's why it caught so much traction amongst the owners.
I agree. And Andy, I think the issue is it's not health and safety. They lie about that. You're right. They're hypocritical. They'll play on Saturdays and Wednesdays and Tuesdays. And Andy, good phone call. But it's a television show. That's what Goodell cares about, and he doesn't think this is good for TV. And the Eagles are good at it, and he wanted it out, and now he looks ridiculous. I mean, he put himself out there. He basically forced the Packers to do the proposal, which was unbelievable. That I believe Florio's theory that he just coerced the Packers into doing it. Especially he just got the draft. He's probably like, listen, I gave you the draft. You got to do this for me. Screw Goodell. And I want him squirming, and I need him booed on opening night, and I need the tush push. Could you imagine the camera just focused on Goodell as the Eagles are tush pushing into the end zone over and over? He's not going to be happy.
Well, it's going to be a storyline, no
Yes.
question about it. And if the Eagles do decide to go that route, which is a good chance that they will, because they were super petty yesterday. Shout out to the Eagles and shout out to Jeffrey Lurie. What was that again? You got that piece of paper in front of you? What he said? I just wanted to hear it again, because Troy just texted me.
Troy was apparently.
Troy Vincent, yeah.
Reportedly, Troy was not happy
That's why,
with the language used.
I'm waiting for Troy to respond.
Okay.
So
Troy had to be the adult in the room yesterday. You want me to read it again?
Yeah, I was waiting. What you thought I was doing?
Well, I don't. All right.
Well, you want me to paraphrase? I could do that.
No, I'll read it. All right.
You sure?
Yeah. This is from the story post the meeting yesterday. One high-ranking league source who was in the room said Lurie was like a guy trying to convince his girlfriend why she shouldn't leave him. Throughout his pitch, Lurie was emotional.
Oh, you didn't read that part, Joe. Why you leave that out?
No, because I was reading the ESPN article earlier. This is The Athletic.
That is the best. Now you got to read it slow.
Okay. One high-ranking league source who was in the room said Lurie was like trying to convince his girlfriend why she shouldn't leave him. Throughout his pitch, Lurie was emotional, passionate, and at one point crude. He said the fact that his team came up with a play so unstoppable that the rest of the league had no other choice but to ban it was like a wet dream for a teenage boy.
That was the first part which you read, like he's trying to get his girlfriend not to leave him.
It worked.
That ties in so well to what he said. Please don't leave me, please. Baby, please don't.
But he won.
You brought up the camera on Goodell.
Yeah.
We didn't get to this, but week one, someone's going to be sitting up in that box.
Jerry
Jones.
What
he incriminated himself yesterday.
What did he say?
Here it is.
And here we are, the world champion is the main focus of the tush push. And here we are debating it and having to decide, well, Well, am I really against the tush push or just don't want Philadelphia to have an edge? And I sit there and fight that too. And smile when they're making a presentation.
Which one is that for you?
I don't know. I'll flip-flop.
He said, and smile when they make a presentation. That's what you can tell. Listen, and don't take this the wrong way. I have a little bit more respect for Jerry Jones for that because that was petty. Because he epitomizes everything that I have to deal with when it comes to being a grown-up.
He's the ultimate petty owner.
Yes,
yeah, he is.
Because he said he has to sit there and smile.
But he did incriminate himself because he was his honesty was like I kind of vote against it because I don't want the Eagles
brutally
to be good.
and I have no problem. See, I have no problem with that.
The only issue is he won't remember saying this tomorrow when he's asked about it.
That might be the case, but I have no problem with you speaking your truth.
When they inevitably have this meeting, though, next year, I want Jeffrey Lurie to have that on record.
You play it.
And now nobody's going to be able to take Jerry Jones seriously when he says this is for health and safety reasons. I mean,
nobody. Listen, Kyle, for me personally, I didn't believe anything that any of the Coach McVay,
no, it's BS.
Coach McDermott, or any of those
I know,
cats.
but like they at least had reasonable doubt that they were being truthful. Like you can't.
Well, they rolled Dr. Sills in there for his numbers.
They never had a leg to stand on.
I know,
they
but
never had a leg to stand on.
Jerry,
but there was no evidence.
Right, Jerry basically now said it was
this is a paper trail.
Yeah, it is a paper trail. And Lurie can use that next year, maybe a little less crude in the speech next year. We just use that from Jerry Jones. All right, so we, at 1 o'clock today, coming up just very soon here, Spike S is going to be in studio. Him and I are going to debate the merits of giving Kyle Schwarber a contract extension now instead of waiting until after the season. They obviously should give him a contract right now. I mean, the guy's the best home runner in baseball, and this team needs him now and into the future. Waiting is ridiculous. Spike's going to be in here 1 to debate that. But yesterday, you just heard a caller say that Jolly landed a knockout on Spike. Many are saying the same. Let's hear some of that. Jolly versus Spike yesterday on the subject of Daryl Morey.
Daryl Morey has not been a perfect GM in the NBA, but that doesn't mean he hasn't been excellent. And at some point, the failures of its team have to be blamed on the players who do not come through when it matters most. Joel Embiid holds that for sure. James Harden holds that for sure. But the general manager who gets the players at the end of the day, if he gets players that are good enough and they don't come through, that's on them. That's not on him.
He's selecting players. He's doing all this artificial intelligence stuff, changing the way the game is played.
You're making things.
Hold a second.
Do you even know how artificial intelligence works or what he's doing? Do you?
By the way, the game is played. Nobody likes the game right now. The game is boring. Nobody likes the NBA, so screw that as well.
The team that you think is going to win the NBA championship, the Oklahoma City Thunder, play in a way that Daryl Morey optimized. Yes, they do.
They don't.
Yes, they do.
They play with Shea Gilgeous-Alexander. They play with players. I'll tell you what. If you want to be a guy who uses all these analytics to get your team, get a team with mental toughness. Don't extend Joel Embiid. Don't get James Harden.
People like you, say, you would win if you got somebody else. Who? How is Daryl Morey magically just going to get another top 5 player in the NBA?
Well, other people magically get him. Other people win.
How?
Other people win. Don't give me that excuse.
How?
How's anybody else going to do it?
No.
He is paid to do it.
Right.
Not
And he walked
anybody
into
else.
a team. Any smart person would walk into a team with Joel Embiid and say, I'm going to do my best to win with that guy.
And he hasn't.
They haven't won because of Joel Embiid.
You use the worst, in my opinion, the worst verification of anything. He wins games. Nobody cares if you win games.
Is Sam Presti a good GM?
Sam Presti's a pretty good GM.
Okay, has he won any championships?
Got to win a championship.
Has he won any championships?
No, I don't think he's a great GM either yet.
Okay, so
Gotta win.
isn't it possible to be a good GM and have not won a championship?
It is, but Daryl Morey's not.
Of course
Just because
he is.
it's possible doesn't no. Winning games, nobody cares. Nobody ever goes around and goes, hey, my team was 54-28 last year. Did you go to the parade? It was great. Ever, because nobody cares.
But yeah, of course they care. They
don't care.
It means you have put your team in a position to win, Jolly.
No, you gotta
can't
win.
win
I
a
don't care
championship.
position to win.
You can't win a championship unless you have a team that wins 50 or 60 games.
Yeah, Joel
It's
Embiid's
just the
play-
truth.
I use the word all the time. It's called transmission. You can get all the talent, all the coaches, all the whatever, the know-how of how to play the game. You got to transmit that into something.
What
He
does
doesn't
that
transmit
mean?
anything. It
He's
means
the
you gotta
general
win.
manager.
Jolly.
See, I'll let you go first because I have some thoughts on listening to that. That was a great debate, by the way.
Yeah, I thought Jolly was in an uphill battle to start the debate because while I don't like Daryl Morey, he has a track record of not being bad, right? Like he's been in.
But he's not great.
I agree with that. I think they were fighting over good. So I thought Jolly had a tough battle because there's an element of he's been pretty good over 20 years. But boy, when he got Spike upset, it felt like a big shot, body shot by Jolly.
I tell you what, because and Spike is big. That show is big on the shout out to the afternoon show, because they do this thing where they call the worm.
Oh.
You already know I'm going.
There's Sixers worm. There's Sixers worm.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
I
mean, we hear it.
Now,
There's Maury worm.
Because I like Spike. Let me say that first. But given what I've heard from their show, and I listen to it a lot, sounds like Spike got the worm.
Uh-oh.
I mean,
Sixers worm, Maury worm.
Like, okay, let's talk about it.
He's about to come in studio with
No,
us.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. No, Spike's gonna get mad, but I love Spike. He's gonna probably get mad and yell and scream at, but we're gonna be fine.
All right. Speaking of yelling and screaming, Spike in studio next. We'll debate Kyle Schwarber. They obviously should re-sign him right now. What are we talking? is bottom of the barrel in baseball and home runs. You can't win like that long term.
About Kyle Schwarber, that the chance that he's going to age and get better and continue this, again, I would love to have him back, but this sort of mystery team that is going to come in and way outbid you on Kyle Schwarber, I don't see it happening. On top of that, like, I believe a lot of what we're getting Kyle Schwarber at this year is contract year, and as soon as you pay him, then you are running the risk of not getting that sort of performance anymore.
So maybe someone won't pay him, but we've seen teams stretch out contracts. And my biggest issue with the Phillies, and I think you said something similar, is we have too many guys that are signed to like they're 40. If we offer him a $120 million contract right now, maybe he takes it. 4 years, 120, and then we're not worrying about him not being here or being here when he's 40. My fear is this. We either lose him, which you don't think we will, or someone comes in and says, we need this guy. Let's just stretch the contract out. 8 years, $170 million, and he leaves. Or we have to match that. I don't want him here when he's 40 either, but I need him here next year and the year after. Flexibility, if we let him go, all we're doing is spending on another slugger. Like, we're not going to just, like, let that player walk away. They need this bat in their lineup.
But maybe there's a slugger. Maybe Kyle Tucker is out there, a slugger who can actually play in the field. Like, or a slugger who we're sure maybe he's 28 years old and not 32 years old. And again, I keep getting to this point where, like, where it sounds like I don't want Kyle Schwarber. I do.
It does sound like you hate Kyle Schwarber.
No, don't you
what
dare.
What a Schwarber hater we got in here.
Now it sounds like I'm doing this with Fritz now. I don't hate Kyle Schwarber. My point is that the Phillies are going to have limited opportunities to get better. All I want to do is make sure, A, this is good enough, and then B, that I don't have an opportunity to get better.
I don't doubt that Schwarber's going to keep being good. I think he's figured it out like David Ortiz figured it out. I know you mentioned...
Well...
No, but all right, so there's two parts. So, yeah, performance-enhancing drugs. But he also got better at doing the thing he couldn't do. He couldn't hit lefties. Now Schwarber hits lefties. I don't think he's going to lose that ability in a year. He's figured it out.
He's figured it out. You look at him historically as far as a home run hitter. Maybe he's figured it out, or maybe he's on a few-year hot streak. There's not, before Kyle Schwarber got here, there's not a lot of history of Kyle Schwarber hitting 45 home runs a year.
But you seem comfortable losing him. I'm uncomfortable losing him. The Phillies need Kyle Schwarber.
No, you don't win championships by being comfortable. You win championships by going into uncomfortable situations and being willing to change. One of the biggest issues with this Phillies core is that everyone is very scared to change anything.
But why do we change? He's the one thing I don't want to change. Like, why is...
You don't want to change Zach Wheeler. You don't want to change Bryce Harper.
Okay, fine. But I feel like a lot of people there's like a hard-line stance. Like, we have too many old guys. Well, we were fine giving a shortstop who was 30 years old 11 years. Like, no big deal.
Yeah, but we're not fine now with that.
So we're cutting off our nose because of past bad decisions.
No, I am saying that you paying Kyle Schwarber right now is bidding against no one. You're bidding against no one, and he's never going to be more valuable than he is right now.
Why do I want to bid against the rest of the league? When right now it's just me and him, and he's had success here, and we've won here. This is an easy negotiation now. Once you get to the offseason, we're going to pay. I'm telling you right now.
You don't know how easy it is now.
Well, I know it's easier than I'm not bidding against anybody else.
But you don't know that. You're bidding against free agency.
Right,
is what
okay.
you are bidding against the possibility that he hits 50 home runs.
But you said earlier that sluggers don't get paid anymore. So him and his agent are worried about that. What I don't want is the Braves or the Dodgers to come in and say 8 years, $240 million, and then we either have to match it, and then we have 40-year-olds all over the field in 5 years, or we got to let him go.
This is the same reasoning of why people never wanted to go for it on fourth down, because they imagine what bad thing could happen if they don't do the safe thing, right? Like, you're not imagining what could happen if we don't do the safe thing. You're just worried. I don't want to lose that. I don't want to not get the 1 yard.
But you're worried he's going to stop hitting.
What's it? No, I'm not worried. I want him to prove that he can. And
he's been here 3 years and has 150 home runs. He's proven a lot in the Phillies
and
uniform.
you're deciding to pay him right when he's at his very best.
Well, look, the Phillies could have done this
time.
Wait, they spoke in spring training. They should have paid him then. The Phillies have gotten us here. I just feel like every day we wait is a day we're closer to a bidding war. And there's no reason to get into that. He should be here for the rest of the next. I would offer him a 4-year deal today. And if he doesn't take it and we have to go to free agency, then we have to. But
you're never going to know that what they offered.
I know, but I know this. If they go to free agency, they're going to pay too many years. This is their history. They pay too many years in free agency. They did it with Aaron Nola. We have him for 5 more years. He can barely hit 90 miles an hour. We have Trey Turner, who he's hitting right now. He can't play shortstop, and he's stuck there for years. We have Bryce Harper for 13. The only reason that's okay is he was 25. Like, I know the Phillies' history. They're going to give him too many years because someone else is going to offer them more money per year. That's what the Phillies do. Let's get this done now. I thought you would appreciate a winner. I thought Spike Eskin would appreciate a winner.
Hasn't won anything here.
But what did they win before him?
What's that?
They were losers before him.
But everybody says win or win or win or win or where's the championship?
I thought Jolly tried to tell you about winners yesterday. Obviously, you didn't listen. Kyle Schwarber is a winner, and the Phillies have done nothing without him. Nothing. Bryce Harper's been here for all these years. 500 team with Bryce Harper. 500 team with Zach Wheeler.
Could say the same thing about Rob Thompson. Why is it not Rob Thompson? What did they win before Rob Thompson?
Nothing.
Okay, so maybe it's Rob Thompson.
Topper?
Give him 4 years, $100 million.
I don't care about Topper's contract. We're debating this one.
There is correlation and then there is causation.
Yeah, but this
part
guy,
of what you are arguing is correlation, not causation.
The Cubs have done nothing since he walked out the door. The Red Sox have been a disaster since he walked out the door. They were in the ALCS with them. There's a decade of Kyle Schwarber as a winner. We got a whole decade of it. And you want to let a winner walk out the door. This is unbelievable. I'm trying to keep a winner here in town.
Congratulations.
All right.
I'm trying to save the Phillies.
Save the Phillies?
You're trying to get 90 wins every year and be happy, go lucky. I'm trying to win a championship.
All right. Well, you put Alec Bohm cleanup next year and we lose Kyle Schwarber. See
how
the offense works then. Yeah, that is not acceptable. No. All right.
Good job, guys.
All right. Thank you. Did we solve everything?
I don't think we solved anything.
Okay.
That was a pretty good debate, though.
Yeah?
I mean, it really was. I was
right.
listening, and you know how it's like ping pong. I'm going back and forth. I was like, that was a good comment by Joe, and then I was like, that was a good one by.
Well, you got to score it. That's the way this works. We go around the room.
Oh, is that what you guys do?
Yeah.
You score it?
Yeah. The
Okay.
morning show scored it. Did you hear them score Elliott's? He got roasted this morning.
Did he?
Well, I thought Rhea did a good job, but Elliott was fighting an uphill battle. Like, no one on the morning show thinks Josh Harris is even decent.
Yeah, see, I think I give Elliott credit. I didn't listen to it. I give Elliott credit because he took a difficult position, and I also believe that he is unfortunately right. Like, I don't. Josh Harris is very easy to hate. There's not a lot of evidence.
The Commander's success certainly makes it feel like he's not as bad as we make him out to be.
The Devils have gotten better since he bought him. The Crystal Palace has gotten better since he bought him.
It's just
well, even they've gotten better since he bought him.
They did.
Yeah, the practice facility's beautiful. They're going to get a new arena. They've won 50 games, however many, whatever.
But it was a buzz. It was not easy. Yeah, it was not easy for Elliott. All right, Hugh, how would you score it? Honesty. Need honesty here.
No, my thing is this. Because I think when you talk about Kyle Schwarber, and this is what I was doing when I was sitting here, you kind of compare him to Ryan Howard a little bit as far as the power. Is that fair to say?
Sure, I think it is right now. Yeah.
And I'm looking at when I look at the numbers, man. Ryan Howard's here for 13 seasons, 382 home runs.
Mm-hmm.
Kyle Schwarber's been here for 3 and 147. So it's safe to say, in my opinion, that if you give him 3 more years, and that's the numbers that's right now, 147. It might go up. I don't see him falling off in 3 years, Spike. And when I look at it, when I look at it, I'm like, when you talk about not just his ability to hit the baseball, but what he means to a locker room, I think that means a lot to people. I think that means a lot to teams. When you talk about put him in that Dodgers lineup, what do you get?
Yeah, but here's my thing though. with the leadership.
Mm-hmm.
We keep talking about his leadership. All that he's leader. All we did was look at last year's team and say, where was the leadership? Where was the urgency? Where was the ability?
That's fair.
Do you know what I mean?
Well, he's not a magician. He's a leader.
I think this year his leadership is showing more because of, because of Bryce Harper's struggles. A little bit of that.
So I need your vote.
I got you.
Me?
Yeah, we got it because I think Spike got the worm.
I got Spike.
Oh, you got
bias.
Sixers worm?
I think
you got Spike bias?
Well, I'm biased. I'm on his side. I think they should wait.
Well, that's part
of
free
50-50.
agency.
Part of the problem, we'll have the listeners vote on this. We'll put up a poll. All right,
but Spike got the worm.
Me versus you. You better give a third option for everyone voting in the
Everyone's
poll.
voting. Everyone loses.
Yeah,
everyone loses.
I'm
not voting for either of those guys.
I think Spike has the Daryl Morey one.
Well, those rumors are out there.
The worm rumors?
Yeah.
Nah, I'm just
Sixers worm.
I'm not wormed.
He's trying to keep
worm.
he's keeping calm. He's trying not to let the worm take over.
All right, we'll continue this later. We have to go, though. We have a guest on the line here.
Okay.
I'm out. We have company here. Well, we had company.
We got company.
Thank you, Spike, for joining us. A new company joins us right now. Eagles rookie defensive tackle Ty Robinson joins us on the midday show. Ty with Joe and Hugh. How you doing, man?
Doing good. How are you?
Oh, you want me to go first, Joe? Well, I was going to let you go first because I got questions for you, Ty, that probably ain't got nothing to do with football.
I'll start us then. Ty, welcome to Philadelphia. How has your first month been as a pro and a Philadelphia Eagle?
It's been awesome, man. I've been taking it each day in. I've been enjoying the process and getting to know the guys and get the playbook down.
Do you want me to go? Because I want to hit him with the questions that I have, Joe. I'm telling you.
You know what? You can't. You teased it twice. Just hit him with it. What do you
Ty,
got?
how did you get the nickname, the Vanilla Gorilla?
Now we're getting to the good stuff.
Yeah,
here.
I got some more for you, Ty. So just be prepared. You want a rapid fire? Or you want a one at a time?
One at a time is good for me.
Okay.
For the nickname, my uncle had gotten me this sweatshirt. I don't even know where from. It's this little cheap sweatshirt that had Vanilla Gorilla on it, and I wore it around the stadium one day. Not even thinking twice about it. And my head athletic trainer at the time, just thought it was the funniest thing ever. And so he just started calling me it, and it just kind of spread around the building, and it just kind of, stuck.
That sounds like Chris, because, as a matter of fact, I had a chance to talk to him, and he speaks very, very highly of you. Now, here's my second question for you, Ty, is how much does a camel cost? Well, this is a two-part question. How much does a camel cost? Well, three-part. Let me
trying to get one?
No. I just want to know because this is fascinating to me. How much does a camel cost? Why do you have a camel? And what do you feed a camel?
Yeah, so, truth be told, the camel's not actually mine. It was our neighbors who needed space to kind of put it in our pasture because he didn't have enough room on his land.
Mm-hmm.
And so I came home one day and I just saw a camel in my, backyard in my pasture, and I thought my eyes were kind of playing a trick on me, and I walked out there and I was like, holy crap, there's a real camel back here. And so I ended up calling my mom and I'm asking you do know there's a camel in our backyard? And she's like, yes, I know. It's Justin's, our neighbors. So, for the price wise, I would assume a couple grand. I feel like it'd be pretty hard to get out there in Arizona.
Mm-hmm.
And as for feed, pellets mainly and some hay. They're basically like horses.
Okay.
Just a different type, I guess.
You know what? You know what's funny, Ty? As I talk to you, like I said, I got a chance to talk to some people out there that know you, and you don't sound like the way that you play. And what I mean by that is because when I asked about you, I was told that you are real nasty when you get between the lines on that football field, man, and you play like you're different. So where does that come from? Is it something that you do to channel that energy on game day, or is that just you're like the Incredible Hulk, you're like Bruce Banner, you're like Bruce Banner in the daytime, and you're turning the Hulk at night? How does that work for you?
Yeah, that's a great kind of analogy for it. Just flipping that switch on, just getting myself primed and ready for the game. I just feel like I just got this chip on my shoulder 24/7, and I'm just trying to, prove why I belong out there on the field, no matter who it is against me, because everyone thinks there's always someone better, which is it may be true, but in my eyes, I'm gonna prove why I'm a competitor and I'm a tough challenger.
I got one more question, Ty, because it's fascinating talking to you and getting the chance to talk to you. Because you're a big ass dude, man. And to hear you talk like you, why do you have a chip on your shoulder that you have to go out there and prove that you belong? Because it seems to me like when you were growing up, you probably were one of the biggest kids that was out there playing anyway.
I don't know. It's just something natural in me, I guess. Just the competitive nature. It's the same reason why I love playing baseball. Being a pitcher, being up there on that mound, you basically go against the whole team. The whole game kind of relies on you.
Mm-hmm.
Whether you decide to throw a good game or, you throw a bad game, you got to deal with all the consequences, along with the rewards. So things just like that kind of like adrenaline rush, pressure, stress, it's awesome to be able to thrive in that type of environment.
Eagles rookie defensive tackle Ty Robinson joining us here on the Midday Show. Ty, take us back to draft night, draft weekend for you. You get the call from the Philadelphia Eagles. What's that like, getting drafted, not just to the NFL, but by the defending Super Bowl champions?
Yeah, it was awesome. I threw a little, family gathering on Friday. Really thought I was going to go that day. But, at the end of the day, I kept telling my agent, I was like, all I need to do is get in. I don't really care when and how I get in, as long as I get drafted. So, knowing that it was a pretty quick phone call there in the morning, my heart dropped. I was, nervous, anxious, excited, so, just all these emotions floated over. Stepped outside, got to talk to Howie. I think my service wasn't very good because I kept talking and he would just talk over me. So I don't know if we could hear each other or not, but just knowing that, that kind of respect and, them thinking that, I can come in on a reigning Super Bowl champ team and, contribute or be a part of it and somehow, that makes me very prideful and very proud to be a part of an organization that believes in me that way.
So what's your favorite part of what you do and your role on the field? Because, defensive tackle, you think run stuffer, but you had 7 sacks last year, which tells me you get after the quarterback as well. So what's your favorite part when you're out there? Is it getting, stuffing the run and taking down a running back, or is it getting after that quarterback? What's your favorite part about being out there?
There's nothing better. Even in college, when it's 4th and 1 or short yardage, going out there and stuffing them for a turnover or even on the goal line, denying a touchdown, there's no better feeling than that. Then obviously, just overpowering or winning clean on a move or, just knowing that you got the guy and going for a sack as well. Next phase for me is not just getting the sack, but also working on getting the ball out as well.
And now you get to line up, I'm sure, a lot this year, and then for the foreseeable future, next to Jalen Carter. What's been your thought watching him from afar as a fan? Because we've watched him here grow into maybe already the best defensive tackle in the NFL. We're excited to watch you two do that work up front together. I'm sure you've either met him or talked to him. Your thoughts on playing next to Jalen Carter?
Yeah, no, he's an awesome guy, and just watching him, the last few weeks out there in OTAs, the dude's just a freak. Just super athletic, super twitchy. So I'm definitely keeping my eye on, how he's doing the drills, how he kind of approaches the game, and same with everyone else in the room. Each one of them has a special trait or ability that they're able to bring to the field, and I'm just trying to take in as much as I can and learn from everyone, to kind of get a jump start to help start contributing.
So, Ty, I got to ask you here because, you get drafted and we're all kind of cramming to learn about everything we can about all you guys that are in a part of this rookie draft class. And I'm on YouTube watching some of your highlights and I see a bunch of pass rush plays and defensive plays. But then I see some where you're lead blocking here, fullback on the goal line. Tell us about that and how often you did it and how that whole thing came about.
Yeah, I've been in their ear quite a lot, honestly, there at Nebraska to get me in there on offense. There's just, such a thing, goes back to kind of that competitive nature where, I'm able to do my job on the defense side of the ball, but if I'm able to be used on the offense side of the ball, then why not, right? So, finally when they allowed me to come over and be a fullback, I even told them from the start, I don't even want the ball. You just tell me who I got to go hit so we can go, score or get a first down or whoever it is. And then towards the later part of the year, especially the bowl game, I was really trying hard to see if they'd give me a little handoff or maybe even a little screen pass or something because I was really wanting to score a touchdown. I knew if I got that ball in my hands, I was gonna score.
Well, I love the line there when you said, "Just tell me who to go hit." That'll work. That'll make people happy here in Philadelphia. All right, last one for you, Ty, and we appreciate you making us a few minutes, and we're excited to have you here in Philadelphia. I need your thought on this. Every time we have a defensive player on the show, I gotta tell them, my co-host here. Hugh Douglas is in the Eagles Hall of Fame. This guy had 80 sacks in the NFL, and he's been on the airwaves here in Philadelphia for years now, telling people that defense is a luxury, not a necessity. Ty, can you put him in his place here? Can you tell him how much defense matters?
Hey, man, offense, they bring in the fans and they sell the tickets, and defense wins games.
See?
That's the best way I could play it.
This kid gets it already.
Ty, first of all,
it could be a shootout, and it's 50-point game on both sides, but if your defense
thank you, Ty. The entire audience thanks you.
Point than the other team.
Ty, right. First of all, don't let him. It's way more to it than that, young fella. Don't let him drive a wedge in between us, man. We on the same page with this. It's just that the offensive guys make more money. See, they took this awesome take that I had, Ty, and they wanted to turn it into something, and now they're trying to bring you into it and drive a wedge between us. Man, don't let them drive a wedge between us.
He's trying to smooth this out, Ty, because he doesn't want you not to like him.
No, it's not. No, because I'm going to get a chance to see Ty. We're going to talk. We're going to chop it up.
We'll see him at training camp. Ty, listen, man, we appreciate it. Thanks so much for being part of the show. Good luck, and I'm sure we'll see you out at camp soon.
Sounds good. Thank you, guys.
Have a good one.
Eagles rookie defensive tackle Ty Robinson. He had the camel info.
Yeah.
He knows defense is not a luxury. I like this kid already.
I was told he has a real nasty disposition. And it's just weird to hear, like everybody does it. You go to Jekyll and Hyde route where, when you're not playing, it's something different. Yeah. But to hear him and his demeanor, man, I can't wait to see the season when he's out there. Because I heard he plays with a nasty
And I think he's going to play a lot. He's got a chance of real playing time.
100 vanilla gorillas versus 1 silverback. Heel.
Oh, the silverback going beat the brakes off.
I would take.
Listen, I'm a truth teller on here.
Well,
I'm trying to tell. See, this is the thing that y'all don't realize.
And Ty didn't buy any of your nonsense with the defense. He saw right through it.
See, this is the thing that y'all fail to realize. The gorilla skin is a lot thicker than the skin of the vanilla gorilla.
That's fun. We have
and
100.
Once he, as strong as the vanilla gorilla is,
100.
Once he tears one of his arms off and beats somebody to death with it,
everybody else stop with this.
It's the truth.
It's not.
The visual of getting your arm tore off is a lot.
You're using extremes
to scare people. You know what? I'm gonna hit y'all what I hit y'all with yesterday because I'm not about to do this. Bless your heart. Bless your heart.
We're doing that again?
That's right.
That's what we're doing
That's like
today.
that. You know what that is? Bless your heart is like when Jolly says the hot take. You've lost.
You're
lost
walking into a buzzsaw when you start this with me, by the way, man.
Because
because
you're on a heater right now. No, because I'm trying to talk to two people who are hell bent on thinking that a bunch of bare-fisted individuals are going to whoop a silverback gorilla. It's not going to happen.
You don't give enough credit to the will of the 100
I
men.
do, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. Because once that arm gets torn off and that one head gets crushed, it's going to be like, well,
this isn't 100 Hugh Douglases who are scared of a little runoff from the river and are going to bolt at the first sign of danger.
Kyle, okay.
Just because you're scared.
Okay, let's play this out. Okay, I bolted at the first sign of danger, right? I'll own that.
Yeah.
Kyle bolted at the second sign because I gave him the first
responsibility.
Responsibility.
There was very expensive WIP equipment. You were worried about your Jordans.
Well, that's my responsibility.
I think we all showed our responsibility that day, okay? Mine was to the show. Kyle's was to the equipment. Yours was to your Jays. All right? 215-592-9494. We'll finish up on the phone lines. I want the Eagles to be petty with the tush push next season. Run it over and over. Spike and Jack, they'll get you a leading off at 2 before the Phillies afternoon game, the finale in Colorado. And we'll check in with you people. 215-592-9494 for midday show. Sports Radio 94 WIP. FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently, or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double. Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And once the game starts, that's when things get interesting. You combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in on the action. You get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Visit FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Last year, WIP unveiled Debate Day.
Winner! Right here!
Now, Sports Radio 94 WIP presents Debate Days. Listen as WIP hosts and special guests debate the most important Philly sports topics and each other.
Hated it.
Can the Birds repeat? Do the Phillies extend Schwarbs, Daryl Morey?
Hey, John. Hey, Mark. How you doing?
WIP goes head to head.
Oh, hell no.
Debate days. All this week, only on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Whoa.
BetMGM Network. Bet of the day is the under 7 runs between the Rangers and the Yankees. Texas has been one of the best under teams in all of baseball, going 34-15-1. Nathan Eovaldi of the Rangers is in contention for the Cy Young and has an ERA under 2. Carlos Rodon has been solid, and the Yankees have a top 5 bullpen and also facing a Rangers lineup with a bottom 5 OPS. Take the under 7. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app. Please gamble responsibly.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/score. That's ethos.com/score.
Some days, it's the little things that get us through. An early start, a quick stop, a familiar face. There's enough on your mind. Let Wawa be the simple part. Get any size hot coffee for $1, any size iced coffee for $2, and all 16-ounce Wawa teas and fruit drinks for $1. Every day, just for being a Wawa Rewards member. Gotta have your back. Gotta have a Wawa.
Jack Friss from WIP here. I've been a loyal customer of Scott Auto Group for years. My first car and my current car both came from them. You really need to check out the brand new Scott Key location in Limerick. With a stunning new showroom, a state-of-the-art service center, and a car buying process that's easy, transparent, and genuinely enjoyable, Scott Key of Limerick focuses on you. They value your time and treat you like a VIP. It's time to experience what a 5-star service feels like. It's always smooth sailing at Scott Key of Limerick and Springfield, and make sure to tell them Fred sent you.
Did you hear about that free Grubhub deal from Amazon? I'm talking about no Grubhub delivery fees for Prime members on eligible orders. Plus, members can get exclusive offers and lower service fees, and they can even order Grubhub on Amazon. Visit amazon.com/Grubhub to learn more. Terms and additional fees apply.
The CJ's Tire and Auto semi-annual sale is here. The very best prices of the season from now until May 31st. Enjoy instant savings on thousands of tires. CJTire.com.
Now at Verizon, we're locking in low prices for 3 years guaranteed on my plan. And you can get a single line for just $45 a month when you switch and bring your phone. That's our best price ever on unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees, guaranteed for 3 years. Because at Verizon, we got you. Visit your local Philly Verizon store today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
Did you know that not all oil changes are the same? Putting the wrong oil in your car can cause a serious problem. That's why it's important to take your vehicle to experts who know what oil is best for your vehicle. The experts at Meineke. And right now, Meineke is offering a full synthetic oil change for only $59.95, plus a free tire rotation. And while your locally owned and operated Meineke dealer is rotating your tires, he'll check to make sure your brakes are safe. Because even if they aren't making noise, they can be worn. Meineke, doing car care right.
Sweeter, bolder flavors are hitting the menu at Wawa. Get ready for a burst of tropical and tangy goodness with new pineapple and watermelon recipes, plus sour cherry popping bubbles. Whether you're in the mood for something fruity, fizzy, or fun, Wawa has your cravings covered. Enjoy these new varieties in smoothies, refreshers, and more. We're ready for you when you're ready for something new. Cravings made easy. Gotta have a Wawa.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back, midday show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Gill, you got us 215-592-9494. We once again thank Eagles rookie defense tackle Ty Robinson for hopping in with us. As senior moment Douglas arrives back in the studio. You good?
Hey, buddy.
As I try to put my headphones on.
Yeah, yep.
I'm good. I had to make a phone call.
Okay.
I'm good now. I'm back.
Little business?
Little business.
Business.
You know,
Take
my
care.
pot hemorrhaging money. Kid, kid. I love my children, though, man, but, maybe they get on my nerves.
Well, man, everyone knows now. You told everyone. All right, we'll check in with you people coming up around 1:45. Hugh, that was fun talking to Ty. And
It was.
He seemed like he had a decent amount of knowledge of the camel, even though the camel wasn't his.
Yeah. I mean, it was just interesting that your neighbor has a camel in Arizona. And I had a lot of questions, but I didn't want to.
You didn't want to bombard him?
Yeah, because I'm like, well,
questions?
damn, how much land y'all got, bro? Like, I'm all up in the family. Now, see, I was going to cross the line and be all up in the family business.
Yeah.
It's not a good place to be.
Well,
I don't know him like that yet.
Not yet. Maybe we see him at training camp.
I see him at training camp. I'll see him and I'll ask him more questions.
Well, I'm glad that I was able to tell him about your defense luxury today.
No,
because I feel like the next
will,
generation of Eagles can't think like you.
I will clean it up. I'm going to clean it up.
Well, you tried to pretend it wasn't that big of a deal.
It's because
you said it's about money.
It's the presentation. You threw it out there.
Honestly.
You knew we were up against it, and you did it because you just wanted the reaction.
Well, also,
you got what you wanted.
Hold on. Last summer, I did this with Zach Bond, and he turned out to have an all-pro season.
He did.
So this is a motivating tool that an
that
Eagles
was
Hall
early
of
on.
Famer
That
thinks
was
defense
that
doesn't
was
matter.
early
I'm going
on.
to prove him wrong.
Zach Bond don't know no better. He's still young.
Excuse me?
He don't know no better.
Well, he's the true number 53 in Philadelphia.
Yeah, he can have that. I had a nice little run.
You did.
I had a nice run.
I do think
it's all about Zach. He's the bald eagle now.
Joking around aside, at the pregame next year, when we see 53s, we're going to see less of you and more of Bond.
Probably.
He resigned, all-pro.
I am okay with that.
Your heyday was in the
back
early
in the day,
2000s.
back in the early 2000s.
It's a long time ago, man.
Long ass time ago.
Thousands.
Yeah, long ass.
Kyle was in like the second grade.
It is his turn. It's his turn.
Yeah.
You know how never mind.
What are you gonna say?
I'm gonna clean it up, but you'll get the premise. They're for everybody.
What is that?
I couldn't clean it up, Joe.
Okay.
I couldn't. So
all right, let's move on.
I forgot where I was.
What are you talking about?
No
one knows.
No, I wish I could share it with you as my mic
Did you
breaks.
break your microphone
I did
now?
break it. I wish I could share it with you, but it's no way I could clean this up. And
This
I
guy's
know
a
the
mess.
boss. I know the boss is listening right now.
Like a bowl in the china shop. In
Yeah.
there.
And as I try to fix my mic.
All right,
I broke it.
let's go to the phone lines here because this guy is a man. Why don't you turn your mic off as you twist that
I
around?
got him.
Chuck and Manor, what's up, Chuck?
Yo, Gillio, what's the dealio?
What's up, Chuck?
What up, man? How y'all feeling?
Oh, we're good. What are we thinking?
Hey, listen, man, all y'all people out there, stop being Joe with Hugh, man. All right? Man, he was hungry. Feed a man alone and let him eat. You hear me? You know what I mean? No need to be Joe familiar with somebody you don't really know like that.
Yeah,
That's just
leave Hugh
rule
and his
number
plate
one.
alone. Yeah, well, I agree with that.
Hey, let my man eat, man. And another thing is this, right? Why you got to be the white or the vanilla gorilla? Why can't he just be the gorilla?
Well, he could. I mean, we didn't
Because
name him
he's
the
white.
Yeah. I mean, he is white. That's true.
Ain't no white gorillas out there. That's why he's the white gorilla. But it ain't the white. He's the vanilla gorilla. I said it wrong.
It's vanilla.
It's the vanilla gorilla because he's
vanilla gorilla.
yeah, because he's white.
Yeah, I get that, but I mean, just never mind. Yeah, whatever.
It's better than Hugh's other nickname that he has for the
but
team.
listen, anyway, listen. Great debate, Joe. You've been doing good all week, right? Good all week on your debates. And Spike is a master debater. He's a master debater. You know what I'm saying? Because he's a master manipulator. So that makes you a good
see, that's
debater.
why I don't debate.
So, you know what I mean? But
I'm not a master debater.
He got destroyed yesterday by Jolly a little bit.
I
man.
mean, when Jolly got him upset, that's when I thought it was points to Jolly. Because, Spike's usually, he doesn't get off his game unless you get him off his game. And Jolly was throwing punches yesterday.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But see, he said something yesterday to Ike, about Josh Allen, who's a loser. You know what I'm saying? And I don't see how you can put him in elite status, but you can't put Jalen Hurts in elite status. See what Ike said yesterday, right?
Mm-hmm.
He said to Spike that Jalen Hurts outplayed him in the game they played head up, okay?
Yep.
And he beat him, you know what I mean, here in Philadelphia in the regular season a couple years ago. That happened. Spike's rebuttal was they don't play each other directly, like on the field. Now, listen, since the beginning of the time, always judge, Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, you know what I'm saying, Randy Moss, T.O., when they go up against each other. Barry Sanders, Emmitt Smith. Like, of course they don't play each other directly. Emmitt Smith ain't on the defense.
Right.
We get that. But when they play each other, that's the only way you can really judge who's a better or more elite cornerback, who comes out victorious and who has a better game. So for them to use that was kind of weak, man.
Well,
you
you mentioned Manning and Brady. I mean, that's why Brady became the GOAT and Peyton wasn't. They played a lot, and Brady was better than him in most of those games.
Yeah, but I mean, he said that they don't play each other like as if that just because Josh Allen's not on defense playing directly against Jalen Hurts, you can't judge that hit up matchup. And that was just weak to me. I mean, we judge each other or judge each players by when they play each other. You know what I mean? Who's the better player?
It's the biggest stage. Chuck,
it
is. That's how, especially quarterbacks, we do that. Now, it's true. I get it, Chuck, and good phone call. It's true that you play the defense, but you're going head-to-head with the other quarterback. You got to outscore him.
Yeah, and it's more like tit for tat.
Yeah, it's funny. Josh Allen has become like a point of contention here. I don't know why in the Jalen space. Josh Allen is a great player. I mean, let me agree with that.
It's
sensitivity.
Yeah, I just like there's other quarterbacks that are high-end quarterbacks that people don't seem to what I'm trying to get out of here is for some reason the Allen comp bothers people. Like no one seems to get upset when someone says Burrow or Lamar.
Help me out again. What do you mean when you make the comp to Jalen?
So Jalen we're comparing Jalen to other quarterbacks, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it seems like Allen is the one that people get the most upset about. Like, not Lamar, not Burrow. It's Allen. I'm not sure why.
Is it the risky, like because Jalen's thing is he takes care of the football.
But Allen does that now, too. When he was younger, he did not.
I will say this. Allen was a first-round draft pick.
Yep.
When I think about I'm trying not to go with the most obvious one, one is black and one is white, but
I don't think that's it because people don't get upset at Burrow.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I don't think that's it either. So I'm not going to say that. I think it's because of what Josh has accomplished so far in the league, and the way that he plays the game, and Jalen's a later round draft pick, a second round draft pick. I think it's a little bit of that, and I think that a lot of people this is the thing that I hear when I hear the comparison between the two. Josh Allen is more of a gunslinger. He throws the ball all over the field and everything like that. That's not really Jalen's game. Jalen's more of a conservative, protective football, play within himself type of quarterback. Because we've seen a lot of times where Josh Allen has ran over DBs, he's ran over linebackers, and he's made phenomenal plays with his arm.
So here's my thing on this. The guys that are all these lists are starting to come out now, right? This is the list season, right? We're going to get lists of quarterbacks. I think on almost every list, almost everyone, in some order, it's going to be Mahomes and Allen and Burrow and Lamar, and then Jalen's going to come in somewhere after those guys.
The top five.
Yeah, right. I think those are going to be most lists. And the debate's going to be, should Jalen definitely be top five? Is it whatever? The Allen stuff, I don't know. I think he's great. The one that I think people could have a real thing if Jalen's below him is Justin Herbert.
Yeah.
Because
Justin Herbert, because he's been that guy that's supposed to be that guy for years,
and he has sucked in the big games.
Yes.
Like Allen doesn't
Come
suck
up
in
short.
big games. Allen plays mostly really well in the playoffs.
I have a theory.
Okay.
On what it is, because another thing I brought up the taking care of the football. What's the other thing people always bring up when it comes to Jalen Hurts? He's a winner.
Mm.
I
What
think
does that mean?
Well, Mahomes has won Super Bowls. Nobody debates Mahomes
Well, of
at
course,
all. Right.
Of course.
And then you have Burrow,
who got to a Super Bowl.
Got to a Super Bowl and got through Mahomes. You have Josh Allen, who can never seem to get through Mahomes, can never seem to get out of, whatever, second round, third round.
Yep.
And now all of a sudden Jalen is an ultimate winner because he's won the Super Bowl. So I think people get in their feelings, well, like, what has Josh Allen ever won? Even though in a small scale, small sampling size, in my opinion, it's not really a quarterback stat, it's more of a team stat, but people attribute winning to Jalen and they get offended when you talk about Josh Allen because he doesn't win. But I will say this. If Mahomes was in our conference and we had to deal with him as much as Josh Allen has,
then we'd struggle.
It would be the same deal.
Or it'd be back and forth.
I look at it like this, because when I think of Josh and Jalen, and I'm just using strictly last year, I'm not talking about history or anything like that. I'm talking about last year. There are more variations in the way that Jalen won than it is, in my opinion, than Josh. Josh mostly wins throwing the ball, being the focal point of the offense.
Well, he doesn't have as many good players around.
Yeah, like Allen has to.
Yeah, that I'm not arguing that. Not arguing that.
Mm-hmm.
But it's more on Josh. If Josh has a bad day, then the Buffalo Bills probably lose.
Absolutely.
Jalen Hurts has a bad day. He has more weapons that he can leave. Say if Jalen can't throw the ball for whatever reason, Jalen can hand the ball off to Saquon.
Well, they won quite a few games that way last
year. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like, and ultimately, Jalen, when he had to, because they were not about to let Saquon in the Super Bowl. They were not about to let Saquon run all over the place.
No, they were not.
He beat you with his arm.
Yep, he did what we all hoped he could do.
That's what a winner is. But see, here's the thing.
The defense beat him.
Well, Jalen beat him. The defense didn't put up 55 points.
No, he played fine.
Well, I thought the Super Bowl played better than fine.
See,
but I don't look at that Super Bowl and say Jalen Hurts beat you.
But Jalen Hurts did. Because
offensively, I think he did.
But see, Kyle, that's where
Jalen was the catalyst of the offense in the Super Bowl.
And I think that's where people get mad, because I know what you're saying, but when people hear you say that, they feel like you're hating on Jalen.
I guess the only way I could say, because just off of the call, and they were talking about Spike's debate yesterday, and Ike, when the lists start to come out, I'm not going to be offended if Jalen's below Josh Allen. Allen just won the MVP of the league.
Well, I'll tell you,
I think Allen, week to week over the last few years, has been better, week to week, like most weeks.
I'll tell you what's going to happen.
Herbert would be, that's to me ridiculous, because Herbert has never played well in a big game.
I'll tell you what's going to happen, because unfortunately, this is the climate that we're living in. It's going to go beyond football, because it's been like. Sports used to be a safe space. It's not so much anymore. Everybody's trying to push their own little agendas and everything. We can't sit here and argue the intangibles anymore. It becomes something
it's
totally
a sensitive
different.
era.
Yes, it's become
too sensitive.
It's super sensitive, because you can sit here.
I agree.
You can sit here and you can argue skill sets and intangibles all day. And you can argue as eloquently as you want to, and articulately as you want. I just made that up. And it's still, people are not going to hear that, and they're going to just get fixated on one or two things.
Well, I mean, of all these guys, the one that might be the biggest failure is Lamar. He's stacked up MVPs and stinks in the playoffs.
And still can't get it done.
In the playoffs, he's been the worst one. Of all the guys we've talked of Allen's been better in the playoffs. Obviously, Mahomes. Jalen's better in the playoffs. Burrow's better in the playoffs. I don't know. Lamar just can't get over the hump. All right. Before we go any further, can we hear from you people?
You people.
It's time to hear from you people.
We would have this conversation at the end of the show.
Well, yeah, trust me, you people are actually already going crazy.
Hold on.
Phone calls are flooding in.
It's
a very sensitive
See,
subject.
that's what I'm saying, man.
Guys, we have.
I hate talking
June,
about sports.
We have June coming up.
Oh,
we got plenty of quarterback list
we'll,
talk.
we'll deliberate.
Yeah.
And we will make people angry.
Yep.
That's okay. Everyone's going to be okay.
Happens.
This might be just a completely hopeless PSA, but you guys aren't aware of this. Our stream cut out for a little bit.
Okay.
Not long ago.
Our YouTube stream.
Yes. And the app, I believe.
Oh, great.
Yep. You don't need to tweet me. You don't need to call me and let me know. And everybody can calm down in the YouTube chat. Nothing happens here when it comes to this broadcast going over the air. If it's off within 30 seconds, guys, I will know. Okay?
I
promise you.
Do his job.
Okay, so Kyle's upset.
Everybody leave me the hell alone.
Okay. Who can we blame for this? Is this a Lakin thing? Is it Spike for showing up?
That
is
I
it
don't
Hugh's
know.
fault? Is that why he was late
we'll blame
back?
Hugh. All I do know is that it's not mine.
I'll take that.
Not my fault.
Okay.
Okay?
All right, pass the buck.
Yep. All right, here's one from... this guy must be new here to this whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
Holy hell is Joe bald?
I don't understand what that means. You're either bald or you're not. Like, what does that mean? Holy hell, I'm bald. There's a light behind me.
Well, there's I guess there's cul-de-sac bald.
Well, the reason all right,
and then there's Bick your head bald.
Now that we're here, the reason that I am this bald is I'm not a fan of the cul-de-sac.
You're not doing the cul-de-sac.
Like, I can grow hair, guys. I have a big bald spot on the top of my head, but I can grow hair around the sides like most people can.
Yeah, that's how it usually works for balding guys.
I just like to make it match.
But like, it's nothing new.
No.
That you're bald. Like, this is where everyone's aware.
Yeah.
You've seen Joe before you know he's bald. It's okay.
It's cool.
No big deal. I found this one interesting. We don't really get comments like this.
Mm-hmm.
If I ever win the big lottery, I will offer Joe Giglio some money. He seems like a good guy. I don't know where that came from.
That's bizarre.
Oh, that's nice.
But I'm
Did I
happy
come
for
across as someone who's broke? I mean,
well, I don't know, but it does.
Hugh's usually the one
crying about money.
Yeah, Hugh needs it more, but Hugh also doesn't come off as friendly as you do.
Oh,
well,
so I think
I'm being true to Hugh. I mean, I'm not.
Oh, I know. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just saying there's a reason why somebody might have been, so eager to offer Joe up some of his earnings if he wins the big lottery.
That's nice. That's
it's
nice
kind.
of him.
It was out of nowhere.
I don't really need your money, but that's kind. Sure.
Yep. Sensitive Sally Hugh letting his emotions get the best of him and throws daily temper tantrums. Apparently,
when did I throw a temper
dude?
tantrum?
I don't know. So,
I
just wonder
like
what
the
people
sensitive
hear.
Sally though.
Yeah.
No, but see, that's why I give them no credence because it's like, what are you talking about?
Mm-hmm.
What did I throw? What did I throw a temper
I don't
tantrum
even
about?
You know who? I think that comment was from the person who was watching your plate last night.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what that's
maybe.
probably where I threw a
It
temper
could've been,
tantrum. No, dog, don't act like you familiar. Like, because when you're out in public, I understand that a lot of people listen to us. I mean, you might want to lead with that because if you just yell or scream at me, I'm gonna look at you kind of sideways and be like, what's wrong with you?
Sensitive
You know what I mean?
Sally.
I'll own that then if that's the case.
Yep.
All right,
a few popular guesses for things that everybody has, but Hugh doesn't.
Okay.
Hair on his head.
That's a good one.
A scale.
I definitely have a scale.
A mirror.
I definitely have one of those.
Money.
Yeah, got a little bit of that.
A little less than you did
A
at the
little
beginning of the
less.
week.
Accountability.
Yeah.
Got all of that. I'm always accountable.
A wife.
Ooh, that one hurt. Stab.
Wow.
And finally, a good clue.
Ooh, that's
You took a lot of body blows there.
Oh, that was a good one. Those were good. Those were good.
I like the order too. The wife, which hit in the gut, and then the clue.
You know what I always find fascinating? People that like to call you fat are normally fat.
Oh, definitely.
Like, it's crazy to me.
Yeah.
And I guarantee you my body fat is probably lower than theirs.
I'm telling you, and I noticed this in a huge way for the YouTube thing. Nobody comments on other men's appearance more than men.
It's
bizarre. It's weird
because it's like they're projecting.
It's something.
You know what I'm
like,
saying?
Yeah.
Because I mean, I know nobody asked me this, but I'm gonna share that anyway. I walks around the house naked all the time. Ask my neighbors. Because and you have to be
We
like,
might
listen,
need one of your neighbors to call
listen,
in.
I'm just saying.
Goodness gracious.
And you have to be real comfortable. Like, you know how some guys in the summertime wear tank tops? I don't wear one because I ain't got to, because I ain't got boobies. I ain't got middies. They call them middies. I ain't got no middies. And I got a 6-pack. So, I mean, you could talk. I might look rotund on TV to you, but I guarantee you, if we walking side to side, if we see some young ladies out, they're gonna be looking at me. They ain't gonna be looking at you.
Just ask your neighbors.
At 53, yeah, ask my. I know they didn't see me because I forget sometimes.
You got blinds or curtains?
No, I ain't got. I need to put them up though.
Oh, come on.
Because I know they didn't see me naked a couple mornings.
Just a few more quick ones.
Oh,
here.
sweaty.
This is not good.
Yeah, nasty.
Because I'm just getting off the treadmill. You know what I mean?
Wait,
and I take the clothes off. I don't like to wear the sweaty clothes upstairs.
Okay.
So I take them off.
Stop here.
It's a lot.
Is the new Cartwright letters Frank's tush push diagram?
Yes. I can't wait for him to mail those in.
Yep. This one I thought was pretty funny. Hugh in a Jeep would look like Bowser in Mario Kart.
I'll own that one. because it does kind of feel like that.
All right, and then last one here. Somebody mentioned this. I didn't notice it. I think I set you up for failure with the Twitter poll question that you had to read.
Why?
Because you said this.
Extra hard into the tush. Yeah.
Extra hard.
Yeah.
Extra hard into the tush.
Yeah. Extra hard into the tush. That's now, and that lives forever. All right, you guys have a great race day. We get a sweep from the Phillies. Hey, sweep from the Rockies. You guarantee.
Ranger tonight, he can't. What I was about to say, can't lose, can't miss.
This afternoon, the afternoon game.
Yeah, that's right, because it's about to come on in a little while.
Guarantee it.
Guaranteed.
All right. Leading off next on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hit the links and grab a drink with Weapon X. Join Brian Dawkins and Birds Legends for the Hawaiian-themed Islands Field Party. Then listen as Sports Radio 94 WIP broadcast live from the Brian Dawkins Impact Foundation Celebrity Golf Tournament, Monday, June 2nd. Get your Brian Dawkins Island Field Party tickets now at 94WIP.com.
The sun is shining. Bats are cracking, and BetMGM, proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies, is here to make sure Phil's fans savor the 2025 baseball season like never before. BetMGM has a state-of-the-art app with tons of betting options and promotions that are available 24/7, like top odds on all your favorite home run bets and much more. That's right. With BetMGM, you can be a part of every diving catch, every double play, every strikeout, and every home run from your favorite Phillies player at the stadium or right at home. And don't forget, BetMGM is the best place to bet the long ball with top odds on your favorite home run bets. Sign up today for BetMGM, proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies, and experience baseball like never before. BetMGM.com for T&Cs. 21 plus to wager. PA only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Describe Delilah's to Gentleman's Club and Steakhouse. Where do you start? Maybe with the world's most beautiful showgirls. If you've been to Delilah's, you know why it's won every award there is, from Best Gentleman's Club in the country to Zagat-rated cuisine. And if you've never been to Delilah's, what are you waiting for? Catch happy hour every day from 5 to 8 p.m. or book your own private party. Bachelor's, divorce, fight night, or a big game are better when you reserve your own table for bottle service. Find details now at delilahs.com.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with Xfi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on OpenSignal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Bet the final leg of the Triple Crown with Naira Bets, the official betting app of the historic Belmont Stakes in Saratoga. Available nationwide. Sign up at NairaBets.com/Philly25 for a free $25 bet and $200 deposit match.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Serving in the military requires great sacrifices, not just for one's country, but also for one's family. Not surprisingly, divorce for soldiers is especially difficult, and it raises a number of challenges that are peculiar to military divorce, things such as deployments, relocation, retirement benefits. So if you're a soldier facing such challenges, go to CordellCordell.com.
Philadelphia, Radnor, Allentown, and Mount Laurel, New Jersey. Michelle Ferreri, licensed in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
You've been called the president of three-card poker, the baron of baccarat. No matter who you are, there's always another way to win on the Bet Parks app. Score up to $1,000 bonus back in their first 24 hours. Gambling problem, 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus, located in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Michigan. New users only. TC Supply. See site for details. Casino bonus must be waived.
Gain Super Flings are here to take your laundry to the next level.
Talking about Gain Super Flings. Super size laundry packs. These things are huge. Super Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings.
Gain Super Flings laundry pads have 4 times the Oxy cleaning power and 3 times the Febreze freshness versus Gain Original Liquid.
Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings.
Gain Super Flings for next level laundry.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
If Twisted Tea was your best friend, they'd start a dance party in the supermarket that turns into a pool party at your place, and you don't even own a pool. Twisted Tea is smooth, refreshing, and always fun. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $32.99 at O'Reilly Auto Parts. In-store only. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Philadelphia Eagles weren't shy about taking a victory lap after NFL owners voted not to ban the tush push. They put out a 26-minute YouTube video of their infamous QB sneaks. Philly isn't apologizing. They successfully argued it's a safe football play, so don't expect them to be shy about using it just as much as ever. Even if a majority of the other teams want to get rid of it, the Eagles are not changing their tune. I'm Andrew Perloff.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. This is Leading Off. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station.
It's the Thuggish Ruggers Ball.
That's right, it is Leading Off, sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. Jack Fritz alongside Spike Eskin here with Leading Off. What's happening, Spike?
Lead it, buddy. Go ahead.
Come on, man.
Love when Jack Fritz is in charge.
Yeah, listen. Well, some say I'm always in charge. It just happens that sometimes you turn the mic on first.
Some say that? Who says that?
My mom.
Okay.
Anyway, so first off, have you recovered from Jolly versus Spike, and how did it go versus Gilio a little bit earlier?
Well, the one against Gilio was a little more. What's the word I'm looking for?
Tame?
Yeah, it was certainly more tame. It was a good little debate there. But
you didn't say you don't know baseball.
No, but I did. I was really annoyed when I walked in and they asked. This part wasn't on the air; it was off the air. And Hugh and Joe were like, Jolly got you a little bit. I was like, what? Jolly got me a little bit. They're like, yeah, you got mad. And I was like, oh, come on. I got mad because the guy didn't make any good points.
So it was one of those things where he didn't make really any good points, but he argued with passion.
He did.
And sometimes that's all you can ask for.
Yep.
Well, after we had those fireworks, we had more fireworks as the Phils and Taijuan Walker took down the vaunted Colorado Rockies. They might not win 40 games this year. They might be in the 30s. Spike, they might be the worst baseball team and this is where we coming off a year where the White Sox had the worst record in the history of baseball or whatever. This Rockies team is just an atrocity.
They might be the worst. Now, I didn't watch much of the White Sox last year. The White Sox were terrible. That when I'm watching the Rockies this year, I actually feel bad for the Rockies, sort of, because you can tell in baseball, it's really hard to tell the talent difference in one game when you're just watching it. But there's just something about it when you're watching, when you know they don't have a chance. I just wonder at some point, did the players on that team just say, what are we doing this for?
What's the point?
Yeah, I mean, they're 8-41.
Yeah,
that doesn't even sound possible.
Especially in baseball. Like baseball, there's the old adage is the worst teams in baseball win 60 games. You know, like where it's every team in baseball is going to win 60 games, lose 60 games, and whatever happens in the middle is where the teams, you know, they figure it out. These teams the last 2 years, and baseball doesn't really have the tanking problem like the NBA has, but with the Rockies specifically, it is atrocious. And to the Phillies' credit, the Coors Field has been a house of horrors for them the last couple of years. Like they traditionally don't go out there and play very well. Now, the first 7 innings in the first game of the series, it looked like one of those where they just weren't ready to go. Since then, though, Spike, I mean, they've come out and they've just taken care of business. They didn't even messed around the last couple of nights. They've come out, they score runs early, they add on in the middle portion, and you know, if Carlos Hernandez respected the run differential a little bit more, that's not even like 9-5 wasn't representative of what that ball game was last night. So to the Phillies' credit, the Rockies are horrible, but they're not even letting them off the mat.
Yeah, and that's what you want to see. You know, I always think it's funny when people talk about the Phils record. And I think the Phils have the best record against under 500 teams in baseball right now. I think they're 17-3 or something like that. But that's what you want. Right? I mean, I can't complain about them going in and taking care of business against the Rockies. Honestly, the complete opposite. After watching the Rockies team in the first game, I think I said to you, I don't know, I think they might have to sweep this series to feel good about it. You know, a 4-game series, I think they might have to sweep it. But to your point, they've left no doubt in the beginning. Aside from the first game, it's not just that the Rockies are overmatched when you look at the rosters. When you're watching these games, you could have no idea who's on either one of these teams, but when you're watching the games, it is very clear who the better team is, and the Phillies have exhibited that the entire time.
Like you can tell if they are just winning because of talent but not actually playing well. I think they're actually going out there and playing well. And I think that's what's been encouraging. And they've 17 hits each of the first two games of the series, 9 runs last night, a bunch more hits. They're starting to really string together hits, which is a tough way to score sometimes, but I mean their average as a team is rising up. The stars are kind of being the stars. It's ever since I declared the offense dead, they've looked different. Like they're doing the things, you know, they said the end of last season. And Rob Thompson and Dave Dombrowski, they said this team has to start using the whole field and see the ball later and go the opposite way and not strike out and not chase. And even though some of the chase, like Castellanos will still chase, whatever. But like they're starting to. I'm actually surprised at a bunch of players that are pretty established committing to a different offensive approach. And I know it's the Rockies, I know it's the Pirates of the weekend. But I think you can tell that it's a legitimately different offensive approach.
Well, and it took them a while. I thought we could see it in the first 3 series of the game, the first 3 series of the season, rather, that it was there. It has certainly taken them a little while longer to figure out how to do it. You know, it's foreign to a lot of them. I think the guy, you know, Bryce has been hot over the last couple of weeks, but I think the guy that is the most representative of the change is Trey Turner. And Trey is hitting, 315, 316, something like that. And there's a home run here, home run there. But, I think you can see in his approach to hitting is that it's not just chase. He's not trying to hit the ball 500 feet every time. And if there's a single to be had, he's taking it. I think that's what Bryce has started to do as well. But I think Trey is the best example because Stott was always like that. Schwarber was like that. But I think Trey is a good mascot for the change of their approach.
Yeah, and it was funny, and I sounded like you the other night on the post game podcast. But he struck out 2 times looking the other night, and I said that's good.
Good strikeout.
Like, we don't want he didn't swing at a 59-footer. He just struck out normally on an outside fastball. That is a positive step forward. And I'm glad you brought up Trey, Spike. He is hitting .464 on fastballs since April 27th. That's impressive. I mean, he was not doing that early in the season. He's getting beat by fastballs. And the biggest change, and they detailed this, Mark DeRosa did on the MLB Network earlier today. And I thought I noticed it a little bit earlier, but it's good to see it confirmed. Like, he really committed to a 2-strike approach where he's just doing a little toe tap rather than his big leg kick. So early in the count, before he has 2 strikes, he's looking to do damage. Like, he's doing the whole leg kick. He's trying to generate power. And then when he gets to 2 strikes, instead of continuing at that, he is staying more grounded, staying more balanced, and he's not striking out as much, and you're not seeing the chase. And this is the Trey that we saw that started the All-Star game last year. I know what happened after that, where he kind of cratered and he was swinging all over the place. And listen, he has been a hot and cold player here, but man, this version of Trey Turner lifts the floor of this Phillies team.
I also think a big difference in the 2 Trey Turners is that when he did get injured last year, he had the hamstring thing. He wasn't sure of it the entire year. I think a Trey Turner who is confident in his ability to run probably approaches his at bats differently because there's more that he can do with a single or I don't think he is as intent on hitting a double in the gap or hitting a home run when he knows that he can get extra bases with his legs. And I think that is probably the difference between the beginning of the year Trey and the second half of the year Trey is that hamstring thing. And fingers crossed that he doesn't have an issue like that this year because I definitely think it's part of it.
Yep. What to watch for is brought to you by Xfinity Mobile, the sponsor of WIP's Xfinity Mobile Lounge. Xfinity Mobile customers now get exclusive access to Wi-Fi speeds up to 1 gig on the go. Well, Spike, I think one thing to watch for today is the ability. Now, I know they're playing the Rockies, but close it out in a getaway day where you have to go get on the plane again and go to Sacramento. You're playing the worst team we've ever seen. Close it out against a bad team, complete the sweep, go 7-0 this week before the A's, which are more of an uptick in competitiveness. But don't give us the traditional getaway day kind of malaise. Go out there and take care of business.
Yeah, I think there's that, and I think there's every Ranger Suarez start at this point to me is something to watch for. Yep. Is whether he is back or he is, and honestly, the complete accident there, but whether his back is back and whether he's back because your options moving forward this season, whether it is using him as a trade piece, whether it is using him as the 3rd or 4th starter, whether in the playoffs he's in the bullpen, but like an effective Ranger Suarez, I think can change the complexion of what they can do the rest of the year.
Well, and you mentioned his back. If he can stay healthy, I mean, it's obviously going to be a question. He was really good his last time out. He made the one mistake where he missed a spot by a foot and a Pirate took him deep, but overall he was really good. We know the situation with where they are at bullpen wise, and if he cannot handle the rigors of being a starting pitcher, there is that option. So I totally agree with you. I mean, every single time he goes out there, it is a where are we at with Ranger? It's always like a litmus test with where we are with Ranger. Now, the good part.
Would you say he's in a prove it situation?
No, he's already proven.
Oh yeah,
I think that's obvious to everyone.
Oh, he's proven.
Yeah, we're using the E word. We're going to use elite for Ranger Suarez. No.
Yeah, all right.
But also the nice part is on the opposing side, they have Herman Marquez, who, if Joe Giglio's driving home, me and him have loved him for, it feels like a decade. But he might be totally cooked. An 11 ERA in his last 7 starts, Spike. 11 ERA in his last 7 starts.
You know that means first 4 or 5 scoreless for the Phils today.
I know.
You know that, right? Okay.
Not this team.
Okay.
Not this team. They're
All right.
heating up. Bryce Harper, since he shaved his head, he's a different player. Spike had him 6 feet under. Guess what? He's still alive.
Yeah, he is.
All right. On the other side, we have the injury report with the Phil's plan when Nola is back. And we'll get to our players to count on. All that's coming up next on Leading Off on Sports Radio 94 WIP. Spike?
Yeah, can I talk to you about something important?
Speaking of wood.
Yeah, a little performance-based, a little, look, in baseball, as we found out this week, there are tons of limitations on performance-enhancing substances, right?
Correct.
In the bedroom, there are 0 limitations. You can do whatever you want.
Yep.
And what you want to do, because you want to enhance your performance, you want it to be as good as it maybe was 10 years ago. Maybe you want it to be better than it's ever been.
Yep.
Blue Chew, buddy.
That's right. That's right. Now, when you have a guy like Kyle Quinn, right? Sometimes with the stash.
He does. He's stashed up right now.
Yeah, he's totally stashed up. No one needs that.
No.
Maybe he is looking for some help down the road.
You never know. Yeah.
I think we could all see that in his future.
Yep.
That's where Blue Chew really comes in and is there to take care of business.
Look, if you've thought about it, now is the time to do it. Because the WIP afternoon show, look, Ike's not here, but he chips in as well. We pay for your first month for Blue Chew. So we want you to try it so bad. We're so confident in it. We want you to get the first month for free, so we're paying for it. So you go to BlueChew.com, use code 94. All you got to do is pay for the shipping. It's like $5. What you're getting is a chewable, so you don't have to worry about pills. You're getting the same stuff, the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, Levitra, and Staxin. Again, but it's chewable. You're going to do everything online. Well, not everything. You're going to do the part in the bedroom, but right. The doctor's appointment, that's gone. That's all online. The pharmacy, that's gone. They just ship it to you directly. Again, just go to BlueChew.com. Use code 94, and your first month is free. You only pay for the shipping, and then you can, Jack,
chew it and do it.
It's time to chew it and do it.
The wait is over. The CJ's Tire and Auto semi-annual sale is here. From now until May 31st, enjoy instant savings on thousands of tires, including Falcon tires. The very best prices of the season during the CJ's Tire and Auto semi-annual sale at CJ's.